Okay, so this is like live. So if you guys want to actually make noise, who knows? You might make it on TV. All right.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need A and B group radial. A and B group radial. I need you to the lanes now, please. A and B group radial cars. A and B group radial tire cars. I need you to the lanes, please. A and B group radial tire cars. I need you to lanes 6 and 7, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live and online on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Over 1,600 people watching. For everybody in the chat bleachers, thank you so much for being part of our Monday sickness. We appreciate it. Yes, for those of you that have it cranked up, turn down your volumes. I will be at this level all week. If Adam Dory was on the mic, everybody would have their volume at probably 8 or 9. With me, it should probably be more along the lines of 1 or 2. So keep in mind that the racetrack is not holding us up. We had a driver's meeting at 8 o'clock. We did have some questions because I'd say a good third to half people that are here participating this week are first-time Dragon drivers. So we want to make sure that we get everybody equal opportunity to ask questions, make sure everybody is familiar with how everything works, all the rules and regulations. and get their trucks and trailers put away so we can get underway here as soon as possible. So for those of you that are on the stream, we appreciate your patience. For all of you that are here on property, all the spectators that called in sick, hey, listen, we don't have a camera angle at you. Put your hands up. Did you call in sick to work today? Let me see your hands. All right, these people are really proud of it. Everybody else kind of went, I don't know if my boss could see me on the live stream. Maybe I will. Hey, look, now dude's waving his hand up there at the top. All right, I like the enthusiasm. So we got a good crowd here at Cordova Dragway, and we thank them all for coming out here. For those of you that are watching at home, we appreciate you joining us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready to send cars down the racetrack. So I need slick tire cars to suit up, please. Go ahead, drivers in the A and B group, slick tire cars, go ahead and suit up, please. But before we get things officially underway here, we do have some business to take care of. Stuff that, in my opinion, is very important to do at a racetrack before we get anything underway officially. So I would ask you all, please rise and remove your headgear as we are joined by Chaplain Lynn here in the tower. She gave us our invocation yesterday. We will follow that with our national anthem. So Lynn will join us once again here today at Cordova. Give us the good word before we get underway. Lynn, if you would, please.
Let's all bow our heads. Father, we are thankful for this day with all of its opportunities. Give us your wisdom, patience, and guidance. Be with all the staff as they perform their jobs. I ask for your hand of protection on all the drivers and crew as they make their journeys. Keep everyone on these grounds safe and out of harm's way. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Lynn. If everybody will please remain standing and direct your attention towards the flag as we play our national anthem. All right, let's put our hands together and get things underway here on day number 1 of SICK Summer, brought to us by TBM Brakes. On behalf of the entire SICK staff, my name is Derek Putnam. Thank you so much for joining us here for what will be a great week as we roll through Illinois, Iowa, and Wisconsin to bring the Drag and Drive community together here at the beginning of June. And we thank you all for joining us, whether you are on site or watching at home on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Thank you so much for joining us, and shout out to Rick and Gear Vendors Overdrive for bringing us the live stream. I will be joined throughout the week by Don O'Neill. He will be bringing us pit reporting as well as a lot of the cool tidbits that when they keep me locked in the tower, I am not fortunate enough to see. Let's get things started. Let's put some race cars on the track. Our first pair, Chevy versus Ford, Malibu versus Mustang. How about 3 times? Right-hand side, left-hand side, getting down there first. That's Evan Erkowitz, and he lights the boards at 825 at 166, 994 at 106 for the Pogo Stick Mustang of Cameron Alley, the 97 Cobra. Looking like a bounce house out there, just trying to get down the right-hand side of the racetrack and found out that it has teeth this morning. They'll have to go back to the pit area and tighten the front end down just a little bit there. The Malibu just hooking and booging down the left-hand side. Our first pair done. We are officially underway here at 2023-6 Summer, brought to us by TBM Brakes. How about our first gasser of the day in our second pair? Going up against the Malibu on the left side of the racetrack. Dean Anderson in the Malibu. Off the starting line. The Malibu, on the other hand, having no trouble whatsoever left-hand side. How about 853 at 162 and in an 850 limited class? That is a good lap. 917 at 146 for the gasser after a 139 60 foot where the tires were not doing what they should have been. They were trying to get traction and they were spinning and hooking, but still a 917 at 146, a good run for the gasser. Mustangs going down the racetrack, 971 at 149 left side, 875 at 167 for the white Cobra Jet Rivalry Mustang right-hand side. Now to bring up a Mustang versus Camaro battle next. Camaro of Chris Roscoe with a little clear hood scoop over on the right-hand side. He will face off with Tom Llewellyn. Llewellyn in the 99 Mustang. Llewellyn not getting the grip he wants off the starting line left-hand side. Camaro on the other hand, no problems at all. Right-hand side, clean pass, 888 with an 8 on the end of it. He used up all the 8s at 153 miles an hour, 1202, but at 134. So good speed out of the Mustang, but with a 213 60 foot, not going to get the time that they wanted. Here comes one of our 6-second heavy hitters, left-hand side. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bryant Goldstone. Goldstone, a former Hot Rod Drag Week winner a couple of times and picked up the victory most recently 2 weeks ago at the Drag and Drive 8-car shootout at the NHRA event up in Joliet, Illinois at Route 66. This car has been in the mid-sixes at over 210 miles an hour. Now yesterday, Bryant had some trouble, just like almost everybody else did as well, because the track surface was over 130 degrees. So the cars would get anywhere from about 60 to 150 feet off the starting line and start to basketball the tires. They would start to kind of, grip, then slip, grip, then slip. And so a lot of them very wisely decided, okay, we're not going to abuse the equipment on the test day. The racetrack was very warm, weren't getting the data that we necessarily wanted. So we'll just kind of backpedal and we'll save it for the next day. Over 2,800 people watching live and online on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. We appreciate all of you jumping on board on Monday. Thank you so much. Yep, we won't tell your boss you called in sick. Look at these grandstands on a Monday. All these great people out here watching. Bill Spangler over on right-hand side, our former Dial Your Own winner. All eyes left-hand side for Goldstone. He's pedaled it once, twice, and 3 times out the back door. 697 at 203 for Brian Goldstone, our first 6-second pass, our first 200-mile-an-hour pass of the day. Spangler goes 997 at 134, his first 9-second lick of the day. So good runs for both of them, even though Goldstone, again, has run over 3/10 quicker than that. So right now, Brian Goldstone, 697 at 203. He is low ET of the day. We are on hold at the moment, waiting on the call from the top end. So once again, we are waiting on the call from the top end. As Tom McGilton will be in our next pair. This is his little street rod. For those of you that might remember the name Tom McGilton, this is the guy who took a 40-something mile brand new ZL1 Camaro and took it to Larry Larson Race Cars and had him basically chop it up where the car still looked completely stock. It still used the stock hood and everything, but he stuffed some big old meats underneath the back, as well as a twin-turbo big block Chevy, and proceeded to go over 200 miles an hour with a car that weighs nearly 2 tons. On the live stream right now, we are looking at Steve Morris's Boostmaster wagon, another 6-second capable car. And Morris has had this car for quite a while, and it used to be a drag radial car, and then he completely went through and redid it. And this car has been in the mid-6s at over 220 miles an hour. So we're getting some of the heavy hitters out here early today. I think a lot of people would like to enjoy the cooler track conditions and the cooler temperatures than what we had yesterday, and be able to possibly lay down a good pass and be able to switch it over to street mode, make the easy drive, and possibly get more than, say, 2 or 3 hours of sleep today. Now, for some of you that have done dragon drives before, you might go, excuse me? You're supposed to be able to get more than 2 to 3 hours of sleep a night? Well, we're wishful thinkers out here today. Plus, we don't want to scare away the newcomers. So while I wait on the top end call, we'll be back underway here in just a few minutes. Nova versus Street Rod. McGilton goes 971 at 135, 1018 at 130. For left-hand side, that's Bruce Hunter Jr. in the 1970 Nova, so a couple of good runs right there for both of those hot rods. And here comes a couple of our quicker cars into the water box. Now, from what I've been told, and you know how race rumors go, could possibly be looking at somebody to unseat the longtime head man, the quickest car in naturally aspirated territory, James Doc McIntyre. From what I've been told, right-hand side is Ed Esner, 1985 model Ford Mustang. This is a naturally aspirated, twin carbureted Mustang. I have not seen him make a pass yet this week. Sounded pretty serious coming out of the burnout box, but it'll be interesting to see how he does right here. But from what I've been told, should be a 7-second player. For him to run quicker than what I believe Doc has run in competition, I believe he would need to be in the 7.6 second range. And again, keep that in mind, naturally aspirated, no turbo, no blower, no nitrous on the Mustang on the right-hand side. Left-hand side, Steve Morris has got all the boost on board on the Boostmaster, the twin turbo SMX big block, looking for the 6-second range on the left side. Right-hand side is looking for the 7-second range, naturally aspirated. They are pre-staged. Final call for A and B Group Slick and Radial. Final call for A and B Group Slick and Radial. I need you now. Steve Morris left side. Ed Esner right side. They're ready. To the finish line we go. Top end scoreboard says 666 at 213. How about a 749 at 182? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. There's your quickest pass on the weekend so far and your quickest naturally aspirated pass ever. 749 at 182, naturally aspirated, and if I unofficially, that is the quickest run ever naturally aspirated. 666.3 at 213.20 for Steve Morris, and that will put him at the top of the list so far. Right behind him, Alex Taylor in the twin turbocharged 55 Chevy. .208, what does she lay down here? 681 at 208, that is their new career best by a bunch. 801 at 172 for the Pro Charge Chevelle, but Alex Taylor, 681 at 208. That is her best ET by over 1/10 of a second and her second best speed of the weekend. Wow, just laying them down out here on their first hits. Versus the Cutlass in our next matchup. How about a pair of 9-second runs side by side? The Cutlass of Mike Mackey going 903 at 147, 911 at 159 for the Honda of Rob Courtney. A couple of really good runs. I'm trying to keep it all straight up here as I'm jotting stuff down for news and notes later today on sickthemag.com, so I apologize for some of the quiet portions, although some of you are probably being thankful because I'm not blowing your ears out. Mark Krantz in the Chevelle going down right side, 1083 at 122. Left-hand side is Daniel Watts, and he's having trouble in the Cobra, so he will coast down the racetrack to a 21-second time. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. A and B Group Slick Tire lanes will close in 6 minutes. A and B Group Slick Tire lanes will close in 6 minutes. If you'd like to make a hit in the A and B Group Slick Tire, Need to get there in the next 6 minutes. Then the track will be radial style. So we want to make sure that you are ready to go on that. So once again, A and B group, slick tire cars, you have 6 minutes to get to the lanes before we close your first session. How about some Supra action? This is Damon F., the 95 model Supra. He participated in SIG Week and unfortunately broke the car on test day. So today he is already ahead of where he was in Florida. He's looking for the 8-second range. First pass looks like it's going to be in the 9s. Yeah, it's a decent run, though, stick shift. 9:44 at 160 for Damon in the Supra. Not a bad run at all. And like I said, considering that he did not even make it to day one on SIG Week when he broke during testing on Sunday, I'm sure he's happy to collect that 9:44, 160-mile-an-hour time slip. For everybody that is watching at home or at work when you're not supposed to be working and you're watching the action here from Cordova on 6 Summer, we thank you. Now 3,800 people strong and a great turnout of spectators here on the property. Got them too deep on the fence in a couple areas. So ladies and gentlemen that are out here at Cordova, thank you so much for not showing up to work on Monday. Although, let's be honest, did you really need a reason to not go to work and watch drag racing?
Hey, man. Josh. Yes, sir. Hey, what's up, buddy? I'm James.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we now have 3 cars that have run in the 6-second range in the first 20 minutes of runtime, being led by Steve Morris's Boostmaster Wagon 666 at 213. Right behind him, literally the next pair, was Alex Taylor, 681 at 208 for her best career ET. And Brian Goldstone, who got us started in the 6s, 697 at 203 with a pedal. That car, like I said, has been in the mid-6s at over 212 miles an hour just 2 weeks ago. So we know there's more left on tap. The question is does Goldstone now come back around and make another shot in the AMC Javelin, knowing that he's got some time to make up? Also, of note, very interesting, Ed Esner going 749 at 182 naturally aspirated in the Mustang. That, unofficially, is the quickest naturally aspirated pass ever in drag and drive competition. So it looks like we, once again, are going to give our slick tire cars just a few more minutes to come around. We have a bunch of radial tire cars in the lanes waiting for their shot. This is Cameron Alley. Alley was in our first pair up, and Alley did the triple wheel stand. And that's not like a triple Lutz in skating. It doesn't work. It doesn't give you extra points. So he looked like he was riding a pogo stick going down the racetrack, and that usually does not equate to a good ET. So Alley's going to come back and try again. A little bit before he has to drive it left a little bit. The 97 Cobra on its way to the finish line on a good lick and goes 8:53 at 163. That's a good pass in an 850 limited class, meaning you can't go 8:49.9 or quicker. It won't count. That's a cage restriction. That's why the 850 limitation is there. So that is a very good run. So now I've already seen 2 cars that have run 8:53 in an 850 limited class. And if you go back and look at some of the results from SIG Week as well as Hot Rod Drag Week over the last couple of years, the 850 limited categories will normally get really, really close to that 850 number with the averages. So once again, on behalf of all of the great people and all the great people on the crew behind the scenes that are helping us bring you 6 Summer, we thank you once again. Thanks to TBM Brakes, Doug Cook and the gang at TBM Brakes. Thank you so much for sponsoring the event. And thanks to Rick and the gang at Gear Vendors Overdrive for being part of the live stream. That's the reason that you are able to watch this at home or at work when you're supposed to be actually doing something productive, even though, in my opinion, watching drag racing is productive work. You can see some of the stuff that we are doing online right now. We are walking the lanes to show you some of the cars that are waiting at their shot at the racetrack. 2 minutes remain for slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars, you have 2 minutes to get to the lanes before we close the lanes for the first session. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we will we'll go to the fun tires. We'll go away from the big floppies and we'll go to the slightly smaller and less forgiving tires. All the radial tire cars that are waiting in the lanes for their shot. You're not going to have to wait too much longer. Like I said, we have already seen some very impressive performances here today. Also want to shout out Summit Racing Equipment and Peak Performance for being the sponsors of our SICK Ward. If you want to have all the fun of a drag and drive without the abuse on your equipment, join the SICK Ward. Basically, you get to do all the great stuff that the competitors get to do here, but you don't abuse your equipment on the racetrack. They even give you special parking as well as feeding you and giving you beverages. I'm not sure if adult beverages are included, but it would be cool if they were, especially when you get back to the hotel. Hey, you're a member of the SICK Ward? Here, have this. So right now, looking inside the cockpit of the 1970 Roadrunner that made some pretty quick laps yesterday. Again, we got drivers suited up and ready to go. We are just kind of hanging on right now, just giving the slick tire cars the last few ticks of the clock. And it looks like we may have a late entry. Yes, looks like John Ferroni coming up. The Charger out of Australia rolling into the lanes. And we have not seen him on a drag and drive here for, I want to say, at least 3 or 4 years. But he has placed in the top 3 on Hot Rod Drag Week in the past. Right now on the live stream, everybody's kind of watching what we're panning around to and checking out all the cars that are waiting their turn. And we will let loose. We have 3 lanes full of cars right now.
Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, A and B group slick tires, your lanes are closed. A and B group slick tire cars, your lanes are now closed for the first session. A and B group slick tire, your lanes are now closed for your first session. So radial tire cars, we will come to you next. I believe we have one more car to make a pass in the slick tire lanes. And then we will prep the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen, for radial prep. So basically, for those of you that have not seen the difference between slick and radial prep, I'll do this as quickly as possible. And again, I'm up here in the tower. I am not a track professional, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express this year, so I'll use that as my excuse. But basically, the difference is there is more glue that gets used for the radials. They like more track prep as far as the traction prep. So the difference is you want a little bit of wheel speed out of the slicks. So they prep the track a little bit differently to start with slicks for the day. Then once that's done, we will re-prep the racetrack for radial. So you'll see more prep go down as far as the traction adhesion, and then that'll help the radial tire cars make better runs. Now, if you do that with the big tire cars, the slick tire cars, normally what it does is it encourages tire shake, and of course that's not going to get them from A to B in a good fashion. So Tom started doing that this year with Sick Week, and it worked out pretty well because we don't have a ton of slick tire cars, but it does help, again, for them to make their better runs when they run on a specific slick prep versus on an all prep where it has more track prep on it as far as traction compound. Over 4,000 people now watching on the live stream, and we thank you all for being part of it. Is John Ferroni getting suited up and ready to come to the water box.
It's hard to hear you with all the...
In the Aussie Charger.
Doing all right?
So from what I have been told, again, this is unofficial. The car was created and sent over to originally participate in Sick Week, but the car did not make it in time. And from what I'm told, he just got it unloaded in the last couple of days, took it over to North Carolina to shake it down with Eric Yost from Customs by Biggin to make sure everything was good from the long container ride over. Beautiful long smoky burnout out past the 60-foot mark for John Ferroni. Again, the Dodge Charger, the Aussie Charger, coming up right-hand side of the racetrack. And again, Ferroni in the past has run this car at Hot Rod Drag Week and finished in the top 3 a couple of times. This is a 7-ticket capable hot rod. And as you notice from those of you that are on site looking in, he is on the right-hand side of the car, not the left side. That's the way they drive over there. So you think you got a weird look at the racetrack. How about from the passenger seat versus the driver's side? So as I mentioned, this car coming off a container less than a week ago. Went to customs by Biggin and Eric Yost to get shaken down.
All the way probably down.
And now going to make what I believe is his first passing competition in at least 3 or 4 years. What will he put on the board? John, it's been a long time since we've seen you on Drag and Drive. We'd like to see a good number come out of this. No pressure. Make sure everything is ready. Rolls in.
Right?
A lot of wheel speed coming out of it, and unfortunately just got too aggressive with the boost curve. And he crosses the center line down there, getting real close to it as he wants to leg it out and goes 1172 at 98 miles an hour, using up all of his lane. And again, that is his first passing competition in quite a while, so John's obviously going to have to go back and look at the data and try and find a softer boost curve. So we're going to touch up the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we are going to do radial prep. We are not going to be down for too long. We're just going to add some track prep here and get everything ready for the smaller radial tires. And we got a bunch of them, so you have a few minutes if you want to stretch your legs while you're on the property. And then we'll be right back with you here. For those of you that are watching live and online, you can see how we are starting to put up some of our stuff off of Instagram. Again, use the hashtag 6summer, and we will search those down, and we will add those to our live stream. From the interactions both here at the racetrack, also when you're out and about on the drives and at the checkpoints and so forth. And speaking of which, Keith Turk wanted me to relay this to you. We do appreciate all of you being part of 6summer. We ask that you please be respectful on the drives when you are driving through some of these smaller towns. I mean, obviously, we would love to be able to let it all hang out on the racetrack and enjoy the drives and make sure that the towns are happy with all of our people coming through and we don't do anything to put anybody in jeopardy, possibly create any hazardous situations, so they welcome us back with open arms for next year. So we would ask that you please do the drag part responsibly on the racetrack and do the drive part responsibly. You do your part, we'll do ours, and we would like to see you back here for 6summer again next year. A lot of photographers joining us here. I know on the property we do have BME Photography. That's Brian Epps. And he is going to be doing photos at each and every stop. And those are going to be available for purchase starting tomorrow. So you can see his display that'll be located. It is actually right next to the Pizza Bar and Grill, right alongside the staging lanes. And now seeing some of our new stuff up and online. One of our sponsors, Strange Engineering, showing up online as they are joining us this week, and we appreciate them being a part of 6summer. Also, thanks to Red Horse Performance. They are joining us for the entire week with a full selection of AN fittings and hoses and everything. So if you have any issues, you can jump on board with them as they have a full truck and trailer full of product. As a matter of fact, they told me they have some scrap hose available. So if anybody would like to come pick up some scrap hose, they have it back there by their display. Right now online, for those of you that didn't know, Aiden Bailey just getting the deuce box, running late last night about 11:40. For those of you that don't know, Aiden Bailey, Tom Bailey's son, used to have the blank box of doom. It started with an S and ended with a T.
You all look the same with a helmet.
And it made it to the final day of SICK Week 2022 and then unfortunately pushed the head gasket and barrel rolled at the finish line at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Since that time, they have been trying to locate a new wagon and put a new car back together for Aiden to participate in Dragon Drives. So they managed to find another 57 Chevy. And this one, ironically, is not too far away from what his previous one looked like. The only difference is this one had less paint. It had more patina and more surface rust on it. And if you think about what the name Deuce Box means, and knowing that it has more brown than it has green on it, you should be able to connect the dots. Well, as of a week ago, the car had no wiring.
Do you still
needed a converter,
have me?
a
Can you hear me
drive
now?
shaft, and a bunch of other stuff. So good friend
Still?
Joey Berry flew
No?
over to help Aiden put the car together.
1,
And
2.
while he was working on his car,
1, 2, 1, 2.
DJ and the SICK crew back at
Okay, I'll quit
ground
talking if he can hear me.
headquarters of SICK the magazine were working on her 57 wagon that she picked up from Virginia. So Saturday morning, EJ's
Still hear me?
car started, did a couple of burnouts, and got loaded on the
The
trailer.
live stream can hear me.
Aiden's car, on the other hand, was not operational. They were still working on it.
4,
You can still hear me good?
2.
We're going to me? Oh my God. Ed, come here.
Jalen.
Ready? That's right. Jim or Jimmy? Everybody knows you. No,
Jalen.
J-Lo?
Yeah.
That's why I say you had a nickname. All right. You ready? We are live? Okay. Do you see what I'm dealing with? This is how we're starting out a Monday. I'm starting it out kind of rough. On the other hand, you're not starting out kind of rough. You got a smile on your face pretty big. Let's talk about what we just accomplished. This just happened.
Yeah, we worked very hard at it to get the car to run what it actually ran. We tested last week and we had good results, and we were hoping to transfer it here, and it did.
So just to let everybody at home know, okay, so we saw the Javelin, we saw Alex, we saw Steve. All those cars have what is that they call it?
Turbochargers.
They have turbochargers. That's right. Thank you for helping clarify. Tell the folks at home, what do you have?
We got a naturally aspirated 632-inch motor, no power adders.
So I'm an old school guy from Carolina. We call that just straight up brute horsepower.
Yes, sir, that's what it is.
All right, now I see you got some profiler heads on here. So now, being a big block guy, 632 cubic inch, are those straight conventional?
They are what they call Big Chief style head. It's a pretty nice head.
Okay, so now yesterday, for the folks they saw on social media, it was brutal here. 90 degrees, 130 degree track temps. Today we got some hazy clouds. It's kind of cooler. And you just ripped one off. Now, does that mean we've got more, or we just got to stay right there? What are we doing moving forward? Because, you just did that in the first 20 minutes. We still got 5 more days.
If the air comes around during the week, if it cools off a little bit, I know there's performance in the car still, in the chassis part of the car. We could possibly go a little faster.
All right, so I'm a racer. What's a little?
Hoping to go maybe low 40s, maybe high 30s.
Okay, well, you just went 49.
We went 44 testing.
Oh, you just let the cat right out of the bag. We're not going to leave anything to surprise.
Not at all. We're here to do good, win.
Here to win.
Here to win.
Now I got to let them in. You're not like this isn't just something that you just started doing. You got a little history up here in the Midwest. You're kind of well known. You're just kind of under the radar, though.
I'm just a little guy, man, working out of my garage.
Folks, he went 49. 20 minutes. We're in the Midwest. There's like no air here. But as he alluded to, he took all my thunder away. It's supposed to cool off a little bit later on in the week. And that means if we can get the water grains down, we can build some horsepower. I'd like to see a naturally aspirated car go in the 30s and then see him go get a scoop of ice cream. You guys stick around. 6 summer 2023, overdrive gear vendors and TBM brakes. And, 740s in a naturally aspirated car. Back to you guys in the tower.
Day 5 on Friday. There is a limited number of them, and it's first come, first serve. It is not reserved for drivers. It is not reserved for spectators. It's for everybody. And right now, it doesn't look like there's very much of a line over there at the Sick the Merchandise booth. So if you would like to get your limited edition Cordova Dragway shirt, and once we sell out of them, they're gone, and there is a limited number of them, but also a lot of great other apparel that we have, including T-shirts, sweatshirts, embroidered sweatshirts, hats, koozies, cups, mugs, tumblers, a whole bunch of stickers. Tom has really gone above and beyond in the last year for Sick the Mag merchandise, and there's a lot of great stuff available over there. You can go grab yourself something to remember your visit to Cordova Dragway by. You could also grab yourself a gift for somebody who, quote unquote, let you come out and watch all the racing action. And I know the demand for the track shirts was huge at Sick Week. In a couple of places, they sold out in less than 2 hours. So shout out to Garrett Olson, who did all the great artwork to put those together for us. All right, so attention in the pits, attention in the pits. My C Group cars, you are now on standby. My C Group cars, you are on standby. Soon as we get lanes open for you, we will call the C Group next. So my C, as in cat, C Group. Soon as I get lanes clear, we will call you next. So we appreciate your patience as, again, we get the racetrack ready for radials. This will be more of a radial / general prep, where, again, it'll have more traction compound on it than a slick tire prep. For those of you that are on the live stream and checking out all the stuff that's going on, and I see people starting to make predictions, I'll just go ahead and put it out there. Cletus said this morning to Tom Bailey that he's going to run 681. That's what he said. We'll see if he can deliver on that. So once again, we are touching up the racetrack to get everything ready. For those of you that were with us earlier this morning for the drivers meeting, as we did open spectator gates at 8 o'clock, we do have a lot of cars in classes that we expected to have them in the Dial Your Own and Pro Dial Your Own, over 100 cars between those two classes. The interesting thing is that with so many drag and drive style events going on in the middle of the year, some of the higher and quicker classes, not as many, which is a little A little bit surprising, but at the same time, this is a brand new event, so keep in mind that we're just feeling this one out to be able to see how everything works. So again, for all of you that are watching live and online on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel, over 4,500 strong, thank you so much for jumping on board. We appreciate it. And again, all the great sponsors that are on the bottom of the live feed, we ask that you, if you have a minute, jump onto their social media channels. Tell them thank you so much for being part of Six Summer, being able to help us put this great event on and bring a drag and drive to a new area of the United States. Now, granted, Cordova has been on Hot Rod Drag Week a couple of times, and Hot Rod Drag Week normally will jump around the United States and use several different racetracks, whereas when we've done Sick Week the last 2 years in February, Sick Week has been primarily in Florida with one stop in Georgia, because in February, there's really not too many places you're going to be able to run where you're not going to have to worry about weather conditions. So for those of you that are curious, yesterday the racetrack temperature got above 130 degrees as we were in the low 90s. Thankfully today, it's a little bit more cloudy, and that's going to help keep the track temp down, and hopefully it'll also lead to better elapsed times for a lot of drivers, as we did see a bunch of people spinning yesterday. So hopefully everything will work better today, and for all of those that are waiting for their shot at the track, we appreciate your patience. So once again, right now to reset, current low ET of the day is Steve Morris in the Boostmaster Wagon, 666 at 213. Alex Taylor not too far behind him, 681 at 208 from the 55 Chevy. Number 3 is Bryant Goldstone in the AMC Javelin, 697 at 203. And of note, of naturally aspirated territory, Ed Esner going 749 at 182 in the Mustang. And unofficially, that is the quickest pass naturally aspirated in drag and drive history, as I do believe that James Doc McIntyre was in the 770 range during Sick Week this year. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to dial it up just to make sure that I don't put my foot in my mouth, because I do that a lot normally. I don't need to do it any more than necessary. Yes, 771 at 174 miles an hour was currently, up to today, the best ET and speed for James Doc McIntyre, a multi-time NA winning 68 Camaro called Sea Red. And as I mentioned, Ed Esner today already has eclipsed that by quite a bit, a couple of tenths. So it looks like we are getting closer to being ready to go. So I have been getting some of my updates up here in the tower. So for those of you that are unaware of how everything works, if you go to a regular drag strip on a Friday night, Saturday night for a test and tune or an actual event, tech cards get entered into their computer system. If you think about it, we're going to try to enter 300 names and information into every system's track computer, and that would take forever to do. So I'm working off of a database as well as a print sheet. So for those of you that notice that there's a little bit of a delay in between when I announce some of the stuff, that's just me trying to keep up with it. And I appreciate your patience while we get that done. Also, for all of you that are on property, if by some chance I happen to butcher your name, trust me when I tell you it's not intentional. I've been a drag racer for over 30 years myself, and I get my name butchered at least 3 times a day. So if for whatever reason I do butcher your name, feel free to come and talk to me, and I will make sure to try to get it right, or at least I won't butcher it as badly next time. Can't tell you about how I'll do on the 3rd time. Now over 4,700 people watching live and online on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. And again, thank you so much to TBM Brakes, the official event sponsor. Thank you to Gear Vendors Overdrive, the official live stream sponsor. Thanks to our supporting sponsors, including Summit Racing and Peak Performance. They are the official sponsors of Sick Ward as well. Thanks to Iski Racing Cams, QA1, VP Racing Fuels, Dodge, Mickey Thompson Tires and Red Horse Performance. We also have Strange Engineering on the property. And thanks to Gear Vendors Overdrive, VP Racing Fuels, Summit, Peak, Mickey Thompson, Red Horse, and Strange, they are joining us for the entire week. And Mickey Thompson also has tires and a tire changer on board, so for whatever reason, drivers need new rubber, Jason Mullet and Mickey Thompson can get you taken care of. Currently, track temp is 98 degrees, so we are still in the good zone. And a lot of drivers looking for that magical one and done. I'd be willing to make you a bet that 3 of the 4 names that I gave out earlier, Steve Morris, Alex Taylor, and Ed Esner, are probably one and doneing, meaning they make one lap and they're going to turn in their time slip and call it good. Here we go. We are now back online to get underway with the Radial tire cars, ladies and gentlemen. This is the A and B group, so this is the quick cars. C group, we will call you as soon as we have lanes ready. You are on standby. C group, we will call you next. David Deal in the Mustang. Nick and David Deal. This is their second drag and drive this year as they participated at Sick Week earlier this year. They're in the Mustang on the left side of the racetrack against the naturally aspirated Hillborn injection. 67 small block Nova on the right side. That's Joshua Norris. Norris going wheels up, 9-second Nova, but Deal left side. 112, 60 foot to the finish line. 8:15 at 1:58. For David Deal, and Nick kind of shaking his head saying, I'm not so sure about that. Does it look like it might have had much more in the tank as it went 5:08 at 1:30 to half track. So obviously he thinks there's more left in the tank. .26 at 178 right-hand side for Michael Manuel in the 1984 Camaro. Left side going 8:53 at 161. I apologize. I'm doing some clerical work upstairs, and I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. That was Travis Larson. So at 7:26 at 178 right-hand side, 479 at 163 miles an hour. Actually, that is Devin Vanderhoff's car being driven by Josh Davis. That's the car that won the Rowdy Radial class earlier at Sick Week. 7:26 at 178, that's lifting. That car has 6-second potential. So that is your quickest Radial tire car of the day so far. Our next pair, Tim Flanders in the Mustang right-hand side. The Chevelle of Corey Thompson left-hand side. Flanders off the starting line first, but here comes Thompson. The Chevelle looking for 7's left-hand side and gets it 775 at 181 for the flat hood Chevelle. How about that lick? 866 at 157 for Tim Flanders. That is his second 866 pass of the week. He ran one yesterday. He's looking for 8.50, so he's about a tenth and a half away from where he wants to be. But how about Corey Thompson in the 67 Chevelle, looking all kind of standard restored style with the SS hood, nothing to kind of give away the fact that he just ripped off a 775 at 181. That is a good pass left side. That'll bring up a couple of first-gen F-bodies. The F-bodies for Pontiac Firebird and Chevrolet Camaro, and that's what we have on the starting line. We have the Pontiac Firebird right side, the Chevrolet Camaro left side. The Camaro is Tony Camaritos. Karamitos, the 69 Z28, and I believe this car has been in the 7s on NMCA True Street. He will line up against Jim Trouble. Jim Trouble in the 67 Twin Turbo Firebird. To Jim Trouble right side. Starts looking for 7s and the Firebird off first. To the finish line. 8:01 at 176 for the Firebird and an 8:25 at 166 for the Camaro. Side by side 8-second passes, and Jim just misses the 7s. 8:01.1 at 176.95, 5:23 at 139 to the 8th mile, and the Camaro not far behind, going 5:32 at 134 to half track. As we are already getting some pretty good passes laid down here in our first session of A and B Group Radial. Right now, the low ET is Josh Davis. Davis in Devon's big block single turbo convertible Mustang going 726 at a lifting under 200 mile an hour pass. That's all you need to know. That car has already been deep, deep in the 7s. Timothy Blythe in the 64 Triumph next right side, and Kevin Fenstead in the blow-through small block Ford-powered Ford Fairmont. Yeah, how about that? It doesn't have an LS swap. Supposedly everybody puts LS swaps in those cars now. 8:41 at 168 for Timothy Blythe in the Spitfire on the right. 8:86 at 157 for the blow-through Fairmont of Fenstead. And apparently my information was incorrect because here comes Devin's car. I figured 726 on a small tire car, that had to be Devin's car. But this is it. This car ran 4.59 at over 168 miles an hour on a 235 drag radial in winning the Rowdy Radial class at SICK Week earlier this year. The next closest car was in the 480s. That's how fast this car was. And he won and done it at every racetrack along the way. A Par Racing Engines big block Chevy, I believe 611 cubic inches of displacement, and a big single turbo on board. That is the white convertible Mustang. Now the car owner out in front directing his driver Josh Davis. Left side of the racetrack, the stick shift car of Brian Crane, the 2003 Cobra. Both of them off the line. Keep your eyes on the convertible. Left side watching, 7 flat, 209.07 miles an hour, just 5 thousandths away from a 6-second pass. Holy cow. On a little 275 drag radial, 7 flat, 4 at 209 for Devin and Josh. 890 at 163 for the gear jammer of Brian Crane, his best pass of the weekend so far, but 7 flat, 4 at 209. That is low ET of the day for a drag radial car. Obviously, we still have some cars left in the lanes that might get around that. Let's move to our next pair. Monte Carlo of Eric Burrows out front left-hand side. He goes 882 at 155. Right-hand side, the Mustang of Mike Ramars, the 2011 Mustang, goes 996 at 137. That'll bring up the Lexus versus the Dodge Challenger next. The Lexus of Sean Smith. This is a 93 SC400 Lexus. It's got a late model LS swap underneath the hood. He's looking for the 9s this week. He'll line up with the Challenger. On the left-hand side, that's Craig Douglas, the Challenger. And parts coming out from underneath the car. Multiples. And he almost gets to the finish line first. 10-12 at 137 for Smith right side. 10-74 at 90 miles an hour for the Challenger. But unfortunately, he had parts and pieces come out on the racetrack. So we're going to be on hold here for just a minute while we get that cleaned up. Attention in the pits while we clean up the left-hand lane. I need my C group. C as in Charlie. C group, I need you to lane 9 at this time, please. C group, your time is now. I need you to the lane starting with lane number 9, please. C group, I need you to the lanes, please. Lanes 9, 8, and 7. So report to lane 9 first. So Tanya Turk up here in the tower helping get me squared away. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are out there watching and listening, we do appreciate your patience. As I mentioned earlier, one of the things is when you're going from racetrack to racetrack, the chance of having everything entered into the computer where we have all the driver's information is highly unlikely because that's a lot of work. So normally what we have, at least from my 3 times of doing it, is we have a database that we use from racetrack to racetrack. It allows me to be able to look at the driver information as well as the car information, what class they're running, and then as we go along the week, I'll be able to look at their past performances. So again, that's the information we want to bring to you while we go through this week. I'm also making notes for some of our stuff that'll go up on sickthemagazine.com later today as we give you a recap of what's going on. Like, for example, we could talk about the fact that we've now had a 7 flat with a 4 out of a Radial car to go along with the 3 6-second passes out of the big tire cars and a 749 out of the naturally aspirated car. That's the kind of thing where when we're writing race wraps at the end of every day to let you know about what happened at each and every day. After driving some time and being at a racetrack for 9 to 10 hours, your energy level kind of runs out a little bit. So right now, I'm thankful for the energy drinks that a lot of convenience stores stock, because that's what I'm going to be running on all week. It sure isn't going to be sleep. But thanks to Luke, who's our editor of Sick the Magazine, as well as the rest of the Sick staff that are joining us to help get a lot of stuff taken care of. And we're going to bring you all the details. What we will post, not only results of every day, we'll kind of give you a brief recap, but we will also put up a gallery every single day of some of the shots that we took. So again, that is on sickthemag.com and sickthemagazine.com. So make sure you check all that out. We will do that each and every staging lanes to help get you some ideas of what's going on at each and every racetrack. And then, of course, you'll see lots of great stuff from out and about while people are making the drives, as well as the stops that they need to go to along the routes. And again, if you are on Instagram posting anything to social media, please make sure that you use the hashtag #SickSummer, because what we'll do is we'll dig those up and find them, and we'll post them online to our live stream as we find them. We will also have pit reporting. We will also have pit reporting that'll be going on from our good friend Don O'Neill, who has been jet-setting back and forth from, I believe he was in Norwalk, Ohio yesterday for an NHRA event, and basically drove through the night to be here with us today, so we appreciate his efforts. He was announcing yesterday, so the fact that he has any voice left is a miraculous thing. Once again, for all of you that are here on site, lots of great stuff around Cordova Dragway, so make sure you get out and about and check it all out. As I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of manufacturers that are joining us for the week, including VP Racing Fuels, Gear Vendors Overdrive, Mickey Thompson Tires, Summit Racing Equipment, Peak Performance, Strange Engineering, and Red Horse Performance. They are all here on site, so you can actually go and talk to the representatives and actually get answers to your questions, as well as check out some of the products that they have available. You can also go and visit Sick the Magazine merchandise booth. As I mentioned earlier, we do have official event shirts that are different for each and every day. We release them on the day.
Don O'Neill, we're going to be doing car features all week long for the live stream for Overdrive by Gear Vendors. Right here, you know I got a big old mushy heart, right? What are we doing? Oh, I don't know. We're spending our what at the racetrack?
Wedding anniversary.
Wedding anniversary. Now, folks, it's not just any wedding anniversary. She's dressed in a fire suit. So, obviously, you must have really screwed up somewhere along the line, and she's driving the car.
No, I didn't screw up. I just got an awesome wife. That's all there is to it.
Nice job, especially when it's on the live stream. This will come back. She can play it back. Josh and Holly over here, one of the things that really grabbed my attention, being, hey, I'm an NHRA guy. It's a Cutlass. How's it feel to be, just driving one of the most famous body styles in NHRA Pro Stock history?
Oh, she's nice. She feels good.
How do we get started with this?
He put me in the driver's seat to either bleed brakes or mess with the shifter.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, quit putting me in the seat or I'm going to be driving it. And one day he just let me drive it.
Yeah.
All right, where are you two from?
Alexis, Illinois.
How far is that?
About an hour.
15 minutes
Yeah.
from here.
Is this your first drag and drive competition?
Yes.
So you're newbies.
I am a newbie. He's not.
She's a
I
newbie,
am.
yeah.
All right. Is this something that you grew up in? How did you two meet? Or you obviously are not a car person and you just became a car person?
I grew up being a car person with him. We met, I was 16, he was 21. And yeah, I just.
Cradle robber.
Yep, I know it. I
Yeah.
know it.
So yeah, no, I just grew up with him with it, and he had already been in it with his father. So
Well, that's the best part about the drag and drive competitions is that two people get to be involved, and it takes an entire organization or team or family of friends to make it happen. All right, let's talk about going fast. How fast are we going?
we're gonna try 9:0, 9:10.
How fast have you ever been?
920s.
Yeah.
She's been 920s.
Okay, look, I'm a race car driver. There is one thing that every race car driver has to always have on the top of their head. This is how quick I've been, and this is how fast I've been, and this is how good I am. Those three things you have to have on top of your head. Let's try again. How fast have you been?
Fast.
All right, folks. This interview in this week of 6 Summer 2023 has went off the rails really quick.
She didn't tell you that she's got a very short memory, so that was all gone.
So she should play golf. You got to have a short memory. These two obviously are enjoying their wedding anniversary at 6 Summer 2023, presented by TBM Brakes. We're going to get you right back on track right after this. Back to you guys in the tower. Well, I got to find some better interviews.
More attention span with this one.
I told you it's not.
Ask me about my winner.
So in the online stream, we are just coming out of an interview where Don O'Neill was interviewing one of our participants down in the staging lanes. That is the Lesters, and Holly Lester competing on her first drag and drive. Her husband has competed in Drag Week in the past with their 93 Olds Cutlass. And for those of you that might see the car as it comes up here, it's very easy to look at the car and think that it might be an old Pro Stock car. But they actually bought the car as a used vehicle in 2003 and said that it was still front-wheel drive, and so they did all the work to it themselves, plus a chassis shop that was located not too far away from him. And it actually does have a real Olds engine. I believe it's 410 cubic inches with a 102-millimeter turbo on board. And it's a very unique car. So again, we had a few pieces to pick up from the top end as well as drag the racetrack. And so we'll be back underway here in just a little bit. So we only had, I believe, one car in Radial, so I have just been told that Gus Moore and the Ficklefish S10 pickup truck have acquired a 235 tire and are going to make a interesting race out of it. And now I have two cars in the Radial class, so that'll be interesting. So once again, we will be back underway here in just a little bit. And for those of you that are watching live and online and here on property at Cordova, we appreciate your patience. Thanks for being with us. So for those of you that are on the stream, I'm trying to watch what's coming up on some of it, make sure that we keep everybody informed while we don't have cars and trucks going down the racetrack. Once again, over 5,100 people strong. We appreciate that everybody that has jumped on board to come out here and watch the action live, as well as all the people that are online watching it. It looks like we're not too far away from getting fired back up. Once again, C Group cars. C Group cars. It does look like I have a bunch of you already. I need you to the lanes if you're not there already. C Group cars. C Group cars. I need you to the lanes if you're not there already for your first pass. And it looks like we're about ready to go back online. All right, Ford versus Chevy. We get back underway. A little bit of nitrous purge coming out of the 1962 Nova on the right-hand side. That's Jerry Niesel, or Kniesel. I don't know if the K is silent or not, but Niesel's 1962 Nova over on the right-hand side. Left-hand side, the Sick Week Freaks 74 Fairmont of Barra-powered hot rod. Alfonso left side with the Barra-powered hot rod. Goes 974 at 136, 904 at 150 for Jerry's nitrous-fed Nova. So a couple of 9-second passes side by side, and we'll bring up another Chevy versus Ford battle. This time we'll stage up a Chevelle left-hand side. And either a Fairmont or an LTD over on the right-hand side. Want to make sure I get it right. Andrew Heinstead, the 1979 Fairmont, the red car going wheels up off the ground. And the Chevelle getting chase wheels up. The hubcap equipped 67 Chevelle left-hand side will get their first 955 at 140, 1021 at 131 for the Fairmont over on the right-hand side. The 67 Chevelle of Mark Major making a mid-9 second pass right there. And that'll bring up the 4th gen Camaro against the 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner. Yeah, for those of you that are curious, the Plymouth Roadrunner used to have the meep meep sign that they used to do from the Warner Brothers action cartoons. They paid a little extra for it, but it actually did sound just like the Roadrunner in the cartoons. It was kind of part of the lure and everything. If you're curious, this is the Plymouth that hit the deer at the top end of the racetrack. He had made the pass, was in the shutdown area, the wall, and he plowed into it. So it looks like they've gotten it relatively fixed. Looks like somebody's shooting ducks down there, unfortunately. 9 flat at 157 for the 4th gen Camaro. On the right-hand side, that's Kenneth Selner. And unfortunately, the Plymouth not meeping too much, as Mike Chenoweth runs a 10-second pass, and that is not what that car is capable of. It's got a lot left in the tank, so hopefully he can go back and take a look at the data and make the necessary corrections and come back for his next pass. So a 2nd gen versus 3rd gen F-body next. The Firebird, the 3rd gen, over on the right-hand side, is Terry Miller. Miller in the 1982 model Firebird. That's the first year they built the 3rd gen against the supercharged LSX-powered 73 Camaro. Camaro, a beautiful car. You need to see this thing in person to truly appreciate it. He's looking for the 8s this week. Matt Frederick, 896 at 152. There it is right there. And an 865 at 151 for the Pontiac. So side-by-side 8-second passes right there. As both of them left the starting line together, they got to the 60-foot mark together, and then the nitrous-equipped Firebird just started to kind of pull away right side and got there first by a little over about a car and a half. So a good side-by-side run there for a little bit, and then the Pontiac kind of pulled it ahead and got there first on the right-hand side. So a 1970 Chevy Chevelle and a 1971 Chevy Nova will come up next. Jimmy Reinhardt in the boosted by Rhino, Florida-based Nova. He ran it in Sick Week earlier this year and had some problems in it. So he decided to kind of redeem himself out here at Sick Summer. And he'll line up against the beautiful 1970 big block powered Chevelle on the left side of the racetrack. The Chevelle is Dalton Major. And he is running in the naturally aspirated class with the 1970 model SS Chevelle. And it's got all the right stuff on it. It's got the SS stripes, the black vinyl top. And the nice thing about these cars is they'll swallow a pretty decent-sized drag radial with a stock wheelhouse under them. So he's got a decent amount of tire stuffed under the back of that car. Now, Jimmy Reinhardt, on the other hand, the boosted by Rhino single-turbo LS-powered Nova is going the sleeper route. The plain brown wrapper, the white top, and the hubcaps all on it. Try to give the appearance that this car is not as fast as you might think, but Jimmy's Nova ran in the mid-9s yesterday. As a matter of fact, he was part of a side-by-side 955-4 pairing. We had 3 of them yesterday where both competitors ran exactly the same time. Jimmy getting it up on boost and lows it in. Green light on. Both of them going wheels up off the starting line. The turbo Nova out in front of the Chevelle trying to keep it close as both of them looking for the 9s, and the scoreboards say 920 at 145 for Jimmy, 946 at 140 for the Chevelle. Couple of very good runs there. Naturally aspirated going 946. Boosted LS small block going 920. Possible 7-second car coming up next on the left-hand side of the racetrack. This is Greg Edwards. Edwards is a former winner in NMCA True Street with the Sunset Orange Metallic Camaro, and he'll line up with the 66 Le Mans on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Edwards off the mark at 135 60-foot. Across the 8th mile at 536 and looking for the 8s and goes 817 at 175. A lot of speed out the back door. And the Pontiac has problems and slows to a 13-second pass. Coming up next, Bad Leroy Brown, the nitrous-fed C10 pickup truck, going up against the Barra-powered Ford Mustang. Mustang having problems off the starting line. The big block pickup truck, 975 at 137. The Barra. Look at the speed out the back door, 154 miles an hour for the 6-cylinder, but a 14.26 as he rolled off the starting line slow to a 5.56 60-foot. Up next in the Monte Carlo right side, and Clark Rosenstengel, the 200-mile-an-hour Camaro. And Rosenstengel loses the grip left side. Miller will have a single pass. Goes 977 in the Monte Carlo at 139. Rosenstengel tried to roll the boost into it just after the 60-foot mark and literally did a second burnout. Clark's car that has been in the bottom sevens at over 200 miles an hour on the 2010 model Camaro that time did not find the traction that he wanted, so he'll go back to the pits and make some corrections. So as we get close to track temperatures in the 100-degree range, obviously every tick of the clock is important as we try to get people the elusive one and done where they make a good pass and then are able to pack it up and head to the next racetrack. So once again, A and B group radial, A and B group radial. Your lanes are still open. C group, I have called you to the lanes. C group, I have called you to the lanes.
Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
Camaro versus Mustang battle. Coming out of the burnout box next. Kevin New in the molten orange, that's what he calls it, 1967 model Chevy Camaro. Left side of the racetrack. As if it's not orange, it looks like it's blacked out, so it's pretty reminiscent of Pro Street cars back in the 80s and 90s where a lot of the chrome and the polish stuff went away and they basically painted everything to match. So a very cool looking hot rod with a little bit of nitrous on board. He'll stage up left-hand side. Right-hand side is Jason Golden. Golden in the 1989 model Mustang. Golden is already ready to go. Camaro is in and ready. Here we go. Left side hooked up, right side has to pedal it. Golden getting back after it. Kevin New to the finish line, 8:68 at 154 for the nitrous hot rod, 10:58 at 146 for the Mustang right-hand side. A 124 60-foot left side, a 170 60-foot right-hand side. That's the difference between being hooked up and using all the power and unfortunately having to pedal your way back out of it. So unfortunately the twin-turbo Mustang not getting the run that they wanted. The Camaro, on the other hand, clean and straight to an 868 154 mile an hour pass. As we continue to work our way through the slew of Radial tire cars in the A and B group, and there are quite a few of them. So for those of you that are curious and commenting on the live stream, no, Cletus has not made a pass in Mullet yet. We are still waiting for us to get to that lane as we touch up the racetrack and try to keep everything as good as we can. And sometimes we can continue to send cars and trucks down, and then sometimes it's also, sometimes we do get it where certain cars might chew at the racetrack a little bit or get some fluids down, and obviously we want to keep the racetrack as safe as possible for everybody. So we appreciate everyone's patience, both all the spectators that are watching both here on the property and online on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel. And we also appreciate all the drivers' patience while you sit in the staging lanes and wait for us to make runs. So while we touch up the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen, and we get ready to go into our next pair, again, if you are out and about either on property at any of the tracks we visit this week, you're along the routes, go to any of the stops we have, and keep in mind the routes are published on sickthemagazine.com. If you visit our website and click the SICK summer information, you can find all the routes as Luke, our editor, has put them up. And what we'll do is if you post them on Instagram with the hashtag #6summer, all spelled together with no spaces or dashes, we will find them and we will add them to our live stream. And right now we're putting those up on our live stream because we figure that people like to see some of the behind-the-scenes action and what some of you are capturing along the way, and we appreciate you sharing those with us. And it looks a little bit better than the tractors going up and down the racetrack. So we appreciate you jumping on board. We will have more to be able to add to the live stream as we go through the week. As we will have driver interviews from the side of the road that Adam Dory and I did during Sick Week. Sometimes we'll jump into some of the local shops and see what's going on as people are making, fixes and side of the road repairs. And it's cool because it does give you some of the behind the scenes of what's going on. Driver that lost your drive shaft, that drive shaft has been relocated just behind the water box. So if you are looking for your drive shaft that you lost, it has been relocated behind the water box. We figured that's a shorter walk than for you going to the top end of the racetrack. There's probably not too many people missing a drive shaft right now, so I'm not going to name names, but you know who you are. Again, seeing some of the stuff that's popping up on the live stream from all the people that have hashtagged #6summer. They're telling us about everything from going through tech to sitting at the hotel. Sean Smith saying, we're calling this a one-and-done. Car did great on the racetrack. They're going to pack up and head for the hills. People taking pictures with some of the well-known drag and drive celebrities, including Cletus McFarland. See a photo right now of Steve Morris's wagon with the front end up in the air. One of our competitors saying, made my first official pass, it wouldn't go into second gear. I made a clutch adjustment and I'm going to come back. And even Garrett Olson, our 6 staff illustrator, drawing up a cartoon rendering of John Ferroni's Charger. And that's pretty cool to check out. So we appreciate all of you hashtagging all of your interactions and photos with 6 Summer so we can share them with the masses on our live stream. Once again, to everybody that is live and online, we appreciate all the constructive feedback. Dave Schroeder, I do not believe is running this week. I have not seen him. I don't believe he went through tech. He might have, though, because between my visits to the tower and the tech line, he may have gotten through. They were registered with their C2 Corvette. For those of you that didn't know, unfortunately, Dave Schroeder had an accident during sick week that pretty much destroyed the late model Corvette that they had been running for the past few seasons. The good news is Dave Schroeder came out of it without a scratch. And considering that the car wrecked at the top end of the racetrack after a 665 run and barrel rolled several times, and Schroeder came out of it without a scratch, that was the important part. But Schroeder does still have the, I believe it's 1966 model Chevrolet Corvette. But I have not seen him. Yeah, according to my data, Dave Schroeder has a 1966 model Chevrolet Corvette with his partner out of Canada. And they did have the intention of showing up here for 6 Summer, but I'm not sure if they had a lot to do to the car, might have run into some snags. As I have talked to people over the last couple of weeks in doing coverage for Sick the Mag Online, and there are still parts availability issues. Even a few years after, well, you know what happened in 2020, we still have people that have had issues trying to get parts in a timely fashion. And again, the difference here with our first year of running Sick Summer compared to Sick Week in February is there are so many other drag and drive events that are within the next 30 days, and some people are continuing to run some of the ones they have done in the past. But to all of you that have decided to come out and be part of Sick Summer, we do appreciate it. Because, again, there are quite a few of them coming up, including one of the major ones later this month, which is Rocky Mountain Race Week 1.0. So for those of you that are jumping in to comment on the live stream, no, Brett LaSala is not here, the Snot Rocket. And Kevin Smith from KSR is also not here, as I do believe that he has so much stuff going on at his shop on a multitude of levels that he could not attend this race. I'm not sure if he's going to do another drag and drive this year or not. He has commented on it in the past. So once again, for the over 5,300 people watching live and online, we appreciate it. To all the great people in the grandstands out there enjoying a Monday at a racetrack instead of work or home, we appreciate you joining us here. Wow, for somebody that actually knows where I live, thanks. As I made the trip up here from Florida, somebody from my development actually jumped in and said hi. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Kevin is busy at the circuit with the Viper this week. That makes sense. So, yeah, Kevin does split his time between setting up cars for drag racing and is also quite active in the road course community. Ryan Klemp jumping in here and giving me some updates, as I knew it sounded a little bit weird and I wasn't quite sure, but thanks for the correction. Jeremy Howell is a GT350 based engine. It's not a Barra, so I do appreciate that. Thank you, Rye. It didn't quite sound like I expected it to, and I didn't want to just do the automatic jump into it's a Coyote. So it is a GT350, and I believe it is a stick as well. Yeah, the car has been 720s stick shifted. Yeah, see, this is the great thing about being a drag racer is some people actually send me useful information. So when I'm standing in the staging lanes BSing with people, I actually get some useful information. Some of it I remember, and then in this case, some of it I forget. Thankfully, people like Ryan give me a nice little slap on the head and said, hey, this is what you should be saying. So I appreciate that. All right, so everything is ready to rock and roll. We have cars rolling back into the water box. That'll bring up Dwayne Roll doing a burnout across the starting line. And Keith Lankauer. Lankauer in the silver Nova, the nitrous-fed ride over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. That is a 1969 model Chevy Nova. He said he would like to get in the 8s this week if he could. Over on the left-hand side, Dwayne Roll, the 1992 model Ford Mustang. He is running in the C modified class. That's one of our quicker classes. So we'll see how we do right here. Nova getting bumped in and ready. Boost building left side. They're both staged. Wheels up, launch right side. Mustang hooking and booking left side. Here comes a 7-second pass. 778 at 166 for the Mustang of Dwayne Roll. 989 at 139 for the Nova right-hand side. As both of them in the single digits. 778 at 166 for the Mustang. And ladies and gentlemen, here comes the 1988 Mazda. The rotary-powered car on the left side of the racetrack, and the Cletus McFarland in Mullet. For all of you that have been waiting, here he comes. Cletus, the only one out of his group running here this weekend, or excuse me, this week, as Sam has jumped in with EJ in the 57 Chevy Gasser. Mullet hooked up good, 124, 60 foot. Here comes a good pass. How about 692 at 217 for Cletus and Mullet? And 692 at 217 is our quickest run and our fastest run on the Radial tires. And I will call that a one and done, even though we have seen Cletus run much quicker than that. But a 692 at 217, he may very easily say, you know what, I will save the wear and tear and go to the next racetrack. So the first 6-second car on drag radials here this week. Cletus laying down a 692 at 217. Looked like a nice, clean, safe run. The Mazda going through at 1075 at 98 miles an hour as the 8th mile looks strong, 635 at 109, but then the car slowing as they might have missed a gear going down the rest of the racetrack. Our next pair up, Andy Cook and Kyle Morris. Morris in the twin-turbo small-block Ford-powered Mustang, and Andy Cook in the turbocharged LS-powered GTO on the little 235 tires. Both of them got the boost up and ready. Off the starting line they go. Cook right side, Morris left side. Morris runs to the 8th mile and gets out of it, as does Cook. 889 at 107 for Cook. 955 at 103 for Morris. Now, Morris is running in the Super Street class, so he should be making a full quarter-mile pole. Andy Cook is running in Rowdy Radial. Rowdy Radial is run on the 8-mile standard, so even though the car slowed before the quarter, it's okay. He got the digits he wanted. He went 531 at 136, which is a good run to the 8th mile. It's about what the car should be on par of. And right now there is only one car in Rowdy Radial, so we'll see if somebody else jumps ship and jumps into that class and decides to get down on the little 26 by 8.5 inch wide tire. Our next pair to the starting line, a pair of purple cars. The ZL1 powered El Camino, left side of the racetrack, and the LS infused 240 Nissan on the right hand side. The first time they're doing a drag and drive. Left hand side is Audrey Beeler. Right hand side of the Nissan going 839 at 168. That's Jeremy Ortiz, and Ortiz is in the street race class. So an 839 at 168, it's a good run, but he can't hand it in. He's too fast. The quickest you can run in the class is 8.50 based on cage restrictions. So Jeremy, even though he just went 839 at 168, he's going to have to jump back in line. He can't have that in that time slip. If he does, he'll get a 20-second time because it's too quick. Holly Lester, as I mentioned earlier, the 1993 model Olds Cutlass. 410 cubic inches of Oldsmobile power. Yeah, it doesn't have a corporate engine on board. It's got an Olds motor on board. Single turbo, her husband getting her in just the right spot. This is her first drag and drive behind the wheel. She's staging up right side, left side is Michael Pryka. Pryka in the Deerslayer Mean Nova, LS-powered Nova. This thing just got put back together, and he is making his first drag and drive since the deer slaying incident on SIG Week in 2022. He went 975 in the car in testing yesterday. What's he lay down right here? 978 at 135, and Mike Pryka Jr. says, sure, I'll take that. 978 at 135, and 985 at 146 for Holly Lester as both cars run in the nines. The younger Pryka also working for Motion Raceworks, and he's out here taking photos this week as he does the drag and drive along with Dad. Mike, what are you taking more of, memories with Dad or photos? He's down there talking with Brian Epps from BME Photography. So for those of you that want to jump over to Motion Raceworks' Facebook page, they already have an album up from yesterday in testing. And you can check out all the great stuff that Mike is going to capture along the week for Motion Raceworks and TBM Brakes. So for those of you that are commenting on the live stream, I know there's some of the stuff that I can comment on as far as having first-hand information. Somebody asked if Aiden's car was finished yet. The question being asked now, what I can tell you is Aiden's car started for the first time last night at about 11:40 at night and went on the trailer from where they were working on it. So I do not believe it is completely done yet, but it is closer to being done. They are still thrashing away on it today, so he has not lined up for a run yet. Rich Bellman coming up, the 1969 model Pontiac Firebird over on the left side of the racetrack. The right-hand side is Scott Kleppinger, the 1986 model Camaro, and he has done quite a few drag and drives in his day. The third Jet. Yeah, J-E-T. Been in the sevens in this car. Hot rod. And Scott off to a good run. Right-hand side goes 834 at 165, 933 at 144 for Belmont's Firebird. Our next two cars to the starting line. Michael Lennerson, the 1987 model Mustang, the green car on the left side of the racetrack, will stage up against the Malibu station wagon. That's Michael Puckett. Puckett having trouble right off the starting line. The Mustang, on the other hand, no trouble at all. And Lennerson out the back door goes 907 at 154 with the parachute out. So I have just been told that the Malibu station wagon currently having some issues. So that was by design. He just wanted to take the Christmas tree under power. So Michael Puckett will get credit for actually being in competition, and that is legal. What you need to do is take the tree under power, but rather than run the car down the racetrack and possibly put down fluid or parts breakage, he's just going to take that as being able to stage the car and now probably go back to the pit area and either switch it over to street mode or possibly do some work on it, see if he can come back later in the day to make another time run. So once again, we are rolling through our first session of A and B Group Radial. And sometimes that happens when we get some of the radial cars and some of the slick cars. Sometimes a certain class and group will run with no issues, and then sometimes we just have multiple cars. And considering this is the first day and this is when you get a majority of your drops due to breakage, it's not uncommon for it to take a little bit longer. But keep in mind, we do have a long day full of coverage today, because we do plan to run to about the 6 o'clock time zone. So right now it is 10:50 Central Time. So we still have a lot of action here to go. So we'll bring our next two cars out of the water box. CJ Durbin, the twin-turbo 1990 S10 pickup truck. He laid down an 866 pass yesterday in testing. He'll stage up against the Malibu right-hand side. Chevy Malibu of Dino Riboletti. He gets off the starting line first. The S10 going to try to play catch-up. Looks like he's going to get around him at the top end, but it's going to be close. 901 at 150 for the Malibu, and a 931 at just 108 for the S10 pickup truck, as CJ was getting around him, and then right after the 8th mile just clicks it off and coasts across the finish line at just 108 miles an hour. So we see our first two cars that come back that have already made a lick today in the Radial Tire Wars. Tim Flanders in the four-eyed 1986 model Mustang. He's running in the, I believe, the street race class. So he's looking for an 8.50 time, so he's running the naturally aspirated ride of Joshua Norris Sr. Flanders goes 906 at 121, 972 at 137 for the naturally aspirated small block ride of Josh. We'll bring a pair of Mustangs around next. The 2011 model Shelby Mustang over on the right-hand side, the 1990 hatchback Mustang on the left-hand side. The hatch is Travis Larson. The Shelby on the opposite side is Mike Ramars. 850 with an 8 at 161 miles an hour, nearly a perfect pass for Travis Larson. In the street race 275 class, the quickest you can go is 8.500. So 850 with an 8. A darn near perfect pass for Larson, and he will take that run. Then I bring up another pair of Ford products. The Barra-powered Ford on the right side. The stick-shift turbocharged mod-motored Mustang, the 2003 Cobra on the left side. The stick-shift car went 890 last time. And on a good pass again this time, he goes 878 at 163, improving by a little over a tenth of a second. So Brian Crane picks up the pace a little bit. The 79 Fairmont of Alfonso Novello going 970 at 137. So we go from a pair of Mustangs side by side to a pair of Camaros side by side. And again, both of these cars have already made laps. Michael Manuel and the, actually, that is number 18, number 10. It would help if I looked. Kevin New, 1967 model Chevy Camaro. The nitrous-fed ride over on the right-hand side, already making an 8-second pass. Clark Rosenstengel coming back for another shot in his 2010 model Camaro. He smoked the tires right off the starting line. See if he's got to tone down this time. No, he already has to pedal it once, but now he's back in the throttle. And Rosenstengel to the finish line left side goes 768 at 201. With a pedal job and a 141.60 foot, Rosenstengel goes 768 at 201.31 miles an hour. 868 at 154 for the first-gen Camaro on the opposite side. Once again, drivers, please stay with your vehicles. We mentioned this yesterday, but it is important for us to continue to keep the lanes rolling. Drivers, please stay with your vehicles. Drivers, please stay with your vehicles. That will bring the team of Josh Davis and Devin Vanderhoof back to the starting line. Josh Davis went 7 flat with a 4 at 209 miles an hour on his last lap. I wonder if they went back to the pits and wanted to get it tuned up just a little bit more to possibly get a 6 out of it. Again, this car has gone 710 at 208 miles an hour on a 235 Radial. Yeah, the little 26 by 8.5 tire. This week they're rolling on the 275s, which most of us call small tires. Devin has told me, yeah, these are the big ones. He's going to spool up that single turbo Chevy underneath the hood and let go. Carries that left front wheel out there on a 121.60 foot to the top end. Can he get the 6s? 686 at 208.97 miles an hour. That is the quickest radial tire pass of the day. Cletus went 692 at 217, and Devin said, hold my beer and watch this. 686 at 208 out of the convertible drop top Mustang. So now 2 cars have gotten into the 6s on the small tires. And again, Devin and Josh leading the charge. 686.6 at 208.97 miles an hour. And to put it in perspective, that is the 3rd quickest pass of the day. 666 for Steve Morris, 681 for Alex Taylor, 686 for Josh Davis in Devin's convertible Mustang. That's how close the top 3 cars are. David Deal and the turbocharged Mustang coming back around for another shot. The Nick and David Deal joint effort Mustang. This car also ran at Sick Week. He'll stage up against the beautifully naturally aspirated 55 Chevy out of the Havlick camp. This is Brian Havlick, 1955 model big block Chevy, and this is a naturally aspirated ride. They are both staged and ready. Big wheel stand there for the Chevy. Deal having problems off the starting line, and the Chevy also kind of faltering, but now with the hammer down out the back door, 952 at 152. You notice the 152 mile an hour speed. That Chevy should be in the 90, 890 range with that speed, but he had some problems off the 60 foot. They had to go through the valve train, as he told me after he went through tech yesterday, that it needed to have all the valve springs replaced in it. So apparently they may have still been self-seating. Deal having problems after he got to the 8th mile. This is Tom Llewellyn. Llewellyn in the 99 model Mustang, he came up and already made a hit earlier today, and he posted on social media with 6 Summer. That's how I know. He said he had problems. He couldn't get it into second gear, and had some problems. And once again, has traction problems off the starting line. He's got it in gear now. Bank shifting and going down the right-hand side. Goes 1080 at 145. Now the speed is indicative of a mid-9-second car. He just couldn't get the hook he wanted. 172 60-foot is not conducive to a 9-second ET. All right, Radial for A and B group. Radial for A and B group. Your lanes are now closed. A and B group Radial. A and B group Radial. Your lanes are now closed. That'll bring Joshua Norris in the small block Chevy 2 up for his 3rd shot of the day. He'll line up with Michael Manuel in the 1989 model Camaro, the turbocharged ride. The Mullet for a split second, and the Camaro rockets around right side. 707 at 206.51 miles an hour for Michael Manuel in the Camaro. What a shot there. He had not made a pass yet, but 707.8 at 206 for Michael Manuel in the 3rd-gen Camaro. And the best pass of the day, I believe, for Josh Norris, 969 at 137, little Chevy 2. But Michael Manuel's 708 at 206 will actually put him in the top 5 of quickest ET so far. Actually, excuse me, number 6. Because we have 5 cars in the 6-second range. So Michael's car now the quickest 7-second car. As we get ready to go to our next cars. Once again, we do ask drivers, please stay with your vehicles, as it looks like we do have some drivers that have been missing from the staging lane, so that's why we have some of the break in the action here. And we see Cletus coming back around to the water box. That's interesting. Because originally I would have thought with a 692 at 217 that he might have just made the one pass and called it good, but Cletus did say, and I did mention earlier, that he called he was going to go 681. Right now, the quickest Radial car on the property has gone 686. That's Devin and Josh's Mustang. So we'll have to see if Cleater turned it up a little bit and what the car will run on this pass. Again, track temperature is going to continue to go up. So we'll see how he does right here. Michael Pryka coming around for his 2nd shot in the Mean Nova, 1972 LS-powered, naturally aspirated Nova. As I mentioned earlier, we got to call this car the Deer Slayer for all the wrong reasons last year after it clipped one leaving Gainesville Raceway. The car recently just getting refreshed, and now I believe only has 8 runs on it from completion. He went 978 earlier today and goes 976 at 136, so staying really consistent there. His best run in testing was a 975. That'll bring up our next pair, Andy Cook and Cletus McFarland. Cook in the small 235 tire, that's the Rowdy Radial car, the Pontiac GTO on the left side of the racetrack. Andy Cook, the brother of Doug Cook, involved with TBM Brakes and Motion Raceworks. Meanwhile, all eyes over on right-hand side, the 1986 model El Camino known as Mullet with the Steve Morris Big Block twin precision turbos through the hood. He's looking to better a 692 at 217. Did he turn it up enough? Now this time he strikes the tires. And Cook on the single goes 523 at 138. That's an improvement on his 531 from earlier, but Cletus came back and turned it up and did not get the traction that he wanted, so he will coast down the racetrack. The question is will he sit on the 692 at 217 from his first pass and prep the car to drive to the next facility, or will he wait it out and come back this afternoon and try again? We'll bring the Monte Carlo and 4th Gen Camaro up next. Monte Carlo left-hand side, the 1988 model of Eric Burrows. Will stage up against the 4th Gen Camaro. That's Kenneth Sellner, the 2002 model Camaro. Off the start line, both on the wheels in the air. Better 60 foot to the Camaro. And the Camaro having problems, it slows the Monte Carlo to the finish line, 877. At 155, and a lot of smoke coming out of the Camaro as they slow to a 1298 pass. So we're going to send the track crew down there, as might have gotten some hot fluid on, say, the exhaust, and that's what caused the smoke, as the smoke has stopped just as quickly as it started. So hopefully the driver is A-okay. I haven't seen any movement from the top end yet. As the door to the car has come open. And we have one of our track workers heading out there to him. Driver is out of the car, so that's good. The driver is okay. But unfortunately had some smoke come out of the car as he slowed already from the run. So we're going to have to assess the situation and see how everything looks as far as the top end goes before we send our next car down. So we're going to be on hold here for just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen that are on the property, now's a good time to go visit the concession stand, get yourself something good to eat or drink. You could also go and visit the Sick the Mag merchandise booth. There's not too many people over there, so it's a great time to go and visit, grab yourself some official merchandise. We do have a couple different versions of the event t-shirt for Sick Summer, as well as the Cordova Raceway specific track shirt. We're doing different shirts for every single racetrack throughout the week. And again, they are done in limited quantity, so if you'd like to go grab yourself one of those, do so before we sell out of them. So the word from the top end is no fluid or parts down. They just need to tow the car off. So that's encouraging. Means we'll be back to action here sooner than expected. But again, we do need to get the vehicle off the racetrack first and then completely assess the situation. But as of right now, we have been told no fluid or parts down. So that's good. And hopefully that will remain the case. And that means we'll be back underway sooner than expected. So as soon as I get the Camaro hooked up and off the top end of the racetrack, we'll wait for the final word, and then we'll be back underway, as we do have quite a few people sitting in the lanes waiting for their shot. And for everybody that is in the staging lanes waiting your turn, we thank you so much for your patience as we try to give everybody a lot of run time here today. As again, we only have a 77-mile drive from here to Byron Dragway, which is our second stop of 6 Summer. Once again, for all of you that would like to check out the routes and see where we're going, you could jump on sickthemag.com, click on the 6 Summer link, and you could check out where all the routes are going. So if you'd like to grab a spot alongside the road and watch all the cars and trucks go by that are participating in not only 6 Summer on the racetrack, but also Sick Ward, our car show that is brought to us by Summit Racing and Peak Performance, you could check that out. If you want to join us at some of the stops, feel free to do so. A lot of the enthusiasts out here would love to hear about how you're following online and checking out some photos. You can visit some of the cars and stars that you like. So the car is hooked up and is off the first turnoff. So what have we been told again is that we are clean. So it looks like we are going to go back to racing action here in just a few minutes, provided I don't hear anything different. And I have been told by former Drag and Drive winner Matt Lamphere with the Turtle that CJ Durbin with the blue and silver S10 has switched to Radial. That's interesting, as he was in the 860 range yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see if he can give Andy Cook a run for his money. Cook so far laying down a 531 and a 523 to the 8th mile. So CJ Durbin, the twin turbo S10, now going to be playing in the Radial class. Ladies and gentlemen, coming out of the water box, this is E.J. Najali. Najali coming out of the Sick the Magazine group in the 57 Chevy wagon, being joined by Sam from Cletus's crew. This is her first drag and drive she has ever done, and only her third pass down a drag strip. She made 2 runs yesterday, her best of which was a 14.99. And EJ will coast across the finish line at 14.96 at 59 miles an hour. Sounding like the car might have shut off on her just past the 1,000-foot mark, but that is her best pass of the week so far. And I guarantee you, even though they may have some trouble that they have to work on, she's still going to have a smile on her face as she is out participating on her very first drag and drive event. The car got purchased from Virginia as an old bracket car, and it said in the ad, can't be driven long distances. Well, EJ and Tom Bailey pretty much looked at that and said, sounds like a challenge. So they found a lot of 50 and 60-year-old wiring in it, along with a questionable cooling system, a questionable charging system, and a whole lot of stuff on the interior of the car that didn't work. So Jason Sack from the Cowboy Up Nova joined us for a couple of days at the Tom Bailey home base, helped him get the car wired and plumbed, get all the lights working, and the car started for the first time on Saturday afternoon. So cool to see EJ out in the Gasser 57 Chevy, making her first drag and drive appearance. And again, she is going to be joined all week by Sam from the Cletus crew as they do 6 Summer together. So we wait for our next class to get loaded up. Looks like we have some cars coming back to make a second shot, including I see Bryant Goldstone pulling back into the staging lanes. So the Javelin coming back to the lanes, and he was our first 6-second car of the day, going 692. And again, as I mentioned, that car still has about 2-3 tenths in the bank, so it'll be interesting to see what he does with the tune-up. If he can get it to go a little bit quicker. Again, the number to beat right now is 666 from Steve Morris. So our C group is in the lanes and at the ready. I believe we are going to be pulling cars around here in just a minute. This is the second run This is the second pass of the day for the Super Street ride of Tony Karamitos. Karamitos' 69 Camaro made an 8-second pass earlier today at 166 miles an hour, and the Lee Spring a Quick 69 Camaro has been in the 7s before, so I'm not sure if he just wanted to get a good A to B pass and might come back and turn it up here. But he already does have an 8-second pass in his clutches. We'll see what he does right here. Again, this is a former NMCA, the National Muscle Car Association, True Street winner. So we'll see what he does right here. As I mentioned, Brian Goldstone coming back around, and he is going to make another pass in the AMC Javelin. We'll see how he does on his rerun. Tony going to get it stalled up. Into it a little bit too much and spun the tires, but pedaled out of it nicely. He'll leg it out the back door, 889 at 165. So not an improvement on what he ran earlier today. But Tony has his second 8-second pass of the day so far. Once again, for all of you that are watching live and online, the Tom Bailey YouTube channel, if you like what you see and all the effort behind bringing you the live stream, we would ask that you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We appreciate you watching. And once again, thanks to Gear Vendors Overdrive, the official live stream sponsor. Rick, thank you so much to you and your group for allowing us to bring the drag and drive action of 6 Summer presented by TBM Brakes to the masses on the internet. So once again, a lot of cars sitting in the staging lanes as we are getting ready to go into our C group. Basically, we separate the cars based on elapsed time predictions, and we pretty much alter the track prep to make sure that everybody has the prep that they need in order to be able to make good, solid A to B runs. Obviously, the tune-ups and the track preparation for cars in the 6, 7, and 8-second range is going to be a little bit different from cars that would be, say, in the 10 and 11-second range. So we group them accordingly to make sure that everybody can get down the racetrack and make good, clean runs. Thank you so much to everybody that, again, is watching live and online and commenting. We do appreciate you being part of 6 Summer as we get things started here at Cordova Dragway. Somebody mentioned please stay hydrated on the live feed, and I agree 100%. As we are in summertime, and you definitely want to make sure that that is something that you stay after. For everybody that is joining us here on the property this week, we ask that you please stay hydrated while you enjoy the drag racing, because the sun will take it right out of you, even if it's a little bit cloudy out. All right, so here comes Bryant Goldstone. Goldstone, the first car to run in the 6s here on 6 Summer, as he went 697 at 203 and had a pedal job on it a little bit. And he held on to that lead for a little tiny bit before he got eclipsed by both Steve Morris and Alex Taylor. So right now, Bryant Goldstone who is running in the unlimited iron category with that elapsed time, is sitting behind Alex Taylor. So obviously he'd like to make up some of that time, because if you turn in an ET that is slower than your competitor at the beginning of the week, you now have to work from behind to get back into contention. So Goldstone, as I mentioned, this car has been in the 660 range at over 212 miles an hour, but the track temp is starting to rise. Let's see if he made the right tune-up call. He bumps it in and gets it ready. Looking good so far. 1:11.60 foot time to the finish line. Bryant Goldstone, 668 at 217.39 miles an hour for Bryant Goldstone, the second quickest pass of the day and possibly the best mile an hour of the weekend. Excuse me, the week. I keep thinking about it's like I'm at a Saturday, Sunday race. Cletus went 217 on his hit, but Bryant Goldstone also going 217. I didn't write down the digits at the end, but 668 at 217 for Bryant Goldstone will move him back into contention as the second quickest pass of the week, just a couple of ticks behind Steve Morris. That'll move us into our C group, and we'll get started here with a Oldsmobile and a Challenger. Rovek Alua out of the Yukon in the Oldsmobile going 10:04 at 133, 10:53 at 129 for the Challenger of Rick Callahan. He's running in the Bullseye Challenge. So the Bullseye today is 25. So you want to get as close to 25 as possible without going faster than it. So he's about 2.5 tenths away from it. Dodge Dart Swinger coming up next, left side of the racetrack on the 65 Chevy Nova. Left side of the racetrack. The Nova of Dean Teppen, 65 model. We'll get to the finish line first. 11:22 at 118. 11:83 at 113 for the Dodge Dart Swinger of Michael Turner. That'll bring up an all Mustang battle next. Tom Bretz in the 2018 model Mustang GT, the gray car on the left side of the racetrack. Right-hand side, the purple Mustang. Cole Reimars is going to give chase to the Coyote-powered Mustang left side of the racetrack as Tom is making quick work of the quarter mile. 9:92 at 145, 11:49 at 117 for Reimars' application. Our next two cars heading down the racetrack. Van Wergen going 10:17 to 132 in the Chevy 2 Nova, 11:77 at 87 miles an hour on the left-hand side. For Gus Moore in the recently reshoed 1998 Chevy S10 pickup truck. How about this beautiful turquoise-colored 1970 Chevy Chevelle on the right side of the racetrack? Did a recent feature on this car. This is Ken Cuttle Jr. It's an original Big Block SS car that now has a slightly more cubic inch Big Block in it. He's looking for something in the low 10s. Goes 1057 at 125, 1092 at 127 for the F-150 pickup truck of Tom Quipper. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I have a parts call. I need a VS Racing 88 to 92 T6 flange turbo. Yeah, we're actually looking for the Turbski. A VS Racing 88 to 92 T6 flange turbo. If you have one or know where one can be purchased, I'd ask that you please come to the second floor of the tower, left door, and let me know. So we are on hold here for a minute as we have something on the racetrack that was noted. So we are going to check that out real quick before we send this pair down. The chat room is always interesting when someone says, wow, who needs a turbo? Yeah, it's only day one and people are already looking for turbos. Keep me locked up here in the tower. So for everybody that's sending messages, we do appreciate it. It's a little supercharged Ford Hot Rod left-hand side, and the 64 Chevelle sitting at the ready as soon as we get the all clear from the top end. Hot Rod and the Chevelle on their way down the racetrack. The Chevelle of Tyre Bertland. The Aqua car going 1051 at 128, 1011 at 130 miles an hour for the Bullseye Challenge Hot Rod of John Mortensen. The Bullseye is 25 for today, so it doesn't matter if you go 925 or 1525. What you're trying to do is get the last two digits of your run to match up with the bullseye. Either that or get as close to it as possible without going under it. 1972 Olds Cutlass coming up next, left side of the racetrack, on the 2017 VW Golf. The Golf belonging to David Barker. This is his Plan B car, as he was supposed to bring his Dodge Charger out, but parts availability but the VW is a mid-11-second car, all-wheel drive, so still a lot of fun, I'm sure. He's lined up here against Steve Niles in the Oldsmobile. Niles goes 11:35 at 117, 11:33 at 119 for the VW, so good side-by-side battle there. Our next pair is John Minchuk. Minchuk in the black Chevy Nova on the right side of the racetrack. He'll face off with the station wagon on the left-hand side. Station wagon is a 1978 Mercury Zephyr. This is the high-end Mercury station wagon. Mercury basically meant add an extra wood grain over the Ford. The Mercury being piloted by Barry Little. Little with the stars and stripes across the front windshield banner, and I believe he also has the back glass to match. So the Nova right side, the Mercury Zephyr wagon left side. Both of them clean and green off the starting line. We'll run about the same times, 11:68 at 1:14 for the wagon, 11:71 at 1:17 for the Nova. Speaking of Novas, here comes another one. This is Ian Hogshead. Hogshead is a longtime drag and drive runner. Will face off against the Hustlin' Hillbilly 55 Chevy Gasser. Darwin Peterson in the Gasser left side and Hogshead right side. They cross the finish line almost together. 10:17 left side, 10:50 right side. Both of them going above 127 miles an hour in the quarter mile here at Cordova. The ill-tempered 1961 model Pontiac Tempest. Yeah, this is before they made them into the slightly bigger A-body cars. Will stage up here against the sleeper wagon. Tempest off the starting line first. That's Kevin Clowen. And he is running up against the wagon, and the wagon laying one down. Left side goes 10:06 at 1:35. And the little station wagon of Chuck Hoekstra. The 1986 LTD wagon. That's probably surprised a few people. 10:06 at 1:35, a 10:97 at 1:18 for the ill-tempered Pontiac Tempest. Couple of late model hot rods coming up next. The Burnout complete left-hand side for the Hellcat Challenger and the 5-liter Mustang. The S550 chassis Mustang will stage up right-hand side. Nicholas Saraju in the Mustang. It's a 2020 model. It says white. Looks like he added in a little bit of dirt to spice it up. Left-hand side is Lloyd Church in the 2022 Challenger. Church going to get there first. 11:35 at 1:29, 13:15 at 1:17 for the 2020 model Mustang. Couple of Ford and Chevrolet hot rods coming up next. The 72 Chevy Chevelle, one of our Sick Week runners, will stage up against the 65 Mercury Comet on the opposite side. A little bit of tire chatter out of the Chevelle off the starting line. It's Ron Augustine running the Chevelle. The Comet going 10:82 at 1:29. That's TJ Hodge. 11:05 at 1:31 for Augustine Chevelle. A little bit more speed, but the 60-foot is where he lost a lot of his time with a 191 60-foot. If you are on the property, Peak Performance is sponsoring Sick Ward. They asked for you to stop by and see their roadside rescue wagon. It's a pretty cool looking wagon. And you could sign up for the Peak Squad and get a really cool Peak water bottle for free. So yeah, go visit them. They're located just next to the Bar and Grill, the pizza place, just behind the grandstands on the tower side of the racetrack. Next pairing going down, 11:66 at 1:26 right side, 13:67 at 80 miles an hour for the patina'd hot rod left-hand side. Couple of Mopar products coming up next. Chuck Sorensen in the 1964 model Valiant. That's the hoodless hot rod left side of the racetrack. Right-hand side is Anthony Wiseman. Wiseman in the 69 model Dodge Dart. This is the re-debut of this car as it sat on the sidelines for quite a while. The hot rod by Havlin location. Left side got off the mark first. The Dart has regained the traction and will get back across the finish line first. 10:95 at 1:12, 11:27 at 1:17 left side. Here comes our next pair of hot rods. The Chevrolet Police Pursuit vehicle. Left side of the racetrack, that's Corey Rusak, 2014 model Chevy Caprice. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side is the Godzilla-powered Fairmont. Yeah, this has got the late model Godzilla motor in it. This is Nathan Stunk. Strunk the 1980 model Fairmont, and he's got it tuned down because he doesn't have his licensing stuff done. 11:18 at 121, 12:52 at 111 for the left-hand side. Nathan and I talked for an article on that car a little while back, and he told me, he said the car has a lot of potential, but he just couldn't get his NHRA licensing paperwork completed in time. So they turned the car down so he can do his first drag and drive with it. The car is just recently getting done, and the attention to detail based on photos in that car is beautiful. He obviously likes to clean stuff, or he just hates work, because the interior is all painted white too. 4th gen Camaro coming Chevy over on the right-hand side. The 55 Chevy is Marty Pixler on the right-hand side. He goes 1171 at 112, 1082 at just 99 miles an hour. For the Camaro on the left-hand side, that's Eric Bergevert. Bergerkevert, I believe is how you say it. It's got way too many consonants in it and not enough vowels. Camaro versus Challenger in our next matchup. The 2021 Challenger belongs to John McCudden, the 3rd gen Camaro. Rocketing off the starting line left-hand side is Nicholas Martino. Martino's running in the naturally aspirated category, and he goes 1074 at 126, 1118 at 121 for the Challenger right side. All right, looks like a little bit of racetrack touch-up right-hand side as we got some gold dust going down. That'll help adhere the rubber and get us back to a more consistent track surface. We still got cars waiting in the staging lanes for the C group to make a pass. So once again, C group, you are in the lanes right now. C group, you are in the lanes at this moment. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. My D group, D as in David, D group. Time for your first pass. If you want to come to the lanes, please. D group, D group. I will take you to the lanes at this time, please. D group, D group. I need you to the lanes at this time, please. As we continue to get everything ready to go, we still have cars in the lanes. So we appreciate everybody's patience. We will be back underway here in just a little bit.
6 Summer 2023. We're out here, we're driving miles, and we're racing cars, and stuff will break. Mitch from Red Horse, I bet you're expecting a lot of lines and fittings to be put to the test out here during 6 Summer 2023.
We never expect anything to break. You never want anything to break, but if it does, we're here. We're trying to support, trying to give back to the racer, trying to give back to those smaller guys too, the big guys that can't afford the big, heavy, badass equipment kind of thing going on. So it's just everything's filled inside. Anybody breaks, anybody has any issues, we're here. We're ready to fix anybody and everybody we can.
So, Mitch, what kind of brought Red Horse in? Red Horse was not part of Sick Week earlier in the year, but here we are, Sick Summer. We're out here, Midwest. It's hot.
1966 four-door Nova as well. Eaton has finished every drag week that they have, or every Dragon Drive that they have entered, every drag week since 2007, according to my statistician. He's running down left side of the racetrack looking for an 11-second time slip. And goes 10.99 with a 0 at 121, improving on what he ran yesterday. Right side goes 15.22 at just 66 miles an hour. That's Shane Bryan in the 1974 Camaro. He's obviously trying to run that 25 bullseye number and just barely misses at 15.22. He's about 300s under the bullseye. So he tried to slow down and run right on the bullseye and just barely missed it. Once again, I need my D group. D as in David. D group. To the lanes, please. D group. D group. I need you to the lanes, please. The Ford pickup truck and the Ford Mustang heading to the finish line. 10:42 at 133 for the pickup truck. 10:37 at 133 for the Mustang. The Mustang, I know from some of our SIC groups, had been getting kind of thrown back together in time to make SIC Summer. Ryan Bowden in the F-150 going 10:42, 10:37 for the Mustang, and I'm sure I'm going to butcher this name. That was Douglas Nedgel, the 88 Mustang. The 2008 Dodge SRT coming up next, and the 68 Chevelle will stage up alongside. The Chevelle yesterday, Edward Tilrock making several runs to get the car ready for competition today. And the Jeep on the opposite side, that's Jay Hansen, the 2008 Jeep SRT8. Both of them off the starting line on good launches. Running almost identical times. 10:64 left side, 10:62 right side, as both cars eclipse 130 miles an hour. Third gen and fourth gen Camaros getting staged up right here. The third gen left side is Nathan Hines, 1984 model. He goes 10:38 at 138, 9:78 at 117 left-hand side. We go from a pair of Camaros to a pair of Mustangs next. Jason Turner coming up in the 2003 model Ford Mustang. That's the red car on the right, on the left side of the racetrack. Yeah, my right, not your right. If you do enough rights, you get to left. You're facing the wrong direction, though. Jason Turner will face the S197 chassis Mustang over on the opposite side. That's Mike Capitano. Capitano in the 2013 model Mustang. He's running the dial your own class. Turner in the stick shift class. Capitano having problems. 11:29 at 124 for Turner. 13:91 at a coasting 68 miles an hour right-hand side. Up the Corvette against the 1974 model Chevy Nova. Nice little wheel stand there for the Nova. Left-hand side of the racetrack. The Corvette having problems. It sounds like the clutch in the car might actually be toast. 1084 at 123 for the Chevy Nova of Doug Carlson. And the Corvette continuing to have trouble as he made it to the 330-foot time in over 7 seconds. So obviously not going to be the number that he wants. He'll go back to the pits and try to make some adjustments before he comes back for his next shot at the racetrack. Although he did make the pass, so he technically has completed day one by staging. But it's not going to set any records. That'll bring up the third-gen Camaro against the Chevy Malibu next. Todd Kleeman in the 81 Malibu. This is the last year they made the two-door. He's going down right-hand side. Left-hand side is Tyler Sandow in the 86 Camaro. He goes 1041 at 137, 1032 at 127 for the Malibu. Once again, I have called D. D is in David group. D group to the lanes, please. D group. D group to the lanes, please. Another third-gen Camaro and Chevy Nova will come to the starting line here. The Camaro of David Black, 1985 model. That's the blue car, and the Chevy Nova with the Sunoco-style hood and the parachute out the back left-hand side. That's Jeremy Kroger. Kroger in the Dial Your Own class. The Camaro is running as well in the Dial Your Own class. 1079 right side, 1038 left side. Both of them going over 132 miles an hour. A little bit of cleanup on the starting line left-hand side. Not too much, just like a small spot that they're trying to get cleaned up. So while we wait on our next pair to get the signal for the burnouts, once again, we will be running for quite a while here at Cordova as we only have 77 miles to go to our next location. That's Byron Dragway. So Tom has extended the amount of run time on the first day, give everybody a little bit more time, not feel like you're in such a rush, be able to get everything situated. And let's be honest, there's several cars that are out here that are coming in somewhat unprepared as people are either putting together brand new builds or knocking the dust off of stuff that hasn't been moved for quite a while. Jeff Kurziak, the 93 model Mustang, another guy who just got his ride finished up literally within 48 hours of the event. He's right-hand side, left-hand side, the beautiful orange Malibu wagon of Biff Rollins. Jeff is continuing to fight that Mustang right-hand side. Rollins having no trouble. Left side goes 1071 at 129, 1245 at 109 for Jeff and the Mustang. Once again, I've been jumping back and forth between addressing what's on the racetrack as well as trying to keep up on the live feed. So for everybody that is sending us messages and watching at home, thank you so much for joining in. Shout out to some of my people back in Florida that are watching, that participated on Sick Week. We appreciate you watching in spirit while we are up here in the north doing Sick Summer. So thank you so much for being part of it. Final call for C Group. Final call for C Group. We will close your lanes in 7 minutes. Final call for C Group. Final call for C Group. We will close your lanes at 11:55. Final call for C Group. Final call for C Group. We will close your lanes at 11:55. Well, we got a report of something from the top end of the racetrack, so we are going to drive down and take a look at it. While we are on hold, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a little bit of a recap of what we've had so far today. We opened with Bryant Goldstone going 697 at 203. He has since come back on his second pass and turned the wick up to go 668 at 217. And currently sitting in the number 2 spot is the second quickest car of the day. The quickest car of the day honors goes to Steve Morris in the Boostmaster wagon. He did a one and done going 666 at 213. Alex Taylor on her first and only hit goes 681 at 208. Cletus McFarland went 692 at 217. And in the Radial tire cars, the quick car of Radials right now is the two-man team of Josh Davis and Devin Vanderhoff. Vanderhoff going 686.6 at 208, and technically I just said that incorrectly. It's Devin's car, but Josh was wheeling it. They went 7 flat with a 4 at 209 on the first pass, followed it up with a 686.6 at 208.97 miles an hour. So they are the quickest Radial car so far of the day. Michael Manuel in the third-gen Camaro went 708 at 206 to lay claim to the third quickest car on Radials. And that gives you kind of an update on where we're at right now. There has been a lot of other great performances, and as well as some people that have been struggling a little bit to get down the racetrack. Andy Cook, the only driver that so far has made a pass in Rowdy Radial form. I've been told that there could possibly be up to 2 drivers that are changing tires over at the Mickey Thompson trailer and jumping into the 235 small tire war, which is a 26-inch diameter tire, 8.5 inches wide. So it is small and very unforgiving, as the Rowdy Radial class, when we ran it at SIG Week, had quite a few people earlier this year, and a lot of people said that even with great track prep conditions, the tire is not very forgiving. So it took a lot of tune-up changes. But Andy Cook out of TBM Brakes and Motion Raceworks going 5:31, and then following that with a 5:23 to currently lead the Rowdy Radial class. Clark Rosenstengel in the 2010 model Camaro went 768 at 201 on his second shot. So again, a lot of great action has happened so far today, but we are not even halfway through the racing action. Now, granted, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are watching here on site, as well as those of you that are watching on the live feed, there are a lot of people that are possibly going to do a one and done. And they are going to get packed up and head to the next racetrack. And so far, we already have people that are throwing out word of the day. And the sad part is if it's the word that somebody just suggested, then yes, I can see how the at-home drinking game is going to be slightly toxic to some. The guys in the 2017 model Chevy Camaro are coming up next. Michael Cole in the Avenger left side goes 11:23 at 119, 996 at 140 for the Nicky Camaro of Matt Peckham. Then I bring up a pair of Chevrolet products. The Chevy C10 pickup truck, beautiful example, over on the right-hand side of the racetrack, and the Chevy Nova will come up left-hand side. The Nova is John Christensen, 1970 model Chevy Nova. And the pickup truck belonging to Anthony McDowell, 1957 model C10. That was the first year that they changed to the two-light design. McDowell on a good pass right side. Goes 10:38 at 125. The Nova following 12:43 at 107. 2 minutes for C Group. 2 minutes for C Group to come back around if you want to make another pass before we close your lanes. C Group, lane closes in 2 minutes. C Group, lanes close in 2 minutes. 16 at 124, right side, 1087 at 132, left-hand side. Doing a little bit of homework up here in the tower. I was asking the teachers for notes. The Ranger of Aaron Gerke going 1087 at 132 against Rovek Alua's Yukon-based Oldsmobile that went 1016 at 124. That'll bring up the Mustang versus Nova next, and it looks like we have a little bit of fluid on the right side of the racetrack, so we're on hold here for just a minute while we clean that up before we roll up Tom Bretz. And it actually looks like we're going to send him on a single pass because we're probably going to need a little bit more work done to the right side of the racetrack. Nice wheels up launch for Chris Van Worden. Van Worden going 10:06 at 133 in the hubcap equipped 67 Nova. All right, it is 11:55. Attention C Group. C Group, your lanes are now closed. C Group. C Group, your lanes are now closed. Tom Bretz goes 10:11 at 140 in the 2018 model Mustang. Hey, spectators, I've just been told that you can visit the bar and you can pick up a map if you would like to follow along with the cruise route for the Dragon Drive. So if you would like to join us to Byron tomorrow, you can pick up a map at the bar if you would like. 1930 Model A left-hand side. Right-hand side is Kellen Flenger in the 66 Barracuda. The big window Barracuda goes 1264 at 110, 1040 at 117 for the hot rod of John Mortensen. He's running the Bullseye Challenge. 1040 is about a tenth and a half off of the number 25, so the 1040 not a bad run, but he needs to run a little bit closer. He needs to go like 1030 in order to get up towards the top. We're going to do a single pass here for the third-gen Chevy Nova. John Minchuk in the 72 Nova going down right-hand side of the racetrack. Goes 12:18 at 115. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All competitors, it looks like we will probably do a session based on group again for the second time around. We will not go to an all-run session, but we will break them out instead based on group. So, again, if you are waiting to make another run, we are not going to do an all-run. We will call by group for our next session. So keep that in mind, please. Steve Eden coming back in the 1970 model Chevy Nova. He went 1099 last time. What's he put down this time? 1117 at 119, so he slowed down a little bit. He is running the dial your own class, so he probably wants to pick up a time slip that he can hand in and run close to that number as we go through the rest of the week. Chevrolet Nova's going down the racetrack. Ian Hogshead left-hand side. Goes 1062 at 125. 1076 at 124 for the right-hand side. That's Doug Carlson in the 74 Nova. The 69 Dodge Dart coming up next, right side of the racetrack. And they'll line up against the Ficklefish. The Ficklefish now been retroed with the little 26 by 8.5 inch tires, and he spins them right off the starting line. Probably not as forgiving as his previous tires were. The Dart going down right side goes 1039 at 112. I believe that is their best pass of the week so far for Anthony Wiseman. And the Ficklefish going 1648 at 61 miles an hour. Corvette having problems left-hand side. The Mustang goes 1172 at 126. That is a big improvement on their low 13-second pass from previous. And the Corvette continuing to have trouble running a 1979. Second and third gen Camaros going down the racetrack right here. 1083 at 126 left side. 1270 at 111 right hand side. The 74 Camaro of Shane Bryant on the right hand side. And the third gen Camaro of Nicholas Martino left hand side in the naturally aspirated category. Dodge Avenger coming back for another shot right side of the racetrack. And another third gen Camaro occupying left hand lane. Once again, I need drivers to stay with your vehicles in the lanes. Drivers, please stay with your vehicles in the lanes. As we are trying to call cars up to the water box and nobody is with those vehicles. So once again, drivers, please stay with your vehicles. Drivers, please stay with your vehicles. If you pull into the staging lanes, we need you to stay with your vehicles at all times, please. 1214 left side, 1122 right side. That'll bring up the Olds Cutlass and the first-gen Ford Lightning left side of the racetrack. They're all staged up and ready to go. Tina Constados in the 87 Oldsmobile right side. The pickup truck being piloted by Chris Caby. 1127 at 116 for Tina in the Dial Your Own class. Chris Caby also running Dial Your Own, goes 1551 at 86. So the Dial Your Own and the Pro Dial Your Own, the deal is you want to show consistency from track to track. So say, for example, if you turn in a 1040 time slip, you'd want to run as close to that 1040 number as possible at every track going forward. If you go 1040 and then go 1090, that's not very consistent, and you may not have a chance of winning the Dial Your Own class. Now, we also have the Bullseye Challenge class, and what that is we'll put out a 2-digit number every track, and what we want you to do is get as close to that number as possible without going under it. It kind of allows you to be able to judge your car based on what you think it'll run. Our next pair going down the racetrack right here. Left-hand side goes 1172 at 123 for Eric Lawson in the Buick Century Wagon. 1452 at 96 miles an hour for the El Camino of Dan DeVore. Pair of Chevrolet Camaro is going to come up next. 1974 model left side, 1969 model right side. The 74, the first year that they changed from the famous 70 to 73 design that also had the split bumper for Rally Sport. The 74 was the only year that had the non-wraparound window. It just had the smaller window on it. The 69 Camaro, well, if you don't know what a 69 Camaro looks like, I don't know if there's much hope for you. Dustin Nelson running in the Bullseye Challenge in the 69 Camaro goes 1254 right side, 1227 at 111 left-hand side for the street race car of Hunter Carlson. That's the 74 model Camaro. How about a couple of trucks next? John Erdman in the 63 Econoline. He's in the Gassers Hot Rod Field class. The solid axle Econoline truck over on the right-hand side. Left-hand side is Jennifer Craig in the 68 C10 pick-em-up truck. The Econoline gets there first, 1198 at 108, 1216 at 109. So the police pursuit vehicle and the Camaro heading down the racetrack in our next pair. Right side gets there first. 1248 at 113 for K.L. Reisinger in the 2014 Caprice. 1470 at 91 miles an hour left-hand side for Nicholas Balk in the 77 Z28 Camaro. Proving that you can pretty much take almost anything on a drag and drive. Check out what's on the starting line next. A couple of pickup trucks. The Toyota right-hand side, Ford left-hand side. Right-hand side is Sean Lewis in the Toyota Tundra pickup truck. Left-hand side in the Ford Custom F100 is Alex Johnson. 3/4 ton. The 3/4 ton down the left-hand side on a decent run. Goes 1271 at 101. The Toyota following to a 1562 at 86 miles an hour. Pontiac GTO convertible coming up next against the 68 Fury. Did a story on the Fury on sickthemag.com not too long ago. Vince Rush in the 69 GTO. That's the drop-top car right side of the racetrack. The Fury of Nick Parisi will get there first. Left-hand side, 1251 at 107. 1361 at 105 for the GTO convertible. Again, you do get to see some truly unique vehicles on drags and drives. You will see your normal Mustangs, Camaros, Malibus, Fairmonts. You will see some S10 pickup trucks. And then you also get to see unique opportunity vehicles like a 1966 Ford Thunderbird. Not too many of those out there. Jim Borden in the 66 T-Bird down the left-hand side. The T-Bird goes 12.66 at 104. Right-hand side is Johnny Hopewell in the 65 Ford Falcon. He goes 12.46 at 107. The Barracuda coming up next, right side of the racetrack, will stage up against the Buick Skylark, a 1961 model Buick Skylark. That's Brian Atwood. Borderick Cotton in the Barracuda, right side of the racetrack, making his way down. And stops the clock at 16:19 at 92 miles an hour. 12:90 at 106 for the Buick. Samuel, we need you to the front of the staging lanes, please. Samuel, need you to the front of the staging lanes, please. A little bit of touch-up on the right-hand side of the racetrack as we continue to work our way through our C and D groups that are remaining in the lanes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of time is going to be put here in Cordova today. We will be racing until about 6 o'clock today. Keep in mind that part of that is because on the first day you have the most number of cars. Obviously, you'll see some people that'll drop out. They may drop out on the drive to the next track, but luckily the drive from track to track between today and tomorrow is only 77 miles, so relatively short by drag and drive standards. And because of that, we have given competitors more time on the racetrack today. So already a lot of good runs have been thrown down. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of drivers have just done the famous one and done and just get their cars ready to make the drive. Falcon and the GMC Jimmy will attack the racetrack next. Jimmy left-hand side belonging to John Green. The Falcon on the opposite side is Josh Audrey. And Audrey goes 12:21 at 107, 13:03 at 106 for the GMC Jimmy. That'll bring up a square body Chevy pickup truck next, right-hand side, against the Mordor Impala. More doors for more fun, as I say. Left-hand side of the racetrack. Byron 61 Impala left side. And the Chevy C10 pickup truck, the Silverado, as Adam Dory correctly calls it, of Richard Richmond. Richmond goes 12:18 at 113, 13:08 at 102. How cool of a name would it be to have Richard Richmond? People would probably do a double take like I just did to make sure they got it right. Once again, drivers, when you come to the staging lanes, please make sure you stay with your vehicles. Drivers, when you come to the staging lanes, please stay with your vehicles. So that way we continue to run cars and trucks down the racetrack. Also, please make sure your AC systems, your climate control systems are off when you're in the lanes. Drivers, make sure your climate control systems are off in the lanes as we continue to do cleanup on the right side of the racetrack.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag? You know, it's a magazine for the drag and drive community. Get over to sickthemag.com, subscribe now. It's more like a book than a magazine, actually. See you later.
Cordova Dragway. Make sure you go grab yourself something good to eat or drink, and please stay hydrated out here today. As it's not as warm as it was yesterday, but definitely warmer than a lot of people might be used to, even with the cloud cover. So we want to make sure that everybody stays hydrated. Tom Bailey doing the 2 videos ago when he did the first take of it, everybody laughed because they couldn't take Tom Bailey popping up on EJ's 57 Chevy wagon where the gas tank should have been. Nobody says we don't like to have fun here at Sick the Mag. Hyde, I did not say that I wanted them to stay with the cars in them with the AC off. I said stay with the cars. So hopefully I'm not too brutal. It is a good comment, though. I will give you credit for that. So once again, as soon as the right-hand lane is cleaned up and ready to go, we will send our next pair. There is a lot going on here at Cordova Dragway, so for those of you that are still in the grandstands, keep in mind there is a lot to see and do if you want to make your way around the property. You can check out all the great cars that are sitting in the staging lanes. Everything from Monte Carlos and Novas to Dodge Chargers, Ford, Mustangs, police pursuit vehicles. I see a couple of Corvettes out the back window, S10 pickup trucks, even a 4-door S10 pickup truck. Very rarely seen. If you want to go grab yourself some cool Sick the Mag merchandise as well as official Sick Summer merchandise, there is hardly anybody standing in front of the Sick the Mag merchandise booth. So now's a good time to go over and get a jump the line, so to speak, and grab what you want to take home to remember this week by. The concession stand is open as well as the tropical shaved ice stand. So there's lots of great places you can go and visit to get yourself something to eat or drink. Check out all the great stuff that's available here at Cordova. Again, we have a lot of manufacturers on hand, including Red Horse Performance, VP Racing Fuels, Gear Vendors Overdrive, Mickey Thompson Tires, Summit Racing Equipment, Peak Performance, Strange Engineering. They are all on site.
Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
5 at 109 right side, 13-18 at 109 left side. My apologies, I'm trying to get stuff together up here in the tower for our next session of cars. Right-hand side was James Jekyll in the 67 Skylark. Left-hand side in the police pursuit vehicle that went 13-18 was Thomas Hooton. That'll bring up the Chevrolet Impala left side of the racetrack against the G-Body El Camino. The El Camino is Daniel Bach, 78 model El Camino. That's the first year of the G-Body El Camino. The Impala belonging to Robert Schmidt. And Schmidt goes 1246 at 106 in the dark cherry 96 Impala, 1290 at 105 for the 78 El Camino. We're bringing up the D100 Dodge pickup truck next, right-hand side of the racetrack against the 1970 model Monte Carlo. The first year they built the Monte Carlo, it was done on the extended A-body station wagon chassis, so it's a little bit longer than most of the Chevelles and GTOs and the like. Stuart Patterson in the Monte Carlo. He's running against the Dodge pick-em-up truck of Nick Whiter. Whiter in the 85 Dodge D100 is out in front. And Whiter will get to the finish line first, 1183 at 113, 1258 at 106 for the Monte Carlo. Then I'll bring up the Mordor S10 pickup truck. I don't see too many four-door S10 pickup trucks. That's got to be a rare bird. I don't know how many of them they made. Maybe somebody in the comments will tell me. Unless it's a custom job. And if it is, it looks factory. Sean Dillner in the 2002 model S10 out right side. Left-hand side, the plastic fantastic third-gen Corvette of Jeff Richardson. 1285 at 112 for the S10. 1381 at 98 miles an hour for the Corvette. So once again, we are working our way through the D, as in David, group. All right, so competitors. The decision has been made, competitors. The decision has been made for our second session that we call up. We will call by group. Then the third session, we will call an all run. So we will separate the A and B group split tire cars, then A and B group radials. Then we will call C and then D, and then we will do an all run. That will be upcoming here in just a little bit. I have not called anybody yet, just giving you the heads up on what's going to happen. Jake Manzik in the 98 Corvette going 1265, 113 left side. Right-hand side in the Dial Your Own class was Lewis Jordan in the Mustang, and he goes 1270 at 112. Crew cab was only available in 4x4s. That's interesting. Again, it is an interesting setup. I do get to see some vehicles on drag and drives that either I haven't seen in a while or I haven't seen ever. 71 Plymouth GTX coming up right-hand side. They made a bunch of passes in this car yesterday. That's Justin Gray. He did run on sick week as well. The Buick Regal left-hand side little six-cylinder turbocharged entry goes 1187 at 108. In the Bullseye Challenge, that's David Pascal. And 1411 at 96 miles an hour for the GTX. I'll bring up the little Ford Festiva ST next, left side of the racetrack. That's Ricky Duray out of 2016 model Ford Festiva. And how about the family cruiser wagon coming up right side of the racetrack? This is another one of our subject features. This is Robbie Price. Price in the 1972 Mercury Marquis that's got plenty of room. As a matter of fact, I believe he is taking 3 other people with him in this car, as well as the rest of the family towing along in Sick Ward. They said they're out here to have a good family fun time on Sick Summer, and they're doing it with that big behemoth of a 72 Mercury wagon. Obviously, with something that big, you want to make sure you get it staged in just the right spot. So luckily, he's got somebody out there to roll him into the beams in just the right place. Every millisecond in something that big is extremely critical. Look at the wheel stand for the 72 wagon. It's all about staging it in the right place. That would not have happened if they wouldn't have staged it in the right place, and I hope my sarcasm is evident enough. 1224 at 112 for the wagon, 1263 at 111. Rick Gray coming up in the 1956 Dodge Suburban. Yeah, when was the last time you saw a Dodge Suburban? I think your answer would be never. And both of them coming off the starting line and having problems. The Nova underway and the Suburban having problems and pulling over to the side. That is exactly what we would ask you to do. Lance Scott to the finish line in the Nova. Goes 14:41 at 1:15 after having trouble off the starting line, but having even more problems, unfortunately, is Rick Gray. Gray originally was supposed to bring a 1940 Ford Business Coupe out to run, brought out this 1956 Dodge instead, and got rewarded for his efforts coming off the starting line by sounding like something might have broken in the drive line. So thankfully, he pulled over to the side immediately. Rick, we do appreciate you pulling over to the side. Thank you so much. Hopefully it is not terminal, and he can bring the Suburban back around for another shot. So it looks like everything is okay. It looks like maybe it might have popped out of gear or just something didn't sit right. But like I said, thankfully he pulled it over to the side to double check it because he knew he wasn't going to make a really good pass. And thankfully, if parts and pieces and fluid was coming out of it, it would have kept the cleanup to a minimum. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars, you are now on standby. A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars. You are now on standby. We will call you shortly. A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars. You are now on standby. I will call you shortly to the lanes for session number 2. The Chevy Silverado, or as Adam Dory calls it, Silverado, right-hand side of the racetrack. I can't get that out of my head as much as I try. Tom Mack in the 87 Grand National goes 12:25 at 101 left side. And I'm doing a double take because I want to check. He's running dial your own, not bullseye challenge. If it was a bullseye challenge, you would have been dead on the bullseye with an 8. Not to make you second guess anything. Ryan Meskimen goes 12:72 at 107 in the Chevy pickup truck. Jacob Eden, the 1966 Mordor Chevy Nova, right side of the racetrack, doing the cruise with his dad in the 70 Nova, will face off against Ricky Duray. Actually, that is not Ricky Duray. That is the 55 Oldsmobile. It goes 1557 at 89 miles an hour, 1762 at 74 miles an hour, right-hand side. David Croft coming up next. He's in the police pursuit vehicle, the silver car, 2012 model, right side of the racetrack. Left-hand side, the white car, that's Carl Racinius. Sinius in the 1965 Dodge Dart, and he is running the Bullseye Challenge class. So he is looking for something with a 25 at the end of it or as close to it without going faster than 25. 12:55 at 108. He's about 3/10 above it at 108. 14:06 at 100 miles an hour for the police pursuit vehicle. Chevy C10 pickup truck comes up next left side, and the Pontiac Trans Am right side. The Trans Am is Brian Gabriel, 1980 model Trans Am. And the Chevy pickup truck is Mark Sanford, 72 model C10 pickup truck, and he is running the Bullseye Challenge. He goes 13:37 at 101, about 12/100ths above the Bullseye. 12:82 at 110 for the Pontiac Firebird in the stick shift class. That's Brian Gabriel. Two more pickup trucks coming to the starting line, one without the hood on it, and one has slightly or shiny paint. Question is, which one has the shinier paint on it? Casey Steinke in the 74 F100 pickup truck. On the left side. He's banging the gear shift lever and the second gear swap. The front end coming up off the ground as he's going for a good elapsed time left side. And lays down a 12:08 at 113. Right-hand side in the Dial Your Own class is Frederick Kirkhock in the 1948 GMC, and he goes 15:74 at 88 miles an hour. Studebaker against the K car next. The Sick Week Freaks 86 Plymouth Reliant of Andy Esser, right side. And the Studebaker. Over on the left-hand side, that's a 1955 model Studebaker Commander, Stephen Donahue. Donahue out in front left side of the racetrack. And we'll get to the finish line first, 13:61 at 106, 15:06 at 100 miles an hour for the little Plymouth Reliant wagon. Once again, my A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars. You are on stand. All right, so I've learned that my battery lifetime is about 3.5 hours. So I will be at a local convenience store to pick up replacements accordingly. 1192 at 112 left side, 1129, 123 right-hand side. Amos Eason in the 74 Nova went 1192. And the Bullseye Challenge car, Anthony Miller, the 79 Grand Prix, went 11:29, and that is a good pass for the Bullseye Challenge. 11:29, just 0.04 of a second over the Bullseye of 25. He may want to turn that in, but the Bullseye, again, will go to the closest to 25 without going under it. So a 24 doesn't work, but a 29 will. Once again, proving that you can bring anything to a drag and drive. Look at the starting line. The GMC raised pickup truck over on right-hand side and the Buick T-Type over on left-hand side. Kyle Magnuson in the 2008 GMC Sierra over on the right-hand side. He's already made a couple of social media posts I've had a chance to read. He's doing this solo. Yeah, he isn't bringing along a passenger or a co-pilot. He just says, just get out there and do it. Have a good time. If you've been thinking about doing a drag and drive, you're not going to get any younger. Go out there and experience it now. It doesn't matter what car you do it with. It doesn't matter how fast you run. Just get out there and enjoy it. He's in the pickup truck. Left-hand side in the Buick is Joe Nowak. Nowak goes 12 flat with an 8 at just 81 miles an hour, 1481 at 97 for the pickup truck. Oldsmobile Cutlass comes up next, right-hand side, in the Chevy 2 Nova. Little orange Chevy 2 Nova over on the left side of the racetrack. That's David C., 1963 model Nova, the second year they made him. And he will face off with the Olds Cutlass on the right-hand side. The Cutlass belonging to Eric Hulbeck. Hulbeck in the 71 Cutlass, and he goes 1282 at 106, 1273 at 117 for the Chevy 2 Nova. This is a 2020 model Goblin. First of all, I will tell you, before the month of May, I had never even heard of a Goblin before, but there were a couple of them on one of the Carolina drag cruises. So I'm not sure if this is a kit car or if you buy it complete and just put whatever driveline you want in it. Stations against the Nostalgia pickup truck. The Goblin making quick work of the left side of the racetrack. It looked like it had a Honda-style motor in it. It is running in the Sick Bullseye Challenge. That's Nathan Meskey. Meskey goes 1390 at 100 miles an hour, 1753 at 76 miles an hour for the satin black pickup truck of Kyle. Oh, wait a second. Kyle actually gave me his pronunciation. Kyle Ader. Even though it doesn't have an I in it. So I was saying Adder, but he said it's Ader. So Kyle, hopefully I got it right that time. Stick shift Impala coming up next, left side of the racetrack, against the Ford Fairmont LTD on the right-hand side. The stick shift Impala of Nick C. goes 1264 at 110, 1368 at 100 miles an hour for the Mercury Zephyr of Matt Miller. Chevy S10 pickup truck comes up next, right side, and the late model second gen Z28 Camaro will stage left-hand side. Jordan York in the 79 Camaro left side, and the S10 pickup truck of Ryan Rhodes, the 2000 model S10 right side. Truck gets there first, 1502 at 95 miles an hour, 1550 with a 3 on the end of it at 89 for the Camaro. Nick Kurziak in the 80 model Fairmont goes 1311 at 101. The third gen Camaro making its way down the left-hand side. A little slow off the starting line is Wyatt Schultz. Schultz in the 88 Camaro goes 2003 at 68 miles an hour. Slightly different look for a pair of pickup trucks to come up next. I think we can call this one David versus Goliath. The diesel dually will stage up right side. Little S10 pickup truck will stage up left-hand side. Mark Zandignian, the 1988 model S10 pickup truck, is on the left side. And Robert Hill in the 2021 F350 diesel dually that has been converted to a single slick on right side. 1306 at 107 for the S10. 1590 at 90 miles an hour for the diesel dually. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need A and B slick tire cars to lane number 9 for your second session, please. A and B group slick tire cars to lane number 9 at this time for your second session. A and B group slick tire cars to lane number 9 at this time, please. Our next pair on the way down the racetrack, KJ Kroger in the S10 truck, goes 1197 at 117. Left-hand side goes 1354 at 102. That was Tanner Window in the 62 Impala. How about a couple of VW Bugs coming up next? The Beetle and Sidwig free category. Side by side down the racetrack they go. Top end says right side 1251 at 103, 1275 after the wheelie at 107 left side. Chuck Fryer in the Terracotta Beetle on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And I didn't have any driver information on right-hand side, unfortunately. Jared Nowinski. His recently revamped 87 Chrysler Town & Country. Under the color it says wood. I didn't know wood was a color, but apparently Jared lives up to it. 1205 at 112 for the left-hand side. That was the Camaro of Sean Enoch. 19 flat with a 5 on the end of it at 74 miles an hour for Jared's wood wagon. Chevrolet Caprice right side in the third-gen Camaro left-hand side. The Camaro that had problems yesterday. I think this might have been the one that was looking for a new rear axle. Thomas Betweiser goes 1406 at 91 miles an hour. Chrysler Susie in the Caprice goes 1331 at 101. Once again, A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars. Lane number 9. A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars. Lane number 9, please. A and B group slick tire cars. For your second session, A and B group slick tire cars. Lane number 9, please. As we check the racetrack at the top end, and as soon as we get the all clear, we will go back to action.
I'm doing the ad. Have you guys heard about Sick the Mag? It's the greatest magazine for drag and drive community. What else you want me to say? Glossy, awesome pictures. We have a pretty awesome editing team. Or is there a team? Can you do it in slow motion? If you haven't heard of Sick the Mag, you must live under a rock. Subscribe. It's awesome. I'm Bob Miller and I approve this message.
Monte Carlo and Malibu will get us back underway here after that brief cleanup. Michael Bennett, the 1980 model Malibu Classic with the half vinyl roof, right side of the racetrack. Left-hand side, car number 243, that's Eric Sparks. Sparks in the 86 model Monte Carlo with the SS nose on the front. Yeah, that's the Aero nose. Nice wheels up launch there for Sparks as he comes off the starting line. Malibu trying to stay with him. Malibu starting to get a little bit of a better time right-hand side. Goes 11:91 at 1:11, 12:11 at 1:09 for the Monte Carlo. Larry Bricky, the first time he has ever drag raced, as well as the first time on a drag and drive for his beautiful 1969 model Dodge Charger. He's owned the car for quite a while and is enjoying his first drag and drive. He goes 16 flat with a 7 at 87 miles an hour. 1536 for 92 miles an hour for the Nova, designed to, we'll say, stop cancer. I'll PC version that one. Nathan Clabby in the 1986 Mercury Marquis Brougham. He used up all of the model name. Staging up right-hand side. The 1967 Ford Mustang, left-hand side in the Bullseye Challenge. This is Nick Foss. The 86 Mercury goes 1371 at 113, 1629 at 82 miles an hour for the classic Mustang. Then we have Oldsmobile versus Chevy Camaro next. Running in the SICK Bullseye Challenge, Jason Steinman, the 1970 model Camaro. That's the brown car on the right-hand side. The Olds Cutlass on the left-hand side, 1967 model. That's Brian Hoffman. He's running the Dial Your Own class. Camaro gets there first, 1266 at 94 miles an hour, 1398 at 87 miles an hour for the Olds Cutlass left side. The 74 Camaro coming back around for another lap, as well as this third-gen Camaro that'll stage up left-hand side. The third-gen belonging to Charles Edwards, 1985 model Camaro. The 74 Camaro of Hunter Carlson coming back for another shot at the racetrack. Dial Your Own class left side. 6 street race class right side, 1228 at 111 for the 74 Camaro, 1461 at 91 for the 85 Camaro. Once again, A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars. I need you back to the lanes for your second session, please. A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars. I need you back to the lanes for your second session, please. Tina Constados, the 87 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme. The next to last year, they did them in the rear-wheel drive version. Left-hand side of the racetrack. Right-hand side is Cale Reisinger. Reisinger, the 2014 Caprice. Tina out in front left-hand side, showing the Caprice the way. And the Oldsmobile will get there first, 1176 at 104, 1262 at 112 for the Chevy. Jim Borden, the 66 Ford T-Bird back around for another shot left side. And the Toyota Tacoma pickup truck of Sean Lewis, right side. $12.74 at 104 for the T-Bird. Tacoma pickup truck goes 15.63 at 86 miles an hour. Matt Cartwright, the 82 S10 truck, up next, left side of the racetrack. Right hand side, the stick shift 69 Barracuda of Broderick Cotton. The S10 of Cartwright going to get there first, 12.53 at 108. 15.33 for the stick shift Cuda at 93 miles an hour. The four-door Impala coming up next, left side. And the right-hand side. Brian Fortier in the Impala goes 13.04 at 102, 12.72 at 106 for John Green's GMC Jimmy. On the Econoline pickup Gasser. Econoline goes 11.95 at 108, 11.92 at 109 for the Falcon. The 67 Buick coming back for another shot in the police pursuit vehicle. Will occupy right-hand side. James Jekyll in the 67 Skylark will stage up against Thomas Hooten in the 2011 police pursuit vehicle. 12.63, 107 left side, 13.10 at 109 right side. A pair of Buicks going down the racetrack, but that's pretty much where the similarities end. The 1987 Regal of David Pascal, left side in the Bullseye Challenge, goes 12.69 at 99 miles an hour. 13.21 at 104 for the 1961 Buick. So about 26 years between the two designs. Of Brian Atwood. That'll bring up the 66 Nova next. Right side of the racetrack. Nice looking little hot rod on the billet specialty wheels. Left-hand side, the Grand National. Of Tom Mack. Last year they made him 1987 model Buick Grand National. 231 cubic inches of V6 on board with a little turbocharge help. He goes 11.85 at 119, 12.03 at 114 for the Nova. Ryan Meskimen in the 2001 Chevy pickup truck and the 71 Pontiac Trans Am will stage up next. The Trans Am belonging to Christine Wigan. Car you don't see too often anymore with all the right stripes. It's still on the Pontiac Rally 2 wheels, but getting dusted slightly by the pickup truck. Pickup truck goes 1268 at 106, 1283 at 112 for Christine. Chevy Nova and Chevy Camaro next. The Camaro in the Bullseye Challenge, that's Dustin Nelson in the 69 Z28 Rally Sport. Yeah, it's got the hidden headlights out front. That's how you know it's a rally sport. Against the Chevy Nova, the 1974 model of Amos Eason. So with Bullseye Challenge, you want to get as close to that 25 number in your elapsed time as possible without going under it. That's what the 69 Camaro is trying to do. 1247, about 2/10 above. 1221 at 110 for the Nova. The stick shift Impala back around for another shot left-hand side against the Olds Cutlass right-hand side. The Cutlass of Eric Helbrick goes 1275 at 107, 1257 at 109 for the stick shift Impala of Nick C. 63 Nova Super Sport will come up next right side of the racetrack against the rust-colored S10 pickup truck. I believe that's what he actually wrote on his tech sheet. Battery wrote brown. I'd have to actually take a look. I want to say somebody wrote rust. It wouldn't be that far out of the spectrum considering somebody wrote wood as far as their color. KJ Kroger going 1167 at 118 in the pickup truck. 1190 at 116 miles an hour for the Chevy Nova of Dave C. Both of them say orange. Obviously, there was slightly different tint on the orange on both of them. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. D group, the lanes for you are now closed. D group, your lanes are now closed. D group, your lanes are now closed. We will run what remains in the lanes for D group. And then we will do some track preparation to get ready for our next session of A and B group radial. So, ladies and gentlemen, when we finish up our D group, you will have a little bit of time to enjoy the pit area here at Cordova. Visit the manufacturers that are here on site. And for those of you watching at home or at work, you might actually be able to get some work done. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying the opportunity exists. Sean Enon, the 79 Camaro, going 1196 at 112. Right-hand side, the 88 model Camaro of Wyatt Schultz goes 1977 at 70 miles an hour. Here comes the party truck, the GMC, on the left side of the racetrack. Adam Mullet going in the SICK Bullseye Challenge, so he's looking for something with a 25 at the end of it. He'll run up against the 86 Mustang 4-eyed car over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. That's Robert Cook. Mullet going 14 flat at 76 miles an hour, 13-15 at 103 for the Mustang. Final call for A and B group slick tire cars. Final call for A and B group slick tire cars. Final call for A and B group slick tire cars. Final call for A and B group slick tire cars. Kessler Susie coming up again in the 95 Chevy Caprice. Right side of the racetrack. The low 12-second Malibu. The 1980 model Malibu will come up left-hand side. That's Michael Bennett. Kessler has been in the low 13s and continues to stay there, 13:38 at 100 miles an hour, 11:95 at 111 for the Malibu left side. 86 Monte Carlo coming back for another shot right-hand side. Against Nick Kurziak. Kurziak in the 1980 model Ford Fairmont left side. Eric Sparks out in front of the Monte Carlo and gets there first, 12:07 at 109. Right side, 13:24 at 99 miles an hour for Nick Kurziak left side. As we get to our final few vehicles in the D group, look who's in the water box right now. EJ out of Sick the Magazine with her 57 Chevy Gasser. She's going to line up right-hand side against the 1987 station wagon in our next pair to come up. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I have a car that needs to be moved. It is a red Dodge, license plate 76121. I have a red Dodge that is parked in a place it doesn't need to be, and it needs to be moved immediately. Red Dodge, license plate number 76121. You are parked in front of a gate, and we need that car moved immediately, please. So, against Sick Week Freaks, Jared Nowinski in the 87 Chrysler. EJ made it just past the 1,000-foot mark, and then the clock's reset for some reason. It looked like something might have gone through the top end and triggered both clocks to stop. $15.40 at 92 miles an hour for the Nova. Right side, $16.97 at 82 miles an hour. Left-hand side for Larry in the Dodge Charger. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. A and B group radial. A and B group radial. I need you to lanes 8 and 7, please. A and B group radial. A and B group radial for your second session. I need you to lanes 8 and 7, please. A and B group radial. A and B Group Radial. I need you to lanes 8 and 7, please. 1436 for the Oldsmobile at 90 miles an hour left side. 1563 at 85 miles an hour for the Toyota Tacoma pickup truck. So the 67 Buick coming around for another shot. I believe this is his third one of the session, trying to better his previous time. James Jekyll in the 67 Buick goes 1273 at 107. I believe that will officially wrap up our first session, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we have run, yes, indeed, we have run all groups, A, B, C, and D. We have called the fast group for radials and the fast group for slicks back. So we have a little bit of track prep work to do. So for those of you that are here on the property, you got some time to stretch your legs, grab yourself something good to eat or drink at the concession stands located just behind the aluminum grandstands on the left side of the tower. Also go and visit the Pizza Bar and Grill that is located over by Manufacturers Midway. And right next to that is the Sick Ward, brought to us by Summit Racing and Peak Performance, as well as the Sick the Mag merchandise booth. You can go over and visit all those great areas. Grab yourself something to remember this visit of the first day of Sick Summer presented by TBM Brakes here at Cordova Dragway. Now, keep in mind, we will not only be here today, but we'll be back here on Friday to wrap the week up. And you can grab yourself official Sick branded merchandise, including limited edition T-shirts that we release at each track on the day we're there. So we will have day 1 and day 5 shirts, and you can go and check out the day 1 shirts right now, provided they haven't sold out of them. They haven't told me they have yet, and I'm honestly surprised. So we're going to be on hold here for a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, while we prep the racetrack. To everybody that is watching live online on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, you get a little bit of a break as well. So we appreciate all your great feedback. Thank you so much for joining us on Monday. Let's be honest, you wanted to watch the rag racing instead of working or doing something responsible. We'll be back on the air here in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for the fast groups, A and B group slick tire cars, followed by A and B group radials.
I'm doing the ad. Have you guys heard about Sick the Mag? It's the greatest magazine for drag and drive community. What else you want me to say? Glossy, awesome pictures. We have a pretty awesome editing team. Or is there a team? Can you do it in slow motion? If you haven't heard of Sick the Mag, you must live under a rock. Subscribe, it's awesome. I'm Bob Miller and I approve this message.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag? You know, it's a magazine for the drag and drive community. Get over to sickthemag.com, subscribe now. It's more like a book than a magazine, actually. See you later.
All right, so session number 2 getting underway, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go with a pair of Mustangs. 99 model left side, 2003 model Cobra right side. Daniel Watson, the Cobra, trying to make up for his earlier run. Looks like he's going to do it right here. 968 at 153, 1131 at 141, left-hand side for Tom Llewellyn. He's been having some problems getting that car into gear, the stick shift entry. Looks like he made a slightly better run there. Our next pair coming to the starting line as we roll into the second session of A and B Group Slick Tire. This will be followed by A and B Group Radials. Now keep in mind we're on slightly warmer conditions now on the racetrack, so everybody's got to make some adjustments. Robert Gruber, the supercharged Mustang, he's over on right-hand side. Whoa, Gruber's car just coming right out of it, and parts coming out too. And he stops almost immediately. The Malibu down left side, 987 at just 110 is the Malibu driver lifting before the stripe. That's Dean Anderson. But unfortunate break there, no pun intended, for Robert Gruber in the 94 Mustang. As soon as he dropped the clutch, it looked like the car just kicked the rear end sideways and immediately moved to the left. And thankfully, he got out of the gas and caught it in time. Saw one of the parts and pieces come flying out of the back of it. Hopefully it's not catastrophic damage and he can get it fixed and come back. You can watch it again on the instant replay just by sliding back your scroller on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back and look at it one more time and see if the camera angle can catch something I didn't see from the tower. But Robert Gruber doing a great job of keeping the car contained and stopping it right away as soon as he felt something go awry. Yeah, on the replay, Gruber's car looked like it left the starting line and immediately kicked the rear end out to the right. And as soon as it did so, he immediately lifted off the throttle. So it looks like we have some fluid that has gone down. Hopefully, like I said, it is not catastrophic, and it looks like, unfortunately, the car might be locked up. So a tough break there for Robert Gruber in the beautiful Mustang, the supercharged stick shift car. Hopefully, like I said, it's not catastrophic and he can get it fixed. But unfortunately, kind of a question mark right now as to what's going to happen. So, again, he got it stopped pretty quickly, and we do appreciate that. But we'll just have to wait and see what's going on with the Mustang as we clean up the starting line right-hand side.
Sixth summer 2023, day one. We're just going to make a couple laps and get the heck out of here. Devin, I come over here to talk to you. You made a great lap, and you're changing tires.
Yeah, we're going to hit the road. We made the first hit, 7.0, 209, shook on the gear change, did some dumb stuff, fixed.
Sixth summer 2023, day one. We're just going to make a couple laps and get the heck out of here. Devin, I come over here to talk to you. You made a great lap, and you're changing tires.
Yeah, we're going to hit the road. We made the first hit, 7.0, 209, shook on the gear change, did some dumb stuff, fixed that, came back, ran the same tune-up, 686, 209, good enough. I mean, it's slow for what we've been, but it's good enough for today.
Good enough for today.
Yep, yeah. I mean, we talked about our plan was like, we had to call a number. We decided on a number before we left. And if we went that number or better, we weren't going to try to chase it. And then yesterday we changed our mind about that number because the track was a little rough. So we ran our number and good enough,
Well, I come over here and, the fans, they see everything, live stream, they're watching. They see all these different types of cars. And it's sixth summer, so the first thing any normal person's going to start thinking about is being comfortable while you got to make these drives. You know, I used to think you were crazy about the whole convertible top, but I come over here and it's gone.
Oh yeah, we're going to drive. We're driving with the roof off. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't you? Vanilla Ice did. You know, and is there anybody cooler? No. So I mean, that's all there is to it. You know, come up with the ceiling missing. So we're gonna go out, have some fun, driving around, go get some dinner. You know, like we do at home. So.
Real quick, because you're a horsepower guy, for the people that are at home watching, what attracted you to just the concept of the drag and drive competitions? You were down at Sick Week, you're doing Sick Summer, you've put on your own events down there in the south of South Carolina. What is it for you to have the appeal out here to be part of this?
There's no bye to the next round. There's no bye to the finals. That's all there is to it. There's no bye to the finals. So everybody that's watching that heads up drag races, we've been doing that for a long time. You know, no time shootout stuff or clocks on heads up drag racing, whatever it is, class racing. It's not, this is lower stress, but this is harder. This is a lot harder. So for the people that are at home that watch this and think, oh, it's just pro, I've read that like people think it's just test and tune. Come on out and do it for 5 days straight. It's a lot harder than it looks. There's got to be a lot of strategy in this. Like this morning, we hit the racetrack, track went hot at 9 in the morning. We made our first hit at 10:15. If you don't make your first hit until say 2 o'clock, it's game over. You have to plan ahead for what you're going to do. You have to be conservative. You have to make it to the next day. And heads up drag racing, you know who you got the next round, and you know you put a tune-up in that you think is going to be enough to win. You know try to kill them on the tree, whatever it is, and then you go home. This is 5 days of that shit. This is tough. I mean, it's just not easy. So we've done the heads up drag racing for a long time. I got a lot of customers that do it. I tune a bunch of the cars. Josh tunes a bunch of the cars. We work on them all the time. It's different. It's harder.
Well, Devin, I can totally relate with the aspect of that, right? Being a competitive racer. I think for me being out here with the drag and drive in the Sick Week and so forth, there's so many different bonding ties, family and stuff. But for me to tell the folks at home, like if they were watching down in Florida, we had Jordan. You guys were in the lanes. I walked up and said, hey, Jordan, you ready to go? Nope, not Jordan. You got another guy. You're bringing your buddies along with you. Well, this is just you and your buddies.
So the coolest part about this is having good friends that want to like actually endure this with you. You know what I mean? So as far as the atmosphere, it's family friendly. Like we don't have kids, but if we did, we'd bring them to this. I wouldn't bring kids to the stuff that I do when I'm tuning heads up drag racing cars. This is a family friendly environment, and the only reason that this is possible to do is if you can do it with a good friend, whether it be your own kid or your wife. You know, I see some people are freaking out of their minds, bringing their wives. There ain't no fucking way ain't no way I'd be bringing my significant other with me for 5 days to listen to that shit. You know what I mean? Ain't no way. It's impossible. Those guys have got bigger balls than we ever will have. But doing it with your good friends is what makes it all about, because it's good memories. It's a good time. It's 5-6 days of racing and doing what you like to do and going and seeing cool stuff. So like when we were in Florida, Jordan and I did it. We're here. This is a good friend of mine, Josh Davis. We've been racing together for a really long damn time. And he was like, yeah, I'll go up there. We'll go up there and check out Iowa. We went to we were staying in Iowa. Yep. There's a lot more people in Iowa than I thought existed. I didn't know. I thought there was gonna be like 12 people and like 2 gas stations, but there was a lot of people there. You know what I mean? We ain't never been to Iowa, you know? So it's cool. You get to see a whole different side of the country I ain't never seen before. Get to see people that, you know, we know some of them, we don't know some of them. We get to meet everybody. It's a blast. It's cool. Then we'll go hang out at parking lots and stuff and, you know, have a good time. So that's way better than heads up drag racing. So if you just heads up drag racing, you think this is easy, come and do it.
Folks, this guy, he's from the South like me. That's why we talk. That's why we get along. I'm telling you right now, it is an exciting atmosphere to be out here. Sick Summer 2023. Keep your eye on this guy. That number that they ran today, that ain't the number they're looking for by the end of the week. Stay tuned. Back on track.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we are continuing the cleanup on the right-hand side of the racetrack, I've got a special guest in the tower. Jason Moulton from Mickey Thompson is joining us. And technically, I shouldn't say you're just now joining us. You've been joining us all week. You did Sick Week with us both last year and this year. And Mickey Thompson once again on board to do the entire event of Sick Summer. And not only are you here to look pretty, but you're here to tell us about the tires. And you're also here to actually mount and balance stuff. And the reason I say that is because yesterday he was, I mean, literally looked like a scrub. I mean, like he'd probably gone through about 3 T-shirts at that point. Yeah. So, like, I had just said hi to him. We had just opened the spectator gates, and you were already knee-deep in changing tires for the public. But you know about all the stuff that is coming back online for Mickey Thompson. Let's get right to the meat of the matter. What kind of stuff is Mickey coming back with now after a couple of years of products not being available just because of shortages?
Yeah, so we had some items that we put on hold just so we could get production out of a lot of our popular items. So the Sportsman SRs, there's a lot of that stuff coming back. The Pro Bracket Radials, there's going to be some of that coming back. Some of the ET drags are definitely coming back. So as we go through this year, we're putting that stuff back into production and getting those things out to the customers. So it's slower than we all want, trust me. But yeah, that stuff is coming back.
So with the shortage that you have on some of the stuff, do you find that the drag radial market is waning slightly and you're actually starting to get more demand for slick tires again?
No, actually, I mean, both. We're getting demand for both ramping up. So one thing great about drag racing, it's not slowing down. The market's growing, and we love seeing that.
So what do we have coming up in the near future for Mickey Thompson? Anything you can tell us about that's on the threshold?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some new Pro Bracket radials coming out specifically for late model vehicles, some 17 and 18-inch stuff, and even some 20s. So
some modern stuff is going to come out.
Yeah, we got some modern stuff coming out, and then we are working on some tires, let's say, for less than ideal track conditions. That's how I'm supposed to say that, I think. So we got some tires coming out for that, and a new stocker radial for NHRA.
So once again, Mickey Thompson joining us all week, not just with product availability, but also with tire changing ability. And Jason has been a designer for the company, and you've worked for them for over a decade. So again, you have intimate knowledge not only in how the tire design goes together. You were one of the guys that was behind the original radial design back in the early 2000s.
You're dating me here. You know that, right?
Yes, I'm doing it on purpose. It gives you clout.
Okay, all right, yeah. So, yeah, I've actually been with the company 25 years as of next month. So, seen a lot of changes, been a part of a lot of the growth in the market. And, boy, it's been an exciting ride. I just can't wait to see what's next.
I know what's next. We're going to go to Byron together.
We are going to go to Byron. And let's go back to the special guest, because I think earlier I heard we need to fill some dead air. Who can we find? Let's call Molten up here. So
you're my go-to guy. You're dependable.
Well, at least I'm better than dead air, I suppose.
So once again, Jason Moulton joining us all week here on 6 Summer. Again, if you want to find out more about Mickey Thompson and some of the stuff, again, that they're coming out with, what's the best way to get a hold of them?
You know, call, check out the website, see us at events. We're doing 104 drag events this year. So come out and see us. Talk to us about the products. You know, one of the great things about coming to these events is I've already got the wheels turning on what we can do next and how we can make improvements. So this is, being out here in this market also is R&D for us. We get to see what's going on and how we can improve our products or maybe bring out something completely new.
Speaking about rolling, we're going to roll right back to the action here in just a minute. Rolling right back to action. The Aussie on the starting line, the right-hand driver Charger. This is John Ferroni. Ferroni making his second shot here on the Cordova surface after the car pretty much sat in a container for the better part of 2023. He was supposed to run the car at Sick Week earlier this year, but couldn't get it out of the container in time. Apparently Customs gave a tough call on it or something. So he just got it out last week, took it over to Eric Yost's Customs by Biggin, and put it through its paces to make sure everything was ready to go. Yesterday, he made a couple of aborted runs because the car was knocking the tires off, and it looks like he missed the first session earlier today. So let's see what he does here as the track surface starts to get a little bit warmer. Jason Moulton still joining me up here in the tower. Jason, we talk about the fact that this car is on slicks. Obviously, it's not on the preferred ones that you'd like to see, but still, what are some of the things that a driver can do? Because I know you have knowledge from racing your own car, and it's a stick car, so it makes it even more temperamental. So what are some of the things that a driver or a crew can do when they're trying to work in increasing temperature on the racetrack? What are some of the things that they can do to kind of get from A to B?
Well, I mean, one of the things that, you know, first I'll say you need to run a Mickey Thompson, right? I'm just going to go there. But you know, look at the track temperature. If the track's real hot, you can back off in the burnout. If it's cooler, do a longer burnout.
So far, looking pretty good for Ferroni to the finish line left-hand side. 767 at 189 for the Aussie. That's a good lap there for John. He will take that. I'm not sure if he's going to try to better it or not, but that is the best lap I've seen out of the car so far since he brought it out of the container. 767.4 at 189 miles an hour for the right-hand driver. So again, you did mention the whole idea of, again, when it gets warmer, and let's bring something into play here. I think you and I have talked about this on air at one point, but your burnouts should change in relation to not only track temperature but air temperature. So in the wintertime, you want to do a slightly bigger burnout, getting more temperature into the tire because of the cooling factor that would happen between the burnout box and the starting line. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, really, as the air temperature's hotter, the compound's softer a little bit. So, you know, you can do a less burnout, and you're not wearing out your tires. But when it's cold out, you want to do a little bit longer burnout, just to kind of get a little bit. It's a little easier to get down to that fresh rubber.
Now, when you're doing the burnouts between the slicks and the radials, obviously there's going to be some differences there too. Can you talk about some of those?
Yeah, I mean, the same rule kind of applies, but with the radial, you know, generally speaking, you don't need a long burnout at all. See a little smoke, let out of it.
And one of the things that a lot of people are starting to get into now, and you see it more and more on race coverage, is when radials first came out, a lot of people were doing burnouts across the starting line under power with radials, and now it seems like a lot of people are shortening the burnouts but still rolling across the starting line, and is to that to pick up the traction compound, basically?
Well, I think there's multiple reasons people do it. I don't really think it has any positive effect on the tire. Some guys just like to roll across the starting line to get themselves lined up a little bit better when they do back up. So, yeah, it doesn't really do a whole lot for the tire to roll across the starting line. Just keep the burnout short.
But again, the radial tire, you don't want to do the burnout across the starting line under power. With the slick, it's a little bit different because of the way everything's set up.
Yeah, the slick tires actually will put down more rubber than the radial tire. So, yeah, radial tires don't do a burnout across the starting line. You're just wasting rubber, wasting the tire, shortening the amount of runs you're going to get out of it. And, you know, the more rubber you have on the tire, the better it works.
So when you're looking at how these racetrack conditions change, again, we look at air pressure adjustments, we look at suspension changes. How do you kind of approach this? Would you take a softer setup to everything to be able to get from A to B versus trying to turn it up and live on the edge at something like this, especially with temperature and track conditions we're facing right now?
Yeah, I mean, if you make it down the racetrack, you got some data to work from, right? So I'd always take the approach of just trying to get down the racetrack and then sneaking back up on it from there. You know, one thing that you can do with a radial, if it's real hot out, you know, knock some air out of it. Take a pound of air out. But that doesn't apply to every situation, so you really got to know your car, know your setup.
So with Mickey Thompson, again, you mentioned 104 different racetrack events or events that you're doing in total. So you're obviously just one piece of the puzzle, and you mentioned that Mickey Thompson is possibly getting into something with less than optimal prep. Is that the way I could say it?
I think that's one of the ways we can say it. But, yeah, I mean, we've looked at products for that, and we got some new stuff coming out for that market. So it's let's say the 28 10.5 size. I'll throw that out there.
So let's attack the question that a lot of people have had in the last year, and I know you and I have personally talked about. Feel free to divert if you don't want to answer, but at one point for the popular tires, the 275s, the 275 Pros, the 275 Rs, the Pro Bracket Radials, a lot of that stuff was just purely not attainable for 3 to 6 months. How is Mickey doing with the raw material ability and being able to get caught back up on things?
So it's actually gotten a lot better. Raw materials weren't as big of an issue. It was really the demand way exceeded our production capacity, even the plant capacity. So in the past few years, we've made about 20 to 25,000 more tires than we've ever made in our history, and we're further behind than we ever were. So the drag racing market, as I alluded to earlier, is just growing that much. And people are getting out and racing more. The local tracks, the drag and drive events, well, we've talked about that too. It's exploded. It's funny, at the beginning of the year, we all sit down and go through the schedule. And, yeah, usually I'm the first one to put my hand up for the drag and drive events. So, but, yeah, it's really, we're doing a lot better. The 275 Pros, we're making hundreds of tires a week on that. The molds don't come out, and as with some of the other products. So it's getting better for sure. We're happy to see the demand. We're adding capacity where we can for sure.
How is the balance working between the 275 Pro and the Pro Bracket Radial? Because at one point, the 275 Pro was easily the most popular tire out there because people were using it from everything from just drag radial classes to even index and bracket racing. People were turning to that tire over the slick. And now with the Pro Bracket Radial, it seems like because that tire lasts a little bit longer that some people are starting to divert to that. So how are your sales figures showing you? Is the Pro Bracket Radial continuing to gain? Is the 275 leveling off? How's that working out?
The 275, the demand is still there for it, but I think we did we see more growth with the 2810.5 Pro bracket. And I think people shied away from the bracket because the 275 Pro was kind of it had a following almost. It was kind of strange. So people just went to that tire even though they didn't need it. So they didn't even give the Pro Bracket Radial a shot. Plus it was called a bracket radial. But now a lot of people have tried it and they're having a lot of success with it. So we are seeing some people migrate over to that 2810.5 Pro bracket.
Now, obviously, with a drag and drive, there's going to be, in my opinion, a different demand for what is brought from a manufacturer to come on board. Now, obviously, for somebody like, say, Summit Racing, who's with us, they sell a lot of your tires. It's impossible for them to figure out what to bring along as far as product goes to be able to possibly help somebody along the road. Mickey, on the other hand, you can stock what you know is probably going to be a popular tire for more applications. Again, you'll have some oddball stuff where not everybody will need a big slick tire, but you'll sell or need a lot more 275s or 2810.5 Pro bracket radials. So how much other stuff other than drag and drive are you getting that demand for where you would send a rig like what you have now where you can bring probably 40 to 50 pairs of tires, the tire changing equipment, and everything you would need?
Yeah, I mean, certainly for this event, it's more small tire oriented. So we bring a lot of stuff in, and you know, these events, we bring normal DOT type tires for in case the weather gets bad and somebody needs to switch some 275 street tires. So we try to bring a big variety of these in the small tires that we wouldn't normally take to, let's say, like an NHRA or an NMCA event. So, and we bring less bias tires to something like this as well. So we try to cater, the more of these we do, the more we learn. Of course, it's always the tires that we decide not to bring are the ones people come up and ask for first. But no, I mean, I think we're getting our skills honed on this stuff, as are the racers. So like I said, it's a community and we're happy to be part of it.
Now again, a lot of people are used to seeing a Mickey Thompson 18-wheeler, which is obviously there's a lot more work involved in that. This is your second year running I say smaller, but it's still a relatively decent-sized rig. You're using a 1-ton dually, a gooseneck, trailer with probably 40 feet and a lot of stuff inside of it. So how much do you find that that's in demand versus, like you said, taking a full-scale 18-wheeler rig to events?
Well, the nice thing about this setup, we can put 150 tires on this trailer. So the nice thing about this is if someone does get stranded on the side of the road, we can pull over and assist. With an 18-wheeler, we can't do that. And we can also be more of a part of the event. We can stop at the checkpoints and things like that with something like this, where an 18-wheeler, that can be a little tricky. So this allows us to connect more with the community and assist them if they need it.
And if I remember correctly, help me out on this one, but when you came to the first sick week, there were people that showed up that didn't even have a street tire. Like they showed up on a slick and were just, or something that was not going to survive any kind of wet weather at all, and they kind of just taking their chances. You actually had, I believe, either 3 to 5 pairs of 275/60 regular non-drag radials, and they were gone within like the first couple of days.
Yeah, we brought them to this event, and luckily we don't think we're going to need them because the weather looks great. So, but we brought them just in case somebody needs a tire to go down the road on.
Like you said, also being prepared in case something happens on the side of the road.
Yeah, I mean, we bring extra valve stems, we bring extra wheel weights, just things like that, just to help the racers out. Not necessarily, they don't need a new tire, but they need some wheel weights, they need something balanced, they need something repaired. We've brought a lot of stuff to do that.
Now, again, to the people that are watching at home and talking about, hey, there were all these great tires that Mickey Thompson used to have. Let's give them the 411. What is coming back? What can you tell us that is going to be released shortly?
Yeah, so we've got some Sportsman SRs coming back, and we got some of the ET drag stuff. It's a variety of things. As we get them back into production, a lot of stuff is coming back. So I'm not going to say that everything is coming back, but everything that we've been asked for in the past year, we're bringing that stuff back.
So some of the tire sizes that have come off your website are going to come back on. Like you said, not all of them, but it's going to be a good majority of them.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, the website's one place to go. We're communicating some things through our customers. So, you mentioned Summit Racing. We're making sure that they're aware of what's coming and when it's coming. So as things come back online, they're going to be one of the first ones to get notified.
So once again, while we continue to prep the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen, Jason Moulton from Mickey Thompson Tires. Again, this is the third time that we've been lucky enough to have him with us for an entire week of sickness, so to speak. Done both sick weeks and now sick summer. In doing the 2 sick weeks that you did at the beginning of the year in February in Florida, and now this first time doing it up here in the north area, did you find any kind of differences in what people are looking for, or are the tires they're looking for about the same regardless of the location?
They're about the same, really. We had some people switch over to some of the bias stuff for up here, but just because of the time of the year it is and the temperatures and things like that. So, but no, it's pretty much the same.
So once again, you'll be joining us all week. What's your favorite car you've seen so far? And you have seen a lot of them. You got a good spot right out of registration, so you got to see them all drive by.
Well, yeah, you're putting me on the spot here, but I'll just say the ones with Mickeys on them. How's that?
Yeah, that narrows the field a lot.
Yeah,
Thanks.
how's that? But, hey, before we go, I do got to give a shout-out to all my guys. Robert's here with me this week. I got guys that run all over the country, and a gal in the office. They work their butts off. So I got to give them a lot of credit, because if it wasn't for that, they wouldn't allow me to come out here and do this fun stuff. So, and, you know, we love doing the Sick Week adventures. And I've even talked to my wife about maybe bringing her car down to do the Sick Ward next year. So we love being a part of it.
Yeah, the only problem with that is the whole business pleasure kind of thing and how you'll keep that balanced, right?
Well, that's why she's got to come with me, because she's got to drive, so I got to work. So
okay, so yeah, you working has to stay. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, Jason Moulton joining us again for all week on Sick Summer. We'll be back on the racetrack here in just a few minutes' time. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Keith Turk, I need you to the rear of the staging lanes, please. Keith Turk, I need you to the rear of the staging lanes, please. Keith Turk, we have a situation that needs your expertise at the rear of the staging lanes, please. All right, so I now have a parts call. The Ficklefish of Mike Moore apparently has had some issues with second gear in the 4L60E, so the S10 pickup truck with the yellow influence on it, if you have access to or know where they might be able to get parts or possibly even an entire 4L60E that they could slap in that S10, if you want to find them in the pit area, they can probably make faster runs at Byron tomorrow, knowing that they have second gear as well, because first to third, I hear, kind of lugs the motor down. Once again, thanks for all the feedback online, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody that's out here at Cordova, thank you so much for your patience while we continue to work the racetrack back into fighting condition. Again, A and B Group Radial, the fast classes, are still in the lane, so we've got a lot of people waiting their turn for the second session, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here with you in just a few minutes.
Sick Summer 2023, day one. One run and out of here. Alex Taylor, let's talk about what's been going on here.
So leading up to Sick Summer, we've had all kinds of things. We had an NHRA Chicago race a while back, like 2 weeks ago. Anyways, we've had all kinds of issues. You guys saw Sick Week. We had multiple issues. Anyways, long story short, I think we finally have it figured out. Went out, one and done, ran my personal best ET today, 681, 208. So car's finally responding. Super happy with it.
And right now you're getting ready to take off on, what is it, like 70 miles?
77.3.
77.3. So you're going to get to the hotel. Are you going to, like, take a deep breath because of what? I mean, are we looking for a recoup day to get through this Sick Summer week?
I think so, because, like, it's been honestly like a month of nonstop work from the time we blew the doors off of the car to, like, Chicago, then to now. So it's been just a thrash. So I think we're going to go get some gas, get some lunch, get some dinner, you know, like all the vacation kind of things. So, yeah.
Folks, there you go. She got one and done. Her and Pops getting ready to hit the road. You'll have to see what she does on day number 2. Sick Summer 2023. Leader in the clubhouse. She's got to go. Bite you guys on the track.
So a pair of Mustangs coming to the starting line right here, Tim Flanders and David Deal. Yeah, the two-man team of Nick and David Deal. The turbocharged Mustang, that's the copper-colored car on the left side. And Tim Flanders, 4-eyed 86 Mustang with the Coyote underneath the hood. He's staging up right-hand side. Flanders looking for an 850. Deal looking for everything he can get out of it. Right-hand side's going to get there first. 848 with a 9. He's too quick by 11 thousandths of a second. Unfortunately, Flanders can't hand it in. 895 at 173 for Deal. That's a good run based on speed, but you notice that it was real slow off the 60-foot. 190 to the 60-foot. They wanted to keep it hooked up and just rolled the power into it at the back half, but a tough break for Flanders. He can't go quicker than 850 because of cage certification. So that 848 with a 9, it might as well be a 20-second pass. He's going to wad it up and throw it in the trash. That'll bring up Bad Leroy Brown, the 84S Silverado pickup truck against the 66 Le Mans coming up next, left-hand side of the racetrack. $79 at 136 for the full-size C10 pickup Silverado. $11.19 for the 66 Pontiac Le Mans. That'll bring up Keith Fenstead and Audrey Beeler. Beeler in the 68 El Camino. This has the ZL1 supercharged late model LS power plant out of Tom McGilton's Camaro. When he carved it up and handed it to Larry Larson and put a big block with twins in it, he needed to put the driveline somewhere, and it went in this El Camino. Left-hand side, the small block pushrod Ford with the single turbo and the blow-through carburetor for Fenstead's Fairmont. Fenstead in the green Fairmont left side, Beeler in the El Camino right side. Fenstead out in front and gets there first, 883, 156. 1068 at 124 for Audrey Beeler, right-hand side. Both of them on good runs right there. Jeremy Ortiz and Kyle Morris. Morris in the twin-turbo Mustang left side. Ortiz in the LS-infused turbocharged S240. The 40 goes 866 at 167, 839 at just 150 for Kyle Morris. So they can both hand those time slips in. Unfortunately, Jeremy went quicker than the 850 index earlier today, so he can't have that in. The 866 he can. Probably would like to be about a tenth and a half quicker, but beggars can't be choosers. That 866 will work. Over 4,000 people still hanging with us online on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel. Once again, we appreciate each and every one of you being part of Monday here at Cordova for 6 Summer. Nova versus Mustang next. And a special shout out to Rye Klemp for setting me straight on the Mustang. Keith LeCower in the 69 Nova and the GT350 flat plane crank stick shift Mustang. He's getting after it now. It's going to have a lot of top speed. 984, but look at the speed, ladies and gentlemen. 177.46. After a 205 60-foot, he just walked it out of the hole. And the Nova having problems after a 141 60-foot as he coasts to a 1140 at just 98 miles an hour. The rotary 1988 RX-7 coming up next again on the right side of the track. In testing, this car had some front brake issues and slid it into the wall, but thankfully it was a very minor tap. So Michael Janusek back here, and he will go against the small tire instant pickup truck of CJ Durbin. Durbin on the 235s goes 547 at 127 miles an hour as he switched his tires from the 275s to the little 235s and jumped into Radial. Radial's an 8th mile class. So 547 at 127 for CJ Durbin. Not a bad pass, but it puts him about 2.5 tenths behind Andy Cook in the GTO. Cook is your current leader in the class. So it looks like we did have some debris come out of the back of Durbin's pickup truck, so we're going to grab that real quick. Andrew Heinstedt is sitting patiently waiting. 1979 model Ford Fairmont on the right side of the racetrack. As we continue to just sit on hold here for just a minute while we clean up the paper on the top end of the racetrack. Once again, for everybody that is on the online chat, thank you so much for being part of day number 1. Once again, for everybody that is here, thank you so much for making time in your day to come out and join us at Cordova. To all of our competitors, while we have a quiet moment on the racetrack, keep in mind that we would encourage you, if you're posting, especially on Instagram, to go ahead and use the hashtag 6summer, as we are starting to now see some of the people that have made their single pass and getting out on the road and getting into our checkpoints. They're tagging photos with some of their favorite drivers, as well as some of the competitors are posting their photos with hashtag 6summer, and we are able to work those into our live streams. So we appreciate you all doing that. And again, if you would like to see the routes, visit our website at sickthemagazine.com and click on the 6summer logo, and it'll take you to our main page where you can download or view the PDFs of all of our drives so you can see where we're going. All right, top end is clear, and we are back underway. Dino Rebeletti, the 79 Malibu in the Street Race 275 class, left side of the racetrack. And once again, the Fairmont over on the right-hand side as both of them are staged and ready. Big wheel stand for the Malibu, and he brings it down under power. What a great job there. Still on the loud pedal left side all the way to the top end. 880 at 152. He's going to need a new trailer for the rear of it to haul around the balls he needed to hang out that wheelie. A 1020 at 130 miles an hour for the Fairmont on the right-hand side. But Andrew Heinstedt must have looked over to his left and went, holy cow, is he going to get out of it? And the Malibu just rode it out like a boss. The 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner coming up next, right-hand side of the racetrack. And he will face a beautiful example of a first-gen Chevy 2. This is Jerry Niesel, or Kuniesel if the K is not silent. 1962 model Chevy 2 Nova. Traction problems for the Roadrunner. The Chevy 2 Nova on a good pass left-hand side of the racetrack. Goes 904 at 149 and change. The Plymouth Roadrunner, after having to pedal it off the starting line, gives up the ghost and will coast across the finish line. Mike Chenoweth going 13-11 at just 64 miles an hour. Randy Fuller and Bad Leroy Brown back around for another shot in the Silverado to keep everybody happy that says Silverado isn't correct. And for those of you that say it's not correct, I say please see Adam Dory, because he's the one who programmed it into my head. Not literally. Nathan McMaster in the Camaro, left-hand side, goes 1051 at 123, 977 at 136 for the pickup truck. All right, C Group, you are now on standby. C Group, you are now on standby. C Group, you are now on standby. I will call you to the lanes next. '69 Firebird, left-hand side. 1993 Olds Cutlass, right-hand side. Holly Lester, making her first drag and drive event ever. Left-hand side, the Pontiac spinning off the starting line and is now backed off the throttle as Rich Belmont going 1061 at just 97 miles an hour, 1011 at 137 for Holly. Once again, C Group, you are now on standby. We're going to call you next. C Group, we will call you next. Dennis Wilson, can I have you to the second floor of the timing tower left door, please? Dennis Wilson, can I get you to the top floor of the timing tower left door, please? Scott Kleppinger, the third jet, the 1986 model Camaro. Looking for something in the low eights. And gets 861 at 167 as he rolled it a little bit deep on the starting line when he was bumping it in to keep the turbo spooled up. He has run in the 830s, I believe, earlier today. So not sure if he's just making another shot at the racetrack to try to get some info dialed in. But Scott did run in the 7s with this car last year and has had it for quite a long time and has participated in quite a few different drag and drives. That'll bring up Brian Havlick. Havlick out of the Hot Rods by Havlick camp. A beautiful all-motor big block 1955 Chevy. Once again, coming off the starting line, sounded like it's shooting ducks, but runs out the back door with authority. 952 at 152. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, when it comes off the starting line, you see it in the wheel stand, and then it starts to sound like it's losing a couple of cylinders, and then it comes back underway. Look who's rolling out of the water box, ladies and gentlemen. Aiden Bailey in the deuce box, 1957 model Chevy wagon. And running out in front of him, Joey Berry, the guy who pretty much lived with him for the better part of a week to try to get this car together. Now, for those of you that don't read what's been going on the internet lately, let me tell you about what's been going on with this car. He literally thrashed to put it together. It was not running. until 11:40 yesterday evening. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take C Group. C Group to lanes 8, 7, and 6, please. C Group. C Group. I will take you to lanes 8, 7, and 6, please. C Group. C Group. I will take you to lanes 8, 7, and 6, please. So it looks like reverse may just not be working. So Aiden, again, has literally been doing this car with very little sleep, as has Joey Berry. They have pretty much lived in the shop to try to get this car put together. When it rolled onto the trailer on Saturday morning, actually Saturday afternoon about 3:30, it was not running. It didn't even have half the wiring hooked up on it. So Aiden, at the very least, wants to stage it and get credit for staging the car. Not sure if he's going to try to make a pass with it or not. Actually, it sounds like he might. He might just roll it off the starting line. So again, the Deuce box is the 57 that was built to replace the S box of Doom that got rolled on the final day of Sick Week 2022 down in Florida after a low 8-second pass. So this car has been a somewhat thrash to put together in the most recent couple of days, as at first it might have looked like they weren't going to be able to make it, and then it looked like it was going to be a lot closer to being able to make it. So Aiden and Joey Berry pretty much burning all the midnight oil that they could find. At one point, I think Joey said that he had not slept for over 40 hours. But that 21-second time, that's a victory for them. They did stage the car under power, which means they can go to the next racetrack and still be in contention. Now, granted, it's not going to get them anywhere near the leaderboard, but it will give them a chance to continue to stay in competition to finish Six Summer. Once again, I have called C Group to lanes 8, 7, and 6, please. 8 first. C Group. I need you to the staging lanes, please. C Group. I need you to the staging lanes, please. CJ Durbin coming back for another pass in the S10 and goes 570 at 108 after he had to pedal it off the starting line. That will not improve on his 547 from earlier. Some of the comments on the live stream, when you don't sleep for 40 hours and the leprechauns go climbing up your legs, I'm not sure where that originated from, but okay. But still, happy to see Aiden Bailey get the car completed enough to stage under power, but obviously they still have some work to do. But they've got step 1 out of 5 taken care of. At the very least, if he could drive it and stage it at every location, he can say that he completed the first drag and drive in the vehicle. So we have a little bit of debris to pick up at the top end on the left side. And we're going to do a little bit more track prep here, it looks like, as well. So we'll be on hold here for just a minute. I have called my C Group to the lanes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're finishing up our second session of runs. So as soon as our second session of runs is complete, we will go to an all run for our third and final session. And again, keep in mind, we are running until 6 o'clock today.
1. Six Summer 2023. And I did not realize that I would find Godzilla hanging out, but I did. Nate, let's talk about this Godzilla car you got over here.
It's a 1980 box top Fairmont. We put the new 7.3 Ford truck motor in it. Rods, pistons, cam, typical. We slapped monster turbo on it, 94 millimeter, and then just went from there. Turbo 400 power in it. So.
But why?
I've always been a Ford guy. I had an LS swap Fox body, and I wasn't doing that one again. So I seen this new truck motor, and I'm like, I got to do something with it. Nobody else was, so.
Well, there's one thing about your car that caught my eye walking through the staging lanes. It is very bright white, and it's got some exterior attention to detail. How did you end up being involved with drag and drive competitions, and how many of these have you done?
So this is my very first one. I haven't been in any other drag and drives. I've watched them on Facebook and YouTube and stuff like that, and I'm like, you know what, that'd be pretty sweet. This was in my backyard. I'm only 2 hours from here, so it was perfect.
All right, but how did you get started with cars? This is just not a car culture where people just bump their heads and decide that they want to come do something like this.
So it's been a lifelong. When we were growing up, we tinkered with lawnmowers and stuff like that, souped them up, and then when we got driver's license, we souped up our cars, and then when it progressed, got out of high school and stuff like that, started making some good money to be able to afford to do this kind of stuff, and I was like, you know what? Badass cars is where it's at for me, so.
All right, no, that's the best part for me being out here is seeing the different types of circles and groups and the friends and family and so forth. And I always want to know, I think people at home want to know, how did you get started? Where did this focus? Where did the, like I talked, attention to detail, where did you get that from?
So a buddy of mine did a lot of the chassis work on the car, and he's like, well, whatever you want to do, we'll do it. And I would just go down there like 2-3 times a week, and I'd be like, oh, let's do this, let's do that. And he would even come up with his own stuff, and he's got a real eye for detail too on making brackets and the fit and finish of everything. And I'm like, I want it right, and I don't want it to look like a hacked up race car, but I want it to perform like a race car. So,
well, folks, 6 Summer 2023, Nate's car is going to get some looks, headed to the ice cream shop, because they're done on day number 1. Let's get back to you guys on the racetrack.
Tim Flanders coming back for another shot in the Mustang. He just went 8:48.9. That's too quick to hand in. He needs to go 8.500 or slower. 8:58.0 at 160.75 is a good run. He can hand that in. It's not as quick as he wants, but it's good enough to get him there. Jeremy Howell and Jeremy Ortiz. The battle of the Jeremies. That's where the similarities end. Ortiz in the 95 Nissan 240 with the single turbo LS underneath the hood. That's the flat purple car on the left side. Right-hand side is Jeremy Howell, the 91 Mustang with the modern 5.2 flat crank Shelby motor in it. They're both staged and ready. Off the starting line they go, and once again, the stick shift car having problems off the starting line. Jeremy Ortiz left side, no problems at all. To the finish line he goes, 890 at 159. And Jeremy Howell will coast to a 14-second pass. A and B Slick and Radial. A and B Slick and Radial. Lane number 9 is open for you. A and B Slick and Radial. A and B Slick and Radial. Lane number 9 is still open for you. I have called the C group. C group to lane number 8, please. C group to lane number 8, please. And now the staging lanes are starting to thin a little bit, because we're starting to get some people that have made the runs that they want to make, and they're packing up and heading for the next location. Tom Bretson, the 2018 model Mustang, going down left-hand side. Matt Peckham in the ZL1 Nicky car going down right-hand side. 10:04 at 139, 11:11 at 141 for Tom. Big shout-out to all of our sponsors here at Six Summer: Iski Racing Cams, Strange Engineering, Red Horse Performance, VP Racing Fuels, TVM Racing, Summit Racing Equipment, and Peak Performance. They are supercharging our SICK ward this year. Thanks to Dodge for some of the travel vehicles we're using. Gear Vendors Overdrive, the official live stream sponsor. And last but not least, the fine folks at Mickey Thompson, who came up and joined us in the tower a little while ago. 11:03 at 121 right side, 11:26 at 118 left side. And our next pair coming to the starting line. Been informed track temperature now at a slightly toasty 135 degrees. So it will start to definitely get dicey. The Mercury Zephyr wagon of Bailey Little goes 1087 at 123, 1206 at 127 for the 2020 Ford Mustang. So again, track temperature at a not quite egg cooking, but definitely warm, 135 degrees. So now it's going to be a power management versus track conditions deal as we roll the 65 Mercury Comet and the 4th Gen F body off the starting line. At this time, I will take the D group. D group to the staging lanes, please. D group. D group to the staging lanes, please. Once again, D group, I will take you to the lanes, please. So I have called the A and B group radials, C group, and now D group. I will take all groups. We were separating them, but we will take all groups to the lanes, please. All groups. 62 Pontiac Tempest, 1972 Olds Cutlass going down the racetrack. Steve Niles in the Oldsmobile, left-hand side, goes 11:37 at 116. 1089 at 119 miles an hour for Kevin Clowen in the 62 Tempest called Ill Tempered. Malibu Station Wagon and 4th Gen F body next. Eric Rajerkavert, the 2000 model Camaro, left-hand side of the racetrack. The Malibu Station Wagon of Biff Rollins, right-hand side. Camaro's going to get there first, 1028 at 131 for Eric, 1062 at 130 for Biff. There's a little bit of racetrack cleanup going on right now. Still north of 4,000 people watching live online. We thank you so much for being part of the official start of Six Summer. Second gen Camaro 69 Dodge Dart next. The Dart on the left, Camaro on the right. Top end scoreboards say 10:06 at 138. That's the best pass of the day for the Dart so far. 11:55 with a 0 on the end of it at 114 for the Camaro. 1972 Chevy Chevelle and a 1970 model Chevy Nova will come up next. John Christensen in the Nova. Ron Augustine in the Chevelle. The Chevelle also doing our SIG Week race. Ron looking like he's on a better pass this time. Top end scoreboard says 1064 at 128. Nova goes 1233 at 107. Once again, a shout out to TBM Brakes, the official event sponsor of Six Summer. They make the lightest and best way to stop your drag and drive car or truck, TBM Brakes. The world's quickest and fastest street car, Tom Bailey's 6 Seconds 2.0, used TBM brakes to stop from his 599 at 250 mile an hour blast, which means if they can survive that, they will definitely work for your car or truck. Not only do they save rotating weight and increasing braking performance by using the correct caliper and rotor size for your car, but it doesn't have the drag that most disc brakes have. If you want to find out more about all the great stuff from TBM Brakes, you can visit them as part of the Motion Raceworks display or visit them on the web at tbmbrakes.com. tbmbrakes.com on the web. 1077 at 134 left side, 1074 at 130 right side. Mustang versus Nova next. The Nova of Steve Eden, who has competed in every drag week, the Hot Rod Drag Week competition, since 2007. He's out here in his 1970 model Chevy Nova. He's racing here against Tom Bretz. Bretz in the 2018 model automatic Coyote Mustang. Bretz goes 10-11 at 138, 11-13, about a second behind at 119 for Eden's Nova. Once again, I have called all groups, A and B Radial, C group, and now D group. I have called you to the lanes if you want to make your second shot. The Coyote Mustang right-hand side on the single pass, that's Nicholas Saraju. Saraju down the right side goes 11:58 at 127. I believe that's his best pass of the day so far. The 1969 model Chevrolet Nova, the big block car, coming up right-hand side of the racetrack. This is Keith Landauer. Landauer and his wife doing the cruise here. The 1969 big block Nova right side. I don't believe he's made a representative pass of what the car should be running yet. He is in the 6 street race category. That's the 850 capped class. Nice little wheel stand and gets on the nitrous early. This one will be a good hit. 9:55 at 141 for Keith Landauer. But unfortunately, we got some smoke coming out of the car at the top end as it looks like his parachute came out late. And he has made the turn, but we do have some smoke at the top end. Either is from possibly getting some fluid on the hot exhaust or just dropping the parachute. It might have had some dust in the pack, as it dissipates rather quickly. While we're on hold for our next vehicles to come around to the water box, let me say thanks to Rick and the gang at Gear Vendors Overdrive. They are proud to be the official live stream sponsor of Six Summer 2023. Everything from 3,000 horsepower drag and drive rides to cars and trucks that just need an extra gear, Gear Vendors Overdrive is the proven leader and can help you out with pretty much any kind of transmission as well as car or truck application. They can be bolted to almost any automatic or manual transmission, and the final drive ratio will reduce engine RPM and increase fuel mileage by typically 20 to 28%. If you want to find out more about all the great benefits that Gear Vendors Overdrive has, as well as their reputation of how many 5 and 6 second cars they've left behind, visit Rick and the gang if you're here on the property, or if you're watching at home, you can visit them on the web at gearvendors.com. That's www.gearvendors.com. Aaron Gerke coming up in the he's in our stick shift class. Into fourth gear and heading towards the finish line. Aaron goes 11.75 at 122 miles an hour. Once again, I have called A and B Group Radial, C Group, and now D Group. A and B Group Radial, C Group, and now D Group. So all groups have been called, all groups, all classes have been called to the lanes. If you would like to make another run, all groups, all classes have been called to the lanes. Pair of classic Chevys will come to the starting line in our next pair. Shane Bryant in the 74 Camaro. Excuse me, that's not Shane Bryant. That's a 73 model Camaro. He is lined up with Steve Eden in the Nova. The Nova goes 11.34 at 118, 11.59 at 117 for the 73 Camaro. Camaro versus Mustang battle here in our next one. As Nicholas Saraju goes 11.54 at 126 in the 2020 Mustang. Wyatt Schultz in the Camaro goes 1971 at 71 miles an hour. I'll bring up the 1974 Ford pickup truck next on left-hand side. It's a gear jammer application against the 69 Camaro, the Rally Sport Z, that is running in our Bullseye Challenge. Casey Steinke in the 74 Ford pickup truck. See if this thing pulls the front wheels off the ground again when he jams it into second gear. Almost. Not quite, but it got close. And the Camaro slowing and pulling over to the side, 12:23 at 1:13 for the pickup truck. And the Camaro slowing to a 16:43 at just 35 miles an hour, and he's pulling over by the side and shutting it off. So might possibly have some issues there. We're going to go double check the racetrack. Camaro unfortunately lost the drive shaft out of it. So unfortunately the drive shaft coming out of the Camaro on the right-hand side, probably on the gear shift, because it looks like the first part of the run was okay, but he was down a little bit at the 8th mile, so tried to get it slowed down as quickly as possible. So this one will take us a little bit of time to get cleaned up. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are here on the property, it gives you a minute to stretch your legs while we assess the situation and the cleanup. You can go visit our entire manufacturer's midway, including Peak Performance, Summit Racing Equipment, Strange Engineering, Red Horse Performance, Mickey Thompson Tires, Gear Vendors Overdrive, VP Racing Fuels. They are all on the manufacturer's midway. You go over and talk directly to the representatives and find out more about your favorite products and your next upgrades you want to do to your car or truck, as well as going and visiting Sick the Mag merchandise booth. You can actually sign up for Sick the Magazine. It's actually more like a book, according to Tom, but it is over 200 pages, and we do cover the entire drag and drive community, both here in the United States as well as Canada and in Australia. You can pick up our spring issue that just got released less than a week and a half ago and subscribe for the year if you want.
Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
I'm doing the ad. Have you guys heard about Sick the Mag? It's the greatest magazine for drag and drive community. What else you want me to say? Glossy, awesome pictures. We have a pretty awesome editing team. Or is there a team? Can you do it in slow motion? If you haven't heard of Sick the Mag, you must live under a rock. Subscribe. It's awesome. I'm Bob Miller, and I approve this message.
So the 69 Camaro being towed off the top end of the racetrack. Driver was out of the car and okay, and We're doing a little bit of touch-up at the top end. We are starting to get a lot of people that are checking in from the road and posting on Instagram, showing all the cars that are checking in at either their favorite spots or somewhere along the route. We've already got people checking in saying, I need air conditioning. Hashtag life is too short for boring cars, which I would agree. All right, so the call from the top end is they are just about done with the cleanup. So drivers, we're about to go back to action. Thankfully, the cleanup took less time than expected. Once again, when you are out and about, whether you are on the road as a participant or if you have friends that you know that are checking out the action, you meet people up on the road, make sure you tell them if they post to Instagram to make sure that they use the hashtag #SickSummer. It'll allow us to pick up photos off of Instagram as well as updates and be able to post them on our live stream. Hyde, that's a good question. From looking at the ones where I've been able to make sure I check the class, I don't think I've seen anybody hit a 25 perfectly yet. But again, there are times where we're doing multiple things up here in the tower, and there are times where I'm just able to just call out the run, but I don't know what class they're in, so I haven't been able to take a look at it. So while we wait for the track equipment to clear the racetrack, I'll review one more time kind of where we're at as far as the ETs, because I'm seeing some stuff in the chat room. Make sure that we get on top of that. So within our first couple of pairs earlier this morning, Bryant Goldstone in the AMC Javelin was our first to invade the sixes. He went 697 at 203, and it had a little bit of a pedal job in it. Not too long after that, though, Steve Morris laid down the pass to beat, 666 at 213, And nobody has done better than that today, so Steve Morris currently holding low ET. 681 for Alex Taylor at 208, and that was her first and only pass of the day. And she was right in line behind Steve Morris. So Morris ran left lane, and then Alex Taylor came right up behind him in the same lane. The two-man team of Devin and Josh Davis, with Josh Davis driving the Devin Vanderhoof convertible Mustang, ran 7 flat with a 4 at 209 miles an hour, and then Devin decided he wanted something with a different digit at the front, so he brought it back for a second hit and went 686 at 208.97. As much as we figured that would be the low ET for Radial tire cars, has stood. Cletus McFarland went 792 at 217, came back around for a second hit, turned it up a little bit, and unfortunately knocked the tires off, so he did not improve. So right now, like I said, Devin and Josh leading the Radial tire class as far as all of the Radial cars. It's not like they're leading anything in particular as far as just because they have a Radial, but they are leading the class they're in. 708 at 206 for Michael Manuel. And then of note in the sevens, 749 at 182 for Ed Esner. That is the quickest and fastest naturally aspirated pass in drag and drive history. Now, of course, it won't count if he doesn't complete the week, because that's part of the deal. If you're going to break a record, it seems like you have to complete the week. John Ferrone has made a hit. He went 767 at 189. Clark Rosenstengel went 768 at 201 with a little bit of a pedal job. And Andy Cook currently leads the Rowdy Radial little 235 tire class with a 523 at 138 to half track. Mustang versus Nova in our next pairing. Clean little 66 Chevy Nova on the left side of the racetrack. That's Lance Scott. Scott on his way to the finish line, and he'll get there first, 1189 at 115. Right-hand side, the Dial Your Own 2013 Mustang of Lewis Jordan goes 1308 at 113. That'll bring up the 71 Plymouth GTX next on the right side of the racetrack, and the police pursuit vehicle Caprice will stage up left side. Justin Gray in the Dial Your Own class in the 1971 Plymouth, running against David Croft in the 2012 model police pursuit vehicle. Croft goes 14-12 at 99, 14-15 for Gray. This is encouraging. I'm glad to see this back. Rick Gray, the 1956 Dodge Suburban, had problems on his first run, had to pull over and stop the car, so hopefully he got everything patched up. He stages up right-hand side. Left-hand side, the Chevrolet Camaro of Charles Edwards, the 85 model Chevy Camaro. The 56 Dodge out in front, and it looks like he's going to stay there through the top end quarter mile. He goes 1291 at 109, 1447 at 76 miles an hour, getting out of the gas early for the Camaro. The 66 four-door Nova coming up next, right side of the racetrack, and the 87 Regal. Clean-looking Buick Regal, the little 231 six-cylinder with the turbocharger on board on the left side of the racetrack. The Bullseye Challenge car of David Pascal going 1237 at 112. He was looking for something that ended in a 25. The Mordor Nova goes 1769. 68 Chevrolet pickup truck will go down left-hand side on our next matchup. That's Jennifer Craig. Right-hand side, Nathan Clabby in the 86 Mercury Marquis. The Marquis goes 13:03 at 119, 12:22 at 109 for the pickup truck. So we have had no crashes yet today. I've had people that have asked. We have no crashes as of today. Yesterday we had a wall tap. And we had somebody that lost their brakes and ended up in the field at the top end. Pontiac Grand Prix of Anthony Miller, left side goes 12:68 at 94 miles an hour. He's running our Bullseye Challenge. Sick Week Freaks Andy Essner in the 86 Plymouth goes 15:26 at 100 miles an hour. Lost ones, yes, 135-degree track temperature as of about 15-20 minutes ago when I was told, I believe. Ben, yeah, I thought about the fact that the Mordor Nova has been used. I wasn't necessarily referring to it like that. I just look at two-door and four-door, and I just figured saying something instead of four-door because every time you say four-door, it sounds repetitive. 1480 left side, 1476 right side. The Studebaker Commander coming back again for another pass left-hand side, and the diesel dually that's been converted to one big Mickey Thompson tire over on the right-hand side. Robert Hill in the 2021 F350. I want to say 150. I'm not sure why. And Stephen Donahue in the Studi. $15.38 for the dually, $13.50 for the Stud. That'll bring up the S10 against the GMC Jimmy. GMC Jimmy left side of John Green, lining up against the S10 pickup truck in the orange color, although it's a very weird orange in my opinion. It's KJ Kroger. Kroger goes 11.68 at 115 in the S10, 12.91 at 101 for the GMC Jimmy. The wheel standing 86 Monte Carlo and the 1987 Chrysler coming up next. All right, it is now all run. Anyone who wants to make a pass, lanes are open, all run. So if anybody would like to make a pass, lanes are open. All run is available now. 12:05 at 109 left side, 13:15 at 109 right side. I have been asked for weather conditions. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to walk and chew gum, and that is not usually going to end up well. So, Nick Kurziak, the 1980 model Ford Fairmont, the silver car on the right side. The 1972 wheel standing Mercury. Coming back on the left-hand side, the family truckster of Robbie Price. And once again, the wagon wheel standing on the left-hand side. Looking for a good ET to the top end. Goes 11.47 with a 9, and look at them celebrate. 117 for the big wagon. 13.21 at 99 miles an hour for the Fairmont. All right, for those that are on the live stream that have asked about weather conditions, I will give you those in just a minute. 65 Mercury Comet and 56 Dodge Suburban. And both of them out of the gas early as they both have issues. So now I can relay the weather conditions. So for those of you that are on the online and chat room and asking about the weather conditions, weather conditions are as follows. It is 80 degrees. This is, by the way, I'm using the Air Density Online app, where you basically pick your racetrack and it tells you. 80 degrees, 30% humidity, a corrected barometer of 3009, 46-degree dew point, 46 water grains, and a corrected density altitude of 2,227 feet. So in all, not bad, especially considering yesterday it was much warmer. The 71 GTX Plymouth goes 1415 at 96 miles an hour, 1463 at 100 miles an hour, left-hand lane. Once again, we are now in all runs, so all cars, all classes, all cars, all classes can come to the lanes. All cars, all classes. All cars, all classes can come to the lanes. Yes, there was a black Supra stick shift car that ran earlier today. Believe he ran in the mid-9s. Tim Flanders coming back for another shot. He went 8:58 not too long ago, and he'd like to whittle that down by about 0.08 of a second. He went 8:48, and that was about 11 thousandths of a second too quick, so he needs to run 8.500. That's what he wants to do. So you notice he's coming back around like a bracket car. He wants to make another shot. The tailpipe-equipped 1986 model Mustang. So I do not know what the current track temperature is. I do know that about a half an hour or so ago, because this all kind of melds together in my brain, it was about 135-degree track temperature, so we are almost on par with where we were track temperature yesterday. Yeah, 130 to 135-ish is what I was told. It's definitely the fastest run of the day, Pete. Triple zeros. No one can go quicker. Not unless we start putting negatives in front. We break the space-time continuum. Yes, there is still time. So as of what we started with today, we planned on running until 6 o'clock, but I will tell you that based on what is in the lanes right now, and starting to see the number of people that have already departed versus what I saw this morning about how many people were parked back there, it definitely looks like we have already had a good number of cars that have decided to either make one pass or two early this morning and then jump on the road and head to the next destination, which to me means the parking lot party at the next hotel should be epic. Hemi, I will agree with you 100%. The Cordova staff has done a great job about trying to keep the racetrack together, along with the efforts of Ralph from TVC yesterday. Ralph has already left the property to head to Byron to make sure that that track is ready to go for tomorrow. Crazy, we do not use a 2 to 4 second timer. The rule that Tom Bailey created originally for Sick Week in 2022 is anything above a 1 second reaction time was added to your time, because Tom basically wanted to have cars leave the starting line and go down the racetrack closer to each other, not have somebody sitting on the line for, say, 8 to 20 seconds spooling. So that was the rule. Craig, I actually thought that it would be worse up here when I got here, considering how hot it was. But luckily today it has come down quite a bit. I'm not sure what it was yesterday. I should have looked. Because yesterday it was far warmer and not as much cloud cover. Dustin, to answer your question, no. Brett LaSala with Snot Rocket is not running this week. I'm not sure if there is a reason why he is not running this week, but he is not here. So, as already been mentioned, Kevin Smith from KSR is doing road course stuff, I believe. Rob Cousin, yes, I am very sick. It comes with the job. If you look at my business cards, it even says so. Nutto, I believe that, yes, 9 o'clock is when we should start at every stop. I believe that the rest of the tracks are 9 to 3, if I'm not mistaken. As a matter of fact, I will confirm that here in just a minute. Okay, so it is 9 to 3. So for those of you that are interested, we are running from 9 to 3 on day 2, 3, and 4. When we come back to Cordova, we are racing from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. So we start a little bit later on Friday. Give everybody a little bit more time to get the drive done and make sure that they can make passes during the time. Shamil, yes, I do race as well. I have a 1970 model Chevrolet Nova. I have not raced very much as of the last year, as the announcing has really kind of taken off ever since Tom gave me a career opportunity to jump on board with the SIX staff last November. So this marks my 9th event that I am doing outside of my local racetrack, which is Gainesville Raceway. And I'm very thankful to have the opportunities. Kyle, I'll settle for a high 5. As far as I'm concerned, being a drag racer for over 30 years, the one thing that I always appreciated is when announcers did more than just what was on the screen. Now, again, that's just my opinion. But I always felt that announcers should not only inform but entertain to an extent. So, unfortunately, at sometimes my version of entertaining is just getting excited. Guys, I appreciate all the feedback. Thank you so much. Obviously, Adam Doria has been jumping into the chat with us this week, and Adam has worked with me at both my event, the 352 Shootout that he mentioned, as well as doing Sick Week with us the last 2 years, and working with Adam has truly been a pleasure. The guy brings a lot of drag and drive history to our broadcast, and I am trying my darndest to get up on it more. Now, doing stories for Sick the Mag has helped me with that, but it's taken me a little longer. I have just been a fan of the drag and drive and watched it online, but I did not announce until 2020. That was when I started doing it. So Adam definitely has me by a little bit of time on the announcing. But I do appreciate everybody's kind words and feedback. Thank you so much. As again, Tom has been a great guy to work for. And he has given me this opportunity, which has allowed me to announce more, and it is something that I'm taking a chance at. I made a job change after 24 years at my previous profession, and now doing this. Adam, if I did not know when Rocky Mountain Race Week was going to be, I would have shifted my schedule. And especially considering that Bandimere is closing, I would have loved to have seen that racetrack before it did. Luke and I had talked about it. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it work as much as I would like to. But this will be my first of 4 new racetracks this week that I have never visited. I have never been to Illinois or Wisconsin to visit a racetrack. I have been to Indy before, but I believe this will be racetrack number 26 for me. I have raced it, I believe, 7 or 8 of them. Jimmer, thanks so much for saying that you'll keep me. As long as Tom stays entertained and happy. Too. So we got some cool stuff coming up here as soon as we get the signal to go back hot on the racetrack. And once again, for everybody that is joining us on the live stream, still 3,600 plus strong. We appreciate everybody hanging with us. Craig, you are overselling me. I am not a killer racer. Blind Squirrel finds a blank every now and then. Hemi, normally when I race, I bracket race, sometimes index race. That's what I can afford to do. So normally I race no electronics, like no box or foot brake. So we're starting to get some questions on the live stream. So once again, we appreciate everybody chiming in to let us know that you're watching. So the racetrack lineup for this week is as follows. Right here at Cordova for day number 1, we are going to drive to Byron Dragway tomorrow. Or technically, we're going to drive to it tonight, race at it tomorrow. Then Great Lakes Dragaway on day 3, Wednesday. Tri-State Raceway in Iowa on Thursday. And then after that is done, we go to Motion Raceworks for the end of the road party. And then back here to Cordova for day number 5. Adam, what's my favorite car on the property so far? That's a tough question. There's a lot of them that I like. You know, for me, it's going to be hard to say something that is not a Nova. But there are some really cool cars that I like here. I don't really know if I could say just one because my go-to is cars that are clean-looking muscle cars that don't appear to be fast and are fast. If I was going to name off a couple, but not say any one of them in particular is my favorite, I would say that there is a 67 Chevelle. I believe it's Mark Major's car. It's an all-black 67 Chevelle with dog dishes on it. Jimmy Reinhardt's 72 turbocharged Nova. Tim Flanders' 86 Mustang. Those are 3 that I can think of right off the top of my head that I like. Hemi, the NA Fox body, that I don't know what it's running. I do know that it had a tunnel ram and twin carbs on it or twin throttle bodies. I didn't get a chance to go over and check it out this morning. Craig, thanks for reminding me how much older you are than me. And for those that are curious, I'm 46. We are back to racing action. The hairdryer on the 231 V6 Buick left side runs 12:29 at 1:12. 15:11 at 90 miles an hour. I believe that is the quickest pass for the 2021 F350 dually. And actually, I've got to look and see. Oh, David Pascal with the Buick Regal. That's a good pass. 12:29, and the bullseye is 25. So David just 0.04 of a second off the bullseye. So that's a good run for him. The GMC Jimmy coming back for another shot. The 2000 model of John Green. He is running in the Dial Your Own class, so he's just looking for time here. He goes 13:36 at 99 miles an hour. So 632 cubic inch Chevy and the fox-bodied Mustang of Ed Esner, from what we're being told online. And I am going to have to check when we are done for the day to get clarification on that. We'll try to start getting some behind-the-scenes stories. Keep in mind, you can check out sickthemagazine.com each and every day. We will not only post an update on everything that has happened at every racetrack, we'll go through some of the class leaders, we'll go through some of the best performances, then we will also put up a gallery of photos. So shout out to Luke and Wes Allison and some of the other guys that are helping us out here this week with getting photos. I believe my roommate Garrett Olson, who does all of our cartoon illustrations as well, has been helping us out with doing photography. So while I'm here in the tower, obviously all those people are down there killing it, getting us the photos and stuff that we need. So we very much appreciate that. I believe Paul is even joining us too. So we appreciate all of them getting all the good shots. Also, you want to make sure that you check out Motion Raceworks. Mike Pryka, who is doing the tour with his father, Michael Pryka, in the mean Nova, the green 72 Nova. He is also shooting for Motion Raceworks, and he'll have some photos up as well. I believe he actually had some photos up from testing yesterday. So I have been told by one of our camera guys that Steve Niles and Holly Lester, husband and wife operations on both sides of the racetrack, and it is their anniversaries on both sides of the racetrack. Holly staged and ready right side. Steve staged and ready left side. Steve in the 72 Olds Cutlass. Holly in the 1993 model Olds Cutlass. Holly's going to get there first. 10:09 at 1:39 with the parachute out at the top end. 11:49 at 1:16 for Steve Niles. That's a great way to spend your anniversary. Be out there on the racetrack. Shamil, that's what I was talking about. This is the reason I enjoy doing this, is because I feel as if when you're a spectator and you're interested in possibly jumping into a new form of drag racing or even getting into drag racing to begin with, hearing personal stories can really kind of connect everything together and get people interested in the sport. And to be honest, we all need to do our part to help bring the sport to the next generation. 13:45 at 108 miles an hour for the Dodge Suburban of Rick Gray. 14:11 at 97 miles an hour for the Plymouth GTX of Justin Gray. Eric's 2000 model Chevrolet Camaro coming up for a single shot right side. And he legs it out to go 10:47 at 1:30. So once again, all cars, all classes. All cars, all classes. Lanes are open. All cars, all classes. And we are starting to get some empty staging lanes. As it appears, we may have had a lot of people already make the number of runs that they need to. So we will see what's going on as far as if we will continue to leave the lanes open for another 2.5 hours. We may have some people that are thrashing on stuff, so we may keep the lanes open. Tim Berg asking if all the fast cars had gone already. Most of them. I don't want to say all of them, but I want to say most of them. We've already started to see some photos from some of them that are out on the cruise. And today is the easy cruise. So again, like I said, when we get done here tonight and we navigate the cruise over to Byron, I'm expecting the parking lot party to be epic. And once again, to all the participants that are still here on the property, we ask that when you leave the facility, please drive carefully and be respectful of the small towns you're going through. This being our first time for SICK Summer, we would love to be able to come back and do this again at some of these epic facilities. Hemi, I agree. It doesn't make any difference to me whether you're a professional liker or you like the sportsman classes or a little bit of each. I have respect for all of them because there are a lot of people that make a lot of effort to get to where they're at. Whether there's a lot of money involved or a little, there still has to be effort on some part. And I believe everybody has a story to share. Mike, I do not think EJ has come back for another run yet. Her last pass that she made, we had the clock malfunction, so I don't know if they're working on the car to possibly make another run later. Because, again, that car just fired up for the first time on Saturday, so they may be tweaking on it and finding out what works and what doesn't work. 1537 at 90 miles an hour for the 2021 F350 dually turned single slick. I know EJ has made at least one pass today. If you are jumping into the chat with any particular question, I would advise you to consider scrolling up and taking a look because we have posted the results of some of the faster cars already. I did. I said Dodge Suburban. That's what it says on the That's what it says on his text sheet. Rick Gray, 1956 Dodge Suburban, turquoise. Now, Scott, if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me, but I'm going based on what the driver has provided me for information. Mike, happy birthday. Why not? We appreciate you tuning in and watching day number 1 of SICK Summer. I'm not sure if Deucebox is going to make another pass or not. That one is kind of up for debate at the moment because, again, they just got that car fired late last night, so it's very possible that they may just be trying to stage it and getting to the next racetrack. Aaron, I always miss your burnouts. I miss seeing the Silverback Z. You better have a good reason for not joining us for SICK Summer next year. So I do know that EJ has gone a 1496, which is an improvement on what she ran yesterday, but it sounded like the car might have been running out of gas towards the end of the run. Either that or she might have had some kind of ignition issues, but it ran to about, I want to say, between 900 to the 1,000 foot on a good run, and then it sounded like something happened to it after that. Now, she wasn't on a single on either one of them, so I couldn't tell for sure, but it sounded like to me like she might have been running out of fuel, and like I said, they don't have very much time on that car with it running, so it's very possible that there might be some things that need to be tweaked. And again, EJ is just having a great time being out here on her first drag and drive. She has never made a pass before yesterday. And considering it's a brand new car, there's a lot of tension. She was a little nervous, she told me right before she made the first pass, but she was still grinning even though she was dirty and greasy and very tired last night, but she was very happy about the fact that she's out here participating on SICK Summer. – So one of our competitors, Jeff Kurziak, checking in with me as I was talking to him in the last week, doing lots of stories on some of the people that are coming out to participate in Six Summer. He said the charge pipe blew off, and now he's fighting trans issues. So it wouldn't be a drag and drive unless you had good stories. Fast, yeah. EJ's best pass from yesterday was a 14.99, and I believe that was on her second run, if I'm not mistaken. Adam, if you want, I will live stream the parking lot party for you, provided I have decent signal. Oh, EJ checking in by message. Thanks, EJ. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the news from EJ. I'm switching to 8th Mile. I'm running Rowdy Radial. So EJ has switched to Rowdy Radial. So she's going to run 8th Mile only. Really nice looking Ford Ranger coming up next, left side of the racetrack. Looks very similar to a truck that used to compete in the NMRA series. The gentleman's name's escaping me. Eric Olson is the driver here. And looks like he's coasting. He is. 936 at 106. Went 567 at 122 to the 8th Mile. That's about an 880, 890 pass. Tom is actually not driving the ice cream truck. I believe that Jason Sack is driving the ice cream truck. Isn't that correct, Luke? Both of them are? They're trading? Okay. Shamil, that very well may be true. She may be running just to the 8th Mile. I wasn't sure. So once again, for everybody that is still live and online, almost 3,500 strong, thank you so much for sticking with us here, as once again, we weren't sure how everything was going to work as far as having a short drive and giving everybody more run time today. We still do have cars in the pits and in the staging lanes. We're just waiting to kind of see who else is left and keeping the lanes open to continue to allow passes. So, again, for everybody that is curious about what's happened, for most of our front runners, the times have been posted several times in the chat. The newest stuff is Aiden did stage the deuce box, but unfortunately it did not have reverse, and it sounded like it was not running all that great, so he just staged it and slowly made his way down the racetrack under power, which, as he already stated publicly, it's a win that he drove it onto the trailer last night, and as long as he could stage it at every racetrack, it's a win. As Aiden has been out of the seat for about a year and a half since his crash at Sick Week last year in the original S-Box of Doom. So I'm sure he's happy just to be here, as deprived of sleep as he was. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so Dave and Nick Deal coming up here. I believe Nick was the one who was piloting the car at Sick Week. Now Dave behind the wheel. A two-man effort, and this car was pretty much put together in pretty rapid succession. So Deal, looking to get it done right here. He is running in the Super Street class, so could be in the 7s. He's got plenty of mile an hour to do it, but unfortunately, as he spins the tires off the starting line, as I mentioned, track is definitely warm, so they may be back for another shot. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If somebody has access to a cutoff wheel or a Sawzall, yeah, we're at that point already. We actually asked for a cutoff wheel yesterday for Rovek, and he actually got it fixed. So if somebody has access to a Sawzall or a cutoff wheel, Robert Gruber, car number 56 and stick shift, the 94 black Mustang needs it, as apparently he has a shock that's held up on it, and he's done negotiating with it. That's what I'm thinking. Because if you ask for the cutoff wheel or the Sawzall, you're basically one step shy of going to the torch. 71 Plymouth GTX coming back up here for another shot. He has been in the low 14s all day, the 14 range. This is Justin Gray. Let's see what he lays down right here on the left side of the racetrack. 14:25 at 96 miles an hour for him. So it looks like we have not one but two Sawzalls that are going to be brought to Robert Gruber, so the problem will no longer be a problem. Well, it'll at least be moved. So Harry has asked, can you go over some general rules while we have the lulls in the action? Who can work on the car, who can drive? So the deal is you can find out about all the rules by visiting sickthemagazine.com, clicking on Sick Summer, and then if you look at the bottom, there is a rule link, and it'll give you a PDF page. And basically, it'll go over pretty much everything. A general how-to about Sick Week, driver requirements, sign-in and pre-registration, day one meeting and pit instructions, daily race procedures, yada, yada, yada. I don't know if everybody's going to want me to read pretty much and sound like Mr. Hand from that movie that is now escaping my memory, and I feel like I should know it. Oh, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Or sound like the teacher from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Ben Stein. So I have been told that there are still a few cars that are out there thrashing. So that is part of the reason we still have lanes open. So if we get the update that those cars are either coming to the lane shortly, or if those cars are going to stay with their initial runs, because we did advertise 6 o'clock, which means we have another 2.5 hours of run time, then we will make a decision at that point about whether we will keep the track open or allow everybody to kind of get on their horses and gallop to the next stop. Travis, to answer your question, this is our second SICK event as far as a week-long drag and drive, and it is the only one we will have this summer. The fall one, which has been called everything from Death Week to Death Family Fun Week, is still under construction. Originally, we were going to do it on the week after SEMA between Vegas and California, and Tom is working on that with a couple of individuals. That is the latest I have heard. So like I said, the original dates for Death Week was supposed to be the Monday through Friday after SEMA, because we figured that a lot of people attend SEMA, so it would be easy to get a decent car count out in that area. And that would allow us to have a good first showing. So I'm not sure where we are at that. We'll just have to kind of wait and see how it all plays out. As far as, we just had a question asked about how many air-cooled VWs have entered. I do think we have, at very minimal, I want to say we have at least 3 VWs on the property. And when I say that, I mean old school ones. I do know that there is one 2017 VW Golf that runs in the mid-11s. But we appreciate all the interaction with everybody that's online, that's sending us questions and giving us updates. Plus, it gives me a chance to talk to some people that are not on SICK Summer, but I did either meet or run into at SICK Week. Shout out to Adam Dory, who has pretty much been on the stream the entire time. Adam, I mean, it's like you were here almost. Also, shout out to Michael Narks. We appreciate you sending me over some backstories and data on some of the drivers while I've been up here in the tower. Thank you so much. Jeff, I have not eaten Cheetos yet today. Adam, I like how you used working with quotes. Josh, that was the call. Death Week was called that because we were going to drive through Death Valley. I want to say it's 620-something miles from Vegas to the next track. Andy Esser coming up in the 86 Plymouth Reliant wagon. He's in our SICK Week Freaks category. He's going to make a single shot down left side of the racetrack. And he goes 15:01 at 1:01. Hey, Adam, can I say I'm working? Or is this too much fun where I can't work? It's technically like fun for me. Pie Guy, I don't know if there actually was a word. Somebody said 6. And if that's true, then there's going to be some people that I'm worried about alcohol poisoning. I don't know if there's 2 Reliant wagons. I want to say the other one, which is, hang on, I'd have to find it because it's not necessary. Jared Nowinski's is a Town and Country. I don't know if that's a Reliant version or not. So somebody can clarify that for me. I'm not the best guy when it comes to the later model small wagons. How many gas stations? Good question. I don't know. I'll let you know by Friday. I'll let you know how many I pass. We are not done for the day, Silverado Scott, or excuse me, in the honor of Adam Dory, Silverado Scott. Adam, you want me to look up who? Thompson? Because I know you told me about him before we started racing today. I'm trying to remember what his number is. But he ran in the 7s. I do know that. Went 775. Here it is. Corey Thompson, 67 Chevrolet Chevelle. He is in the E as an Edward Super Street category. And now I look back at the chat and see Adam just asked me what I was contemplating. So there you go. Adam Dory, answer to your question. Thompson is running an E Super Street, and he went 775 today. Cody, if you want to say thanks to us, I would highly encourage you to hit the subscribe and the like bell and go over and visit Sick the Magazine and let Tom and his crew know that you appreciate us doing this. But I'm glad to be on board and being part of the announcing deal. Chad, thanks for logging on and checking in. We appreciate it. As of right now, we are in a holding pattern as a lot of people have already made their runs. We are still waiting on the call from a couple of them that I believe are thrashing in the pits. Shamil, I don't know who is left. That is what I'm trying to get some data on. Luke just came up to the tower to let me know. So I am waiting to see who else is left and what we have in the pits that are thrashing. I do know there are a few people that have checked in with me on my messenger to let me know that they're still thrashing on their stuff. So for those of you that don't know already, yes, Cletus only brought one car this year. He is running Mullet, the 86 El Camino. There is nobody else. Now, Sam from his group did come out and is riding along this week with EJ in her 57 Chevy Gasser, which I'm sure is an epic time. I have a feeling the conversations and experience are just an awesome deal. So the Studebaker Commander rolling up left-hand side, and Tim Flanders, like a bracket car. I want to say this is his 4th or 5th pass of the day so far. He's trying to get ever closer to that 850 range. He went 848, so he couldn't turn that in. Then went 858, so he's still 0.08 of a second away from what he would call a perfect pass. So he's coming back up here again, trying again. Stephen Donahue and the Studebaker will stage alongside of him. 129.60 foot for Flanders. This one will be close to the top end. 8:56 at 161, so he lops a couple hundredths of a second off the time, but not close enough, I'm sure, for what he would like. He might get back in line again. 13:59 at 105. Ask some of the people that have done the capped index races based on cage requirements, and an 8:56 is really hard to get down to an 8:50 average throughout the rest of the week. Kyle bringing up the PT Cruiser. I thought I might be able to get through an entire drag and drive without referencing the PT Cruiser. We love the PT Cruiser. The PT Cruiser is the people's champion. Shamil, okay, I'll call it that. Hopefully Tim doesn't take offense to it. He is a proper bracket car. That's what I shall call him from now on. Tim, you are the proper bracket car in Avalanche Gray. Silverado Scott, Aiden Bailey ran just a little while ago. Actually, it's probably been a little longer ago than I think. I want to say probably it's been closer to an hour. So, but he did stage. He didn't make a very good pass, but he did stage. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Competitors, if you are still out there wrenching on your junk, let's just be honest. At this point, that's probably not an insult. If you're out there wrenching on your junk, trying to make another pass, and you have not come to the staging lanes in, say, the last 20 minutes, I would advise you to stop what you're doing and go and visit Keith Turk to let him know that you are trying to make another hit and you are wrenching on your stuff. Because obviously we have slowed to almost a trickle at this point. And Keith Turk would like to know who is still working on their stuff so we can give you an opportunity to get down the racetrack. So Turk is located at the Gear Vendors trailer. So please go over and see him at your earliest convenience. That way we'll know who is left trying to thrash to make another pass. And once again, for the over 3,000 people that are watching live and online, thank you so much for being here with us. I mean, I could call the obvious and just say that you don't want to work today, quote unquote work today, as Adam calls it. But to be honest, I would probably be at work with this on in the background listening to it as well because, well, it's drag and drive racing. So it's awesome. I grew up listening to Brian Loans and David Freiberger. And for those of you that are going to get the reference considering my age, I believe that Brian Loans is our generation's Dave McClellan and Steve Evans rolled into one. Barry, there is no such thing as too many one-and-dones today. Do a drag and drive, and I'm sure that there are a lot of people that would disagree with you that say one and done is never a bad thing. Yep, boss, I'm sick today. It means it's going to be a sick day. Ethan, I would agree with you 100%. And once again, for those of you that are listening, because I did see somebody, Dwayne actually said that I'm one of these ones on and with it at work, and then Skeeterbuilt mentioned he's listening to it on headphones. So in the future, I think I'll have to make sure that I put the warning out to turn your volume down when I'm on the mic and you have earbuds in. But once again, for everybody that is listening or watching online, thank you so much for being part of it today. We do appreciate it. I believe Nick Deal just told me that they are going to be back up in a minute. As a matter of fact, I also see a wagon that staged earlier, and that's all they did. They just staged. So it looks like they're trying to make another hit. They're getting prepared at the back of the lanes right now. Adam Dory, yes, absolutely. Bob Fry was he's not dead, so I can't say was. But Bob Fry is a very, very integral part of drag racing. I happen to think that Steve Evans and Dave McClellan just kind of added another level of ambiance to it. Now, to be fair, I mean, I scream and yell, so I know that I'm not the best, thing for it. But he definitely has a lot of knowledge. Between him and the stat guy, they both are more of my speed as far as I always liked crunching the numbers and being able to tell backstories. Some people were just really good with being able to talk without making it sound like they were fishing for words. So once again, to everybody that has checked in with me on Messenger or on the stream today, I thank you so much. I apologize if I have not been able to get to your messages earlier. Once again, everybody, thank you so much for all the kind words and feedback. I really do appreciate it. Getting a chance to come out here and do this for a living, it has been a pinch me moment. I'm afraid I'm going to wake up at some point. Hemi, that's another good point. Yes, Mike Dunn, in my opinion, was great when the NHRA was on ESPN because his knowledge always brought another level to the broadcasting. So I would agree with that. Ethan, I think you need to widen your scope. I am a solid number 8 in top 10. Maybe a 7 on a good day. But thank you. I do appreciate it. So we do have a couple of cars in the lanes. I have been told that Nick and Dave Deal are back. They're going to beat on the Mustang until morale improves or they see a 7. They're being they're calling their shot. They're holding the baseball bat out and pointing, which I like. So, yes, for some of you that are jumping on right now, real quick, Steve Morris currently has the quick time of the day, 6:66 at 2:13. Right behind him is Bryant Goldstone, 6:68 at 2:17. Alex Taylor in third at 6:81 at 2:08. Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis, 6:86, 6 at 2:08. Cletus at 6:92 at 2:17. And 7:08 at 2:06.5 for Michael Manuel. Eric Brian Loans is a good announcer for these events. That's why he has done Hot Rod Drag Week almost every single year since it started in 2005. The only bad part is Brian Loans is in such demand, even though I don't think I'd say that's a bad thing. I'd say that's exactly what he deserves because he's good at it. But Brian Loans is now full-time employed by the NHRA, so he has a ton of national events to do every year. So he just does not have the time to be able to come and do as many events on the side as he used to. Brian used to announce at New England Dragway, if I'm not mistaken. And then when he started doing Hot Rod Drag Week, at the time he had more time to be able to devote to it because it was between that and running the online magazine Bang Shift with Chad Reynolds. Gatorade, what I was just told by Warren Evans not that long ago, was the NHRA event was rained out. They tried to do it through the weather yesterday and today and did not manage to get through it all. So what I have been told, I have not verified it, but I have been told that they are going to run the remaining professional stuff at Bristol during qualifying, that they're going to finish the event up, because I believe they did have a qualified field. They just didn't get through eliminations. So what they'll do is they'll pair up the cars that are still in competition, probably from, I'm going to guess, qualifying sessions 2 and 3. Miller, I would agree with you. Loans is definitely the top of the game. Nobody is a close second because he has more experience, I think, than pretty much anybody else in the game, with the exception of maybe Alan Reinhart. But Alan and Brian are at a completely different spot in how they do things. They both have their own strengths, is the way I would put it. Newcomb, Aiden was able to stage the car under power. He did not make a full, single-digit run. But he did stage the car, so he is still in competition. All right, Hemi, so apparently you did hear the same thing that I did, which is they are running the remaining stuff at Bristol. Trip, I'll be honest with you, the fact that you even put my name in the same sentence as Brian Loans it's hard for me to process. The cool thing about Brian Loans is he is, in my opinion, every bit as energetic and encouraging as well as knowledgeable about all the stuff that he does in the world of motorsports. And I say that in a broad spectrum, not just the NHRA. Because Brian has done stuff even for the recent Cletus and cars at Indy, where they ran top alcohol cars on display along with doing the Indy 800, doing the burnout contest, and so forth. And again, if it brings more people to our sport and gets more people interested in the sport, then it's a win-win situation. Now, granted, it may not be the same kind of thing that we're used to seeing over the years at races, but sometimes you have to change it up. Crankshaft, I appreciate that. Actually, I have not been compared to Brian Loans. The guy that I am normally compared to when I'm on the mic is Fabian Brown. There are times where me and Fabian are actually mistaken for each other. One particular weekend, I was announcing at one track, he was announcing at another, and he and I both got people calling us on our phones saying, hey, this is what I believe you were at. Is that you? And it turned out they were wrong. We were at opposite locations. Oh, wow. Now the stream is all of a sudden just going crazy. Somebody commented, I saw before everything just got completely switched. Somebody actually commented about Joe Costello being a great announcer, and I would agree with that 100%. Ironically, Joe Costello and I actually raced each other, not like lined up, but we raced at the same track, Moroso Motorsports Park, rest in peace, back in the 80s and 90s. As a matter of fact, Joe Costello still has the Pontiac Trans Am that he raced with his father. I don't think he's raced it recently. I think they're redoing some stuff in it. But Joe Costello and I actually had a chance to work together at the NHRA Carolina Nationals last September. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one that just saw the chat absolutely blow up with how fast it went. All right, so while we're dragging the racetrack, I have been asked to mute the mic for a couple minutes. We're going to do some outro work on videos. I'll be back with you here in just a few minutes. So one of the two cars coming up here. This is Michael Puckett. Puckett in the 1978 model Malibu wagon. They have been thrashing on this thing to get it up here. He staged it under power, but then backed it out because they had to tear the transmission completely apart. So apparently they just got it back together. He is going to go in and see if he can get a single pass here. And it looks like the bump not working on it, so he's going to stage it under power and then get it spooled up. Spins the tires. This will be a quicker pass than what he got last time, so he's going to trade in his 22nd time slip for an 11:23, but at 140 miles an hour. So obviously it's got 9-second potential, but just couldn't get it off the starting line. So not sure if he comes back and tries to run again or not. But I do know that Nick and David Deal are coming up. Yep, they're in the right-hand side of the racetrack. It looks like we have an opponent for them here in the Camaro. Once again, if you are still in the pits thrashing and you are not back to the lanes, I would ask you immediately to go and visit Keith Turk. He is located at the Gear Vendors trailer. You need to do that immediately. So once again, if you are still here and you want to make another pass and you're thrashing, you need to stop what you're doing and go and visit Keith Turk at the Gear Vendors booth immediately so that way we know. Somebody just mentioned Brian Kepner? No, Brett Kepner, and that is another guy who was key in the game of announcing as well as stats. We would not be where we are without Brett Kepner's work. Nick Deal right side. Camaro left side. They're going after the sevens. They weren't kidding. They had to pedal it, but Deal is back in it again. 10:44 at 1:38. Left-hand side for the Camaro driver. That was David Black. And unfortunately, it looks like Deal going 5:59 at 1:39 to the 8th mile, but something tripped the top end board. And Nick just holding his head down there. As they had to pedal out of a 155 60-foot with a little bit of tire spin, but got back after it again, 139 miles an hour to the 8th. So once again, if you are thrashing and you have not gone and seen Keith Turk at the Gear Vendors booth, you need to do so immediately. Like, stop what you're doing and go talk to him. If you have not seen Keith Turk and you're still out there thrashing and you want to make another pass, we need you to go and see Keith Turk immediately at the Gear Vendors booth. Because if not, and everybody else has left and we can kind of wrap it up for the day, then we will let everybody get on their way. Because, again, it is Monday of a very long week. And if everybody could get another hour of sleep or a little bit of R&R time, obviously we'd like to be able to give that to them. So it looks like Holly Lester coming back into the lanes with the 93 Oldsmobile. Actually, it looks like her husband. Wonder if they switched drivers. But I do see some cars that are out there still being worked on. And again, if you are working on them and you don't plan on making another run, you do not need to go get with Keith Turk. But if you are thrashing on something and you do want to make another pass, please, as soon as possible, go see Keith at the Gear Vendors booth. Like, right now would be a good time. So that way he knows you still want to come back. Hemi, that's a good question. Favorite NHRA starter? I was a fan of Buster Couch for a long time. Not saying he was my favorite, but I was definitely a fan of him. Kent, I appreciate the feedback. Thank you so much again to everybody who has checked in on the live stream. Again, this is that time of the year yeah, I'm also looking at it apparently way too wide a scope. This is the time of the day where obviously we're waiting to see if anybody else wants to jump in the lanes. Now, obviously, if it was a regular 6-hour day, this would be a lot easier decision to make as far as, okay, we know when the lanes are going to be closed and so forth, but we said we were going to run until 6 o'clock thinking that people were going to hang out, but because the track was so good and the temperature was low enough on the first session, a lot of people just pulled the one and done and decided to hit the road and get gone early. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate to know that you are going to be working all week with us. Appreciate that. Yes, Jim Benson. Good mention, James Kroll. Jim Benson, who got his start at Moroso Motorsports Park in Miami, Hollywood, if I'm not mistaken. Well, here's the problem, Rad Banshee. I don't know who's thrashing. Like, in other words, from my position where I'm standing at the back of the tower, I can look and see that it is a couple of cars that are in the air, either on all four corners or just the front of the rear. So I don't know if they're getting prepped to get on the drive or if they're trying to make another pass. And I have no way of being able to run down to them and still pay attention to what's happening on the racetrack. Adam, you think the parking lot party is going to be wacky in 3 hours. So how about if it's already wacky? It could be. 77 miles is the exact distance. Again, for anybody that is interested, you can go on sickthemag.com, click on Sick Summer, and you can find routes for each day. You can follow along with us. Hemi, the guy's name was Buster Couch. I can't remember his actual first name, but everybody referred to him as Buster Couch. Thanks, Adam. That's better. Wacky now, really wacky in about 3 hours. That's more correct. More better. As I believe Kurt Johnson was the one who originated that term, either him or Jimmy Owen from Carolina Dragway. One of them said, make it more gooder. Sam has had 3 Cokes in the parking lot already. That's probably accurate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I had to get off a phone call there with Keith Turk. We are going to close the rear of the staging lanes at 4:30. So you now have 22 minutes to report to staging. 22 minutes to report to staging. Cody Harris, Bill Schwartz, I actually just saw driving around with his trailer on the back, his little pull-along trailer. So I don't know. I didn't know that he left the racetrack or what have you. But anyway, I just saw him pulling around the back of the staging lanes with his trailer attached. So I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know where Tom is. Somebody want to fill me in on why Bill Schwartz just got here? Because I thought he was here yesterday. I saw him. Bill swapped engines last night? Is that what I just heard? Is he just pulling? Yeah, but he's just pulling in the lanes now. Okay, so Bill Schwartz just pulled in the lanes, and yes, I just got an update. Engine swap. Wow. So Bill Schwartz, who has run Dragon Drives for quite a while with the 69 Chevelle, actually just pulling into the lanes after doing an engine swap. Wow. So Jennifer, thank you so much for dropping the knowledge on me. I appreciate it. So yeah, Bill Schwartz actually has made an engine swap. I don't know where he made it. So he is in the lanes. So if he makes a pass, if for whatever reason it doesn't go according to plan, he should be able to turn it around and come back and do it again. So this is the Olds Cutlass that Holly has been driving all week, but Holly is not in the car. Holly, you look amazingly happy. Have you been enjoying your time? So her husband back behind the wheel. The question is how much does he have it turned up? He has been 860s in the car. Let's see what he runs right here. Looks like they might have it on the same tune-up as before. The 93 Oldsmobile down left-hand side. And goes 989 at 141. Holly says, okay, that works. Here comes Bill Schwartz. Very, very interesting. As I saw the car go through tech inspection yesterday, and I had no idea, but now several people have confirmed it. An engine swap for the 69 Chevelle. This is his first shot today. And that's not what he wanted. He wanted to bump it, not roll it. So Schwartz waiting until the last minute to pull in. So we're going to try it again. And like I said, hopefully it's a one and done for Bill Schwartz, but if for some reason it doesn't go according to plan, he can pull back around and still have enough time to make one more hit. I have been told crankshaft issue was the engine problem. Looks like he has it tuned down. Yeah, it's going to probably be in the 10s based on what I'm seeing so far. 10:42 at 132, so they've got a time, and now they're putting their hands up. Hey, guys, it's not over. You got 17 minutes if you want to bring it back around. Look at that. They're cheering. They're like, oh, maybe. We can bring it back one more time? You're saying there's a chance. Come on, it's Bill Schwartz. We want to see a single-digit pass out of the car. That's the hero thing I would say, but at the same time, I also understand that this is day one. So crankshaft issue is what I was told? All right, somebody needs to come up here and elaborate on that and let me know exactly what the issue was, because we're going to write about that. We're going to add that to our coverage. So the Malibu wagon that just completely finished building the transmission is back in the lanes again, as they're going to make another shot. And I believe that Nick and Dave Deal will come back and make one more shot in their car. The Mustang getting some cool down time. Once again, 4:30 is when we're going to close the rear of the lane. So if for whatever reason you need to make one more hit, you have about 16 minutes. I don't have my phone on me anymore as I've walked downstairs. So about, we'll call it 15, 16 minutes to get to the rear of the lanes. Or go over and see Keith Turk at the Gear Vendors Overdrive booth and borrow for any amount of time you can. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not turned in your time slips yet, I would highly advise you to do that ASAP, because that'll keep Keith and Tanya Turk happy, and a happy Keith and Tanya Turk, well, on Keith's end, it normally means that stuff is happening on his watch like it should, and he has Diet Coke at the ready. But obviously, we would like to be able to get our staff that handles the time slips and everything on their way as soon as possible. For those of you on the live stream that I stepped away from for a few minutes, so I got the details on Schwartz's deal from his crew. Apparently, the crankshaft had some slop. About 23 thousandths, according to what I was told. So they made it through tech yesterday, made a pass, had issues, tore it apart, came back here with a 5.3 versus a 4.27. So they said nothing was happy. The tune wasn't happy. Trying to get it to spool with the converter and everything that was set up for something with 100 extra cubic inches is obviously going to be way off. So the fact that they're made a pass, they are happy with it. So they will pack it up and head to the next stop. And a shout out to Jennifer White, Greg Hurlbert, and Mark Maynor for getting me all the details of that. I very much appreciate it, as well as the live stream chat. Thank you all so much for filling me in on it. So the wagon, back for another chance. Again, the transmission been completely gone through. Michael Puckett trying to make another hit. This one sounds a little more serious. He ran it into the limiter on the shift. Ran it to about the 1,000 foot and gets out of the gas and coasts to a 10.15 at 106. Now, I don't know if that was done deliberately or not, because he couldn't run in the 9s, but a 6.22 at 113 of the 8th mile would have easily been in the 980s, if not 970s. So I'm not sure if he got out of it because he saw something he didn't like. Maybe it hit a safety cut, or he just didn't want to run into the 9s because he didn't have a license or a cage certification. In the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for nitrous. Final call for nitrous. If you need some and need to get it, the track still has it available, and they will be open for a little while longer. If you need nitrous, they will be doing it for just a little while longer. 8 minutes remain, ladies and gentlemen. 8 minutes remain to come back to the staging lanes for one more hit at the racetrack. And it looks like as soon as I said it, we had the 69 Camaro pull out to come back for another shot. I know Nick and Dave Deal are going to come back and make one more crack at it. After all, he said 7s or bust. As we are starting to see some of our competitors hitch their trailers up and get on the road, as it looks like we have less and less cars in the pit area. And again, a lot of people doing the one and done today, as the racetrack, both in temperature and traction earlier today, was superior to yesterday. So a lot of people found what they wanted, and they said it's a long week. We don't want to abuse the equipment. We'll merely take the first shot and head to the next racetrack. So 7 minutes remain. 7 minutes remain if you would like to make a pass. And then we will be done for the evening. And once we have it available, we will put up a link to the timesheet by PDF, I believe. Again, time slips need to be handed in at the bar, the pizza and bar. That's where you would hand them in. Tanya Turk and her crew are eagerly waiting your arrival. And we would ask you to do that as soon as possible. If you are trying to get your vehicle switched over to head to the next racetrack, if you would, please stop and hand in your time slip as soon as possible. That way they can complete their tasks and get to the next racetrack. Once again, for the 2,000 plus people that are still on our live stream, the Tom Bailey YouTube channel, we appreciate you being part of the action here on Monday. Thank you so much, whether you're just listening or you're watching and listening when you should be working. For everybody that came out to watch the action today, for those of you that are still on the property, as we had a ton of spectators here today, we do appreciate seeing each and every one of you. But again, I would much rather go to a racetrack and watch on a Monday than go to work. Technically, I got to do both, work and watch the racing. So I will take it. Don O'Neill, I appreciate you being part, as always, of the team here for Sick Week and Sick Summer, grabbing all the details from people down in the pits for us. Adam Dory, you are missed, but thanks for chiming in on the live chat. We appreciate it. Michael Narks, thanks for sending the messages with some of the details as well. Eric, you asked about the update on Tom Bailey. I already said it. I don't know where he is. Now, Tom Bailey is not racing this week. I believe, as I've already stated earlier today, if I'm not mistaken, I believe him and Jason Sack are splitting driving duties on the ice cream truck. I like Don O'Connor's answer. Tom already ran. He was just too fast for everybody to see. That was good. I like that. Ice cream and beer, and then don't forget, he also has the hot dog rollers at the front. So it is a all-in-one van. It is a multi-purpose van. I wondered why he plugged it in yesterday before we left the racetrack, and now I remember, because of the ice cream freezer that's in the back. I'm getting some interesting messages, some of which I cannot continue to relay over the live stream. Once again, as you're seeing some of the stuff pop up as people are checking in at some of the stops, as well as running into some of the fans along the routes, for those of you that are interested, again, you can check out the routes by going to sickthemagazine.com, clicking on Sick Summer Info, and then scroll down. You'll find each day's route map. And you can follow along. And then again, if you take pictures along the way, either as you're a participant or a fan along the road, you run into some people at a gas station or what have you, make sure when you post your photos and videos to Instagram, hashtag them Sick Summer. And we will do our best to snag them and add them to our live stream. It's been great seeing all the stuff from people out on the road today. Rabbit, if there is a chocolate Nutty Buddy, that sounds like a great ice cream to have. And I would gladly take it after we get done today. Gregory, to answer your question, the track is not being waited on to be cooled down. We are just keeping it open until we make final call. And I believe we have 1 or 2 more cars to run, and that's it. We will be done in just a few minutes. I believe we have 1 or 2 more cars to come to the lanes, and then we are complete for today. We will pack everything up, and we will head to Byron Dragway for day number 2. And as if I literally come to the rear of the tower and look out into the staging lanes, and I see the Deal's Mustang coming towards the front, as I believe they are going to be the last car down. So Nick and David Deal back around after getting everything cooled off. Yeah, this is a joint effort to build this Mustang from scratch after they had a blue Mustang that they used to compete with. And this is their new build, the 2001 Mustang that they debuted at Sick Week earlier this year. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that Nick Deal drove it at that race. Now David behind the wheel here. Mustang going to get spooled up and ready to rock and roll left side of the racetrack. It is hooked up and good. Nick said he wanted 7s. Can we deliver? 787 at 173. Nick, there you go, buddy. You asked for it. You said 7s or bust, and there it is. 787.9 at 173 with a 120 60-foot time. 5:06 at 140 at the 8th mile. Holy cow, talk about digging deep in the 9th inning and delivering the grand slam. David Deal, 787 at 173, and Nick sent me a text about 20 minutes ago before they made their next to last pass that said 7s or bust, and he was not kidding. So it looks like we might have one more, ladies and gentlemen. John Ferroni. I believe this is his second or third pass of the day. I can't remember for certain if it's his, I want to say it's his third. In the Charger. The right-hand driver out of Australia that literally came out of the container less than 4 days ago. Coming back. Looks like he wants to do a second burnout as he didn't get it across the starting line how he wanted. And he literally smokes the tires almost to the 200-foot mark. Car kind of kicked the rear end sideways. He managed to get it back straight so he would have some decent tire tracks to go through. So now, John will back it up. So John Ferroni, the right-hand drive Charger out of Australia, was originally supposed to compete in Sick Week and did not get the car out of the container until now. He will make a single pass here. Ferroni down the left-hand side on a good pass, gets close to the wall, wiggles around and has to get out of it. Wow. 786 at 169. He was on a good lick, but got real close to the left side and didn't get out of it until almost the 1,000-foot mark. Has one shootout and has made the turn. But it looks real close to the wall based on the tire marks. So a 786 at 169. Earlier, he went 767 at 189. So did not improve on his previous best from the day. Once again, if you have not turned in your time slips, I would ask that you please do so to Tanya Turk and her gang. They are located at the Pizza and Bar Restaurant that is right behind the tower, the gray with red porch. That's where you need to go to turn in your time slip. If you have not done so already, please drop what you're doing and take care of that right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will wrap us up. Officially, we are done on Monday. So once again, for all of 2,000 plus of you that are still watching on the live stream, the Tom Bailey YouTube channel, thank you so much for being part of the action here today. We do appreciate it. To Warren and his crew that bring you all the live stream, thank you for their hard work. To everybody here at Cordova Dragway, thank you so much for giving us a great service to race on. And to all the competitors, whether you are here or you're listening online, we appreciate you being part of the first day of Sick Summer brought to us by TBM Brakes. We're going to get on the road and head to Byron Dragway. We will be there tomorrow, Tuesday. We will be live on air at 9 a.m. unless we run into something, and we will do our best to update it. But keep in mind, please check out sickthemag.com, sickthemagazine.com, as well as visit our social media channels, Sick the Magazine and Sick the Mag on Facebook, as well as our Instagram pages. We will have galleries up, as well as a recap of today's action. On behalf of the entire Sick crew, once again, my name is Derek Putnam. Thank you so much for being here with us. We will see you tomorrow. And if you have not turned in your time slips to Tanya and her crew, please do so immediately. If you have not turned in your time slips to Tanya and her crew at the bar and pizza location with the red deck located next to the Sick merchandise booth in the Sick van, please do so immediately. We need that done.